Here we go. It's just wait for this thing. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And of course, happy 1st of November. My, how the time flies. It feels literally like yesterday that I moved to Cape Town, and now I'm about 30 days away. Actually, yeah, just 30 days away. 29 probably, closer to it. From being here for one full fucking year. 1 year of load shedding issues and more. It's been a fun ride. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I hope that you guys are doing well. If you're watching us over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, what problems or what mischief can we possibly get into today? I wonder. I want to play some Chaos Gate. I also want to react to Preach's trip to Blizzard. I want to hear what he has to say about that, if anything. It's a long stream. It's like 5 hours, so we'll see what Preach had to say about that. That's probably what I'm going to start with today, is reacting to Preach's Blizzard trip. Because apparently there's some really cool things that Preach said during that stream that I want to get into. But we'll wait for everyone to sort of filter in, so people can come and hang out. It's a bit early, though, so I expect it's going to take a while. The Lord Zero, how you doing, brother? As I say that, how you doing, bro? It is early, though. I'm well aware of that. It's far earlier than usual. It's only 9:15 at the minute. Oh shit, that's actually, I need to figure out how we're going to do Q&A today. Because I want to do Q&A a bit earlier, just in case load shedding picks back up, that I don't get caught with my fucking pants down. Oh, I'm so tired, bro. You have no idea. Lord Zero, what are you up to, bro? How are you this early? Are you in EU, or are you just awake really late in NA? What else did I want to do? There was something I wanted to do. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. I'm obsolete. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, bro. How you doing? I need to check something. Let's just quickly see here. What videos do I still have to release? Awake really late? Ah, okay. So, yeah, from NA, but you haven't slept yet. Jesus. That's rough, bro. Ariani, how you doing? Yeah, what? It's like in the AM right now for you, isn't it? Lord Zero? Wow, early in the AM. Fuck, I have 2 thumbnails that I have to make that I haven't made yet. That's annoying. That is super annoying. I'm in Australia, not too late here. I'm obsolete. Yeah, Australia, what? Be about 4 p.m. now? 5 p.m.? Depending on where in Australia you are, obviously. If you're on the far side of Australia, probably closer to like 9 p.m. at the minute. I think the furthest part from me in Australia is a 12-hour difference, I think. Terrible sleep schedule. I used to have a very bad sleep schedule. I have since fixed that, because you don't sleep well during the day. 6 p.m. for me. Right. So what? You're about 9 hours. Yeah, about 9 hours difference. 6 p.m. is just the start of evening. I mean, holy shit. 2 a.m. you're in Texas. Azure Wave, how you doing? You fucking people with your bad sleep schedules. Like, okay, so if you're going to bed at 2 a.m., what time are you waking up? Metal Fan from Hell, how you doing, brother? Ballistic, how you doing? 5 p.m. Australia. Cortexoid, how you doing, brother? Yeah, Metal Fan. I mean, I could have probably, like, waited a little before going live. Because I do actually have some thumbnails that I have to make, but fuck it. Went to bed at 4 a.m. It's now 7 a.m. Noah, holy shit. Zeta, how you doing, bro? I am back in WoW, again, doing Sepulchre. Zigzags, you've never left WoW. Don't fucking lie. Wait, it's 2 a.m. and you're gonna wake up at 9:30 a.m.? That's not enough hours, is it? It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7.5 hours isn't too bad. But considering you're still awake at 2 a.m., you're probably only going to get to bed like 3, 4 a.m. at this point. It takes me about 2 hours to fall asleep because I go to bed at 8 in the evening. So every evening at 8 p.m., I get into bed. Then I read for about hour and a half or so. And then it takes me another, like, let's say 30 minutes to fall asleep. Grimfield, how you doing, brother? And that's even with me cutting fucking coffee. I haven't had coffee in so long. I've also been forced to drink this shit. Which is... It's not bad, but it doesn't give you the same kind of kick as the caffeine Pepsi does. But, you know, it is what it is. Yakumiz, how you doing? Cookie Fun Dope, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I can't do it anymore. Because I wake up every single morning at 4:30 a.m. to go to the gym at 5. If I don't sleep by the latest 10 p.m., I am screwed the next day. I'm so fucking tired the next day. Alderson, how you doing, bro? By the way, for those of you that are here now, just want to clear things up. We're going to be watching Preach's stream in a minute. Preach, during his stream, spoke about his Blizzard trip. And he has not made a video on the Blizzard trip yet. So it's not like I can watch a condensed version of it. I kind of just have to watch the stream to get hopefully, some kind of information about what happened during his Blizzard trip. So we'll see. Your videos play in the background or some lore. And I'm in about 30 minutes. Nice. Lucretia Maria, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I hope I said your name correctly. I didn't have classes today. Wanted to sleep in. Woke up at 6. Hyperventilating instead. Oof. Okay, that does not sound fun. Why did you hyperventilate, though? When I started having sugar again, I started sleeping longer and feeling like crap. Yeah, that's probably not good. You should probably have that shit checked out. Sugar, like, look. If sugar affects you in any way, you might have problems with, like, blood sugar. Your blood sugar might be a little high. Like, technically speaking, you're not supposed to really get tired or anything like that when you have sugar. If you have sugar and you get tired, that's not a good sign. It means your body is struggling to deal with the sugar. It doesn't have enough, what's the fucking hormone called again? Insulin. Doesn't have enough insulin to deal with all the sugar. And that's what causes the tiredness. So yeah, I would say probably, have that shit checked out. Oh, Camilla, how you doing? Still sick with the Arona. Getting better though? Oh, that's good, bro. As long as you're getting better. If you ever want to see the monetary extent of the greed bullshit of Games Workshop for the tabletop, you should check the Titan section. Titan section. Wait, let me see. When I'm stressed out, I just eat Cloud9 chocolate. What the fuck is Cloud9 chocolate? It's fine. Just give me that shit. Rest of the world English. I guess. Yeah, rest of the world English is fine. What Titan section? Can I just type in Titan? Wow. Wait. Is all of this shit sold separately? The fact that all of this is grayed out and only, like, the gun, it's all... Dude, that's $77 for a gun? $214 for 2 guns at the top of your Titan? Holy shit. This area, how you doing? Dude, this is a little disgusting. Wow. Just like that, $935 for just the body. Don't get the guns. Any products though? I mean, what do you mean when you say specialty products? What is specialty about them? The bad echo, Zucchini. I've been awake for hours now. What do you mean? 3D for just one thing would be cheaper. True. Cheaper than playing Diablo Immortal. Everything is cheaper than playing Diablo Immortal. Well, technically speaking, you can play Diablo Immortal for free. So, you know, yes and no. If you want to play Diablo Immortal at a high level, yes, this is still cheaper. But if you just want to play Diablo Immortal like a pleb, you don't have to spend money. But you won't be able to do all the hard stuff, but, you know, at least you won't be spending money, right? It's 8 a.m. and it is a holiday in Poland. It's not a holiday in South Africa. So, but give a fuck. Better internet now. Hope you're okay. I can't complain. I mean, it's life. Yes, I can complain, but I don't have any new complaints. So I'll hit you guys up as soon as I have new things to complain about. I just have the old things that I've been complaining about for a really, really, really long time now. Titanic. I will say it doesn't matter if this is... So this is what I spoke about. I've spoken about this so many times. This is why the modern era pisses me the fuck off. If I ask you, right, not to look at this from a sentimental standpoint, just look at it from a value standpoint. Do you believe, in terms of actual value, the Mars Pattern Warlord Titan Laser Blasters is worth $214? Just straight up, a value proposition to you. What is that worth? Think about all the things that you can buy for $214, and then those two weapons. Titanicus Reaver Titan costs 36 pounds. It's not worth it, right? It doesn't matter. Yes, they look really cool, and maybe they are specialty items. It doesn't really matter. The only reason someone would buy this is because, well, there's sentimental value there. And the company knows this. They know that they can get away with charging it. This is why the coming recession is so fucking necessary, because recessions forces people to once again become rational. Because it is highly irrational for you to spend $215 on two fucking guns for a toy. And it is a toy at the end of the day. We can call it whatever it is. It's cool, and I want some of these, but I will not pay this. I refuse to pay $935 for the Chaos Reaver Titan body. Sorry, $1,000 fucking dollars? You can go fuck yourself. It's not worth that. I will not pay that. No matter how much I love this universe, I refuse to pay that. The fact that they're selling it for that means there's people that's willing to pay that for these items. And I truly believe that it is bullshit. I truly believe that this is why we're heading towards a recession. It's not just the fault of the banks and the fault of the fucking politicians. It's the fault of us. We, the consumers, have also completely fucking forgot what rationality is. Forge World to Games Workshop is like Lexus to Toyota. Nixty, how you doing? Forge World is a place for the whales of the game. Yeah, but okay, so you guys do understand what I'm talking about. Jesus, $1,260. You guys do know what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about a principle. It's about the fact that people like this exist. The fact that there are people that is willing to pay things like this. Prices like this for things like this. That's the problem. Because it creates this weird overvalue of things. It's currently happening in the fucking stock market. So I own a number of stocks, right? A number of shares in specifically mining companies. I do like my mining companies. But if I look at every single mining company that I own shares in right now, they're all way overpriced. There are some of these mines that aren't making money at fucking all, right? They're barely breaking even. And yet their share price is at like $200, $300. Where is that value proposition coming from? Who's valuing this stock? Because the stock isn't worth what they're charging for it. Now, I've dumped all of those stocks. I won't buy into mines and shit that I don't agree with. That you cannot afford it. Jake had a cake. It's not that I can't afford it. Well, I can't afford this. So let's just be real about it. But even if I could afford it, I wouldn't pay it. Well, I guess technically speaking, if I really want to get technical, I could buy this. I do have the savings for it. I just won't. I refuse to. Because everything in my life, I work on a value proposition. I look at the thing that I want to buy, and then I say, right, is this thing worth what I'm about to pay for it? And if the answer is no, then I don't want to buy it. I've been needing to buy a fan for about 6 months now. I've wanted to buy a fan. The problem is that all of the fans right now are well overpriced. Like probably double the amount that they were just a year ago. So I don't buy it because I don't agree with the price. I don't agree that it should be that expensive. And I can't buy it because I can't justify the price that I'm about to pay for it. For a Ferrari. Dude, I personally believe that anyone that drives a Ferrari is a fucking dickhead. You don't need a car like that. No one needs a car like that. I don't mind it. Like, look, everyone can waste their money the way that they choose to. It's your money. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm talking about a principle. And I think many people completely miss the fucking point of principle discussions. When you're talking about a principle, you're talking about more than just a singular thing. Okay, so you're not just looking at a Ferrari, for example. Why do people buy Ferraris? Chat, why does anyone buy a Ferrari? Anyone want to wager a guess or maybe give insight into why someone would go out and buy a $1 million Ferrari or whatever? Status, right? That's it. It's a status thing. Yeah, most of you agree with this. 100%. It's a fucking status thing. If you take the price of a Ferrari and you really break it down into its bare components, it's not worth what you're paying for it. Not at all. Considering the fact that on most roads, you're only allowed to drive at the speed limit, you're wasting your fucking money. Because you just bought a car that can go faster than what you're legally allowed to go anyways. So right there, that's a waste of money. Not only that, but I've sat in Ferraris before. They're very uncomfortable. They're not actually the most comfortable cars on the planet. Most of them don't even drive that comfortably. They're quite hard because they're racing cars. That's what they're supposed to be. So they don't drive the most, they're not the most comfortable driving experiences. They're not the most beautiful. Gonna be honest about that, at least for me. And we can all agree that they are grossly overpriced for what you actually get, considering what a car is a tool to get you from point A to point B. That's it. That's what a car is. That's its function. Its function is to get you from point A to point B. Now, do you think there is any difference in the functionality of the thing, right, between a Volkswagen Polo and a Ferrari in its base function? Do you think there is any difference between the two? Oh, Jake, you can call me fat all you want. I don't take offense to shit like that. And you might be correct. It might not be a car. It's not specifically built for the obese, right? Let's be honest about that. But then my cousin who is like a fucking stick, also don't like it. It's just not really a comfortable car to be in. It's beautiful and the status is there, but it's not, it's not built for its comfort. It's built for its status. It's built for driving fast, which of course it can. It drives very fast. But considering what the base function of a car is, a Ferrari is overkill. You do not want or need a Ferrari for the base function of what a car should be. This is my problem with modern day consumerism. We have a system that's been created by corporations and the government, because they're basically one thing these days. We have a system that's basically convinced the public, the consumers, that more is always better. You have to buy, you have to compete, you have to always be next in line. I'll tell you guys a quick story of something like this playing out right now in my neighborhood, right? This area, thank you so much for the tier ones up, really appreciate that. 3 months in a row, 9 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you. My neighbors, right? The guy across the road just recently redid his driveway. There was nothing wrong with his driveway, nothing. Every single person in my complex have the exact same driveway. There's nothing wrong with it. But the guy redid his driveway because, I guess he wanted to be different. So my neighbor, the guy that literally lives just next to me, but right opposite the guy that redid his driveway, 2 months later, he's redoing his driveway too. Why? Again, we come back to there is nothing functionally wrong with the driveways at all. In fact, most of the driveways in the complex, if not all, I think was redid about 2 years ago. So it wasn't redone because they, needed to fix them. They were redone because they wanted to look different. They wanted to have the status of saying, look at me, I have a beautiful driveway. And you guys don't, because you all have a bog standard one. We've been deceived into believing that our role in society is to consume without questioning what it is we buy. Now, again, I want to be clear. I don't judge anyone for buying anything that their heart desires. It's your fucking money. You can do whatever you want. The issue is that if enough people follow the idiotic spending that we have these days, everyone else suffers. Because when companies realize that they can get away with selling something for 3 times the price, you bet your ass they're going to sell it for 3 times the price. Which then means that you and I, that maybe don't want to spend that amount of money, but we need to because we need the thing, are now forced to spend 3 times the amount of money because there are idiots out there that is willing to pay that amount. That's my issue. That's where I take issue with the morons in our society. Function as in a form function, design principles. A Ferrari isn't a utility. You don't buy it to commute. It's surplus. Its function is to make money, to make more for more people, seeing it and having new demands. Wait, I take some issue with what you said there, Maria, because its function is to make money. What do you mean when you say its function is to make money? But there are rich people. Yeah, of course there's rich people. And there's nothing wrong with people being rich. You're more than welcome to be rich. But there's something very interesting. So one of my favorite people in the whole world is a man by the name of Warren Buffett. Most of you should know him. The dude is like, I think in his 90s at this point. And he is stupidly rich, right? Warren Buffett is a fucking genius when it comes to the markets. Very rich guy. He drives the exact same, I think he drives a Volvo, and he's driven it for 8 years now. And he's always done this. He buys normal cars and he drives them until the wheels come off. He doesn't waste his money. He lives in a pretty standard house. He doesn't live very wealthy. Not to say that he lives poor, because obviously he doesn't. He can afford to have a nice house and drive a decent car, but he doesn't throw his money around. He doesn't waste his money. The other guy that I really like is Munger, Charlie Munger, who's his business partner. And I wish sometimes that more people would be like that, rational and self-interested. Like, you can look after yourself, of course, but you have to be rational about it. Because the thing we have these days, dude, it's not working. I think we can all agree that the current system is not working for most people. And the reason it's not working for most people is because we have this system that is basically created to make people poorer. That's it. That's literally what the system does. It makes everyone poorer and poorer and fucking poorer. You dyed your hair, or is it my screen? I don't dye my hair, Gilgamesh. What are you talking about? So, I don't dye my hair ever. Not my hair, not my beard. So yeah. Fresh favorites. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's growing out, right? I think it's busy growing out. That's probably why it's doing that. But I mean, yeah, I don't dye my hair. I can't be fucked with that shit. Thank you very much, Jake. I really appreciate that. I'm from South Africa, Jake. That's actually something I wanted to watch you. I wanted to show you guys this. It's only like half an hour, but it's interesting at least. Yeah, man, I watch you on YouTube. Good wild lore content, fresh favorites. Thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, where we get into all manner of fucking weird shit. Lost from what it looks like. It's not gonna stay that way for long. Stay what way for long? Ballistic. King Julian, how you doing, brother? Much of the DF pre-patch hit or no? No, I don't even have WoW installed at the minute, bro. I have to install WoW because I do want to play the pre-patch. It's just, yeah, I haven't installed it yet, dude. I'm not balding. Oh my fuck, you guys are being morons. I'm not balding. No one in my family is bald, so I don't know how the fuck that would even work. Will I be the first bald person in the history of my family? That's not how that works. As far as I know, it's very hereditary. It runs in the family. No one in my family is bald, so I don't think I'm gonna be bald either. Yeah, I hate my chat sometimes. I hate you guys. I love you, but I also hate you. Because you guys are fucking morons, is what you are. No, I'm 37. Into terms with that. Can't wait to see what cinematic we get today for Dragonflight. Oh, yeah, there's a new cinematic coming. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Ooh. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, are you guys interested? I don't think you guys care about this. Probably not going to show you this. Never mind. Because it's just... Yeah, it's about Eskom. Ariana, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's not bad, actually. I wouldn't mind if I was going fucking bald. Like, that wouldn't give... I wouldn't give a shit about that. But I'm not going bald. That's what I mind. Is when people say, oh my god, Akalon, you're going bald. It's like, no, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? But if I was actually going bald, it wouldn't bother me. I'll just shave my head, and that'd be the end of it. No, I have not, Zete. Why? Oh, God, all other streamers have this chat, right? Where chat supports them, and chat's friendly, and chat's nice, and chat makes jokes, and all that shit. And then I have this chat where chat just fucking insults me the whole time. I don't understand. What the fuck went wrong? You grow your hair long and LARP is Asmongold? Oh, for the love of fuck. I don't want long hair either. Go fuck yourselves. I'm pretty damn sure I said you look fucking sexy. Dedrick, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think you're lying, but, you know, I do appreciate it. You read Asmongold's chat, mate? Who the fuck can read Asmongold's chat? What are you talking about? You haven't even read Asmongold's chat. Don't lie to me. Don't like, fuck, here's chat all pretending like, oh yeah, I can read his chat. No problem with that. Like, get fucked. I have lots of chat for 40 people. Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of DJs. This is the only time they get to speak. They're banned everywhere else. So that's why they're just chatting. Yeah, Asmongold's chat is fucking... It's cancerous. It's what it is. Looking at that chat, and I've done that before, where I'll watch Asmongold's stream, and then I'll look at his chat, and I'll be like, dude, how the fuck? Like, how the fuck do you read that? It is so fast. It is so fast. There's so much shit going on. I don't know where to fucking start with that. Like, I can catch sentences, and I guess it comes with practice. You learn after a while. You see something and you go. But if you look at Asmongold as well, the way he replies, it's almost never like replying to the full thing. It's usually just replying to a couple of words in the sentence. Moist Critical is what like this as well, yes. Quick Maru, how you doing, bro? The thing is, everyone wants to be heard. Yeah, but I think that's the nice thing about Twitch. You start off, you're gonna have a relatively small stream, right? All new streamers will have a small stream, but small streams help with creating sort of relationships, right? The streamer gets to know their viewers, the viewers get to know the streamer, everyone hangs out, everyone fucking chats around. It's all good fun, and people start to feel like they're friends. And then the stream, hopefully, if you're doing the right things, the stream starts growing, and it reaches a certain point where you'll see that a lot of the people that were there at the beginning start dropping out. And I'm pretty sure in this chat we have people like this that used to follow someone, and when their streams got really big, they left and they started watching someone smaller again. They didn't stick around for the really big streamer, because the reason they were in the stream in the first place is dead now. You know, they wanted to be there because they wanted to chat to the streamer. The issue is the streamer is now so big that the streamer can no longer really chat to chat. The streamer is chatting at chat, which is the fundamental difference. But in that, there comes, you know, new things that you enjoy. So, for example, if you look at Asmongold's chat, you can just look at the emotes and you'll see how chat sometimes, you know, makes their own fun in the stream. So there's other reasons for big chats, but a lot of people will sort of keep moving to smaller streamers just because they like that. They don't like the big shit. What happens when you get to 5k plus viewers? How will you reply to us accusing you of breaking your promise of playing horror games in VR? Thromka, I will say the exact same thing to you then as I will to you now. Go fuck yourself. I will never promise to that, and you have not provided any evidence to the fucking contrary. Modwell, I will say yes and no. Because there are streamers that I would say build zero rapport with their chat in any way, shape, or form. There are streamers out there when I can't watch their streams. Just gonna be honest with you. There are streamers where I can't watch it because the streamer never looks at chat. The streamer never fucking pays attention. Like, chat is saying things, and the streamer pretends like chat is dead. The only time streamer will react is if someone donates, and even then it's usually just like one word, which is very, very weird to me. And they seem to be doing fucking good, right? There's so many fucking streamers that's really good at it. They have thousands of viewers, but it's like, chat, who gives a shit? What's the juice like in South Africa? Do you have to order some online life? Some online like we do in some parts of the US. Fresh favorites? Oh, vape juice. There are vaping stores. So, for example, this juice I bought from a vape shop. It's called DIY Vape. I bought this from a shop. But you can order online too. I saw a report the other day. 70% of the entire vape industry is online. Only 30% is, brick and mortar stores. In the chat, really easy though, Akko. I have no problem with it whatsoever. King Julian, I think you're fucking lying. Mordwell, I do have to say though, a lot of the time, it's the hot tub streamers and the bikini streamers that don't give a fuck about chat. But there are some dudes as well. Like, Hassan is a good example of this. Where... I wouldn't say Hassan is probably the best example of this, because there are bigger or better examples. But you do get streamers where you look at the chat and you just think, this guy hates his chat. Like, he really, if he could, he would just not look at chat at all, ever. And yet, what do? This chat is part of it. There's nothing you can do about it. Bother with ordering online? It depends. So, for example, this I order online because none of the shops carry this. It's C-cell, so it's ceramic cores. And most of the shops that, at least here, sell the mesh coils, not the ceramic ones. And I hate the mesh ones. So this I have to order online. But everything else I just buy from the store because it's fucking easier. Dead Rec has been following Akko for 2 years, 1 month, and 16 hours. Jesus. I make my own? Dude, how do you make your own? What? What makes you think I'm lying, Akko? What evidence of this do you have? All right, chat. Who of you think King Julian is lying about literally everything? In the chat, though, just to insult them. But it's like, yeah, but that's what I mean. You get the feeling like some streamers hate their chat. Some streamers absolutely despise their chat. There's VG and PG. I don't know what that means, though. I don't know anything about vaping outside of just the fact that I vape. Whenever I need something, I just go to the store and I explain to them this is what I need, and they give it to me. I've made zero effort to try and learn anything when it comes to vaping, because I'm not into vaping. Like, whenever I go to the vape shop here, they have these couches, this entire vape lounge where people can sit and watch TV and shit. And every single time I go there, they're like, oh my god, yeah, come sit down, come have a drink with us. I'm like, no, just the juice, please. And then I get the juice and I fuck off. And every single time I walk in there, the guy wants me to taste like something new and he's working on a new thing. And I'm just like, no, thanks, I'm good. Just give me my juice, I'll leave. I get annoyed when they keep asking me to do stuff with them. I'm like, bro, I just need the nicotine in this thing. I don't give a fuck about the lifestyle. Take your vaping lifestyle and fucking shove it. Just give me the fucking juice. That's all I care about. I just need to be smoking something. That's it. Knocking is full of shit 100% of the time. Lol. No one would think I'm lying, Akko, because I never lie. And yet everyone thinks you're lying. I wanted to show you guys this because it's something that affects all of us. I don't know if you guys are going to care about this, but even if you don't care about it, it's only half an hour. So it should be over soon and then we can do more fun things. But yeah, it's not good news, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that follow me and that enjoy the streams, there are some bad times fucking ahead. It's about Eskom and the actual state of Eskom. So if you're from South Africa, you'll find this enlightening if you're from South Africa. If you're not from South Africa and you just like watching the streams, if I just disappear within the next 6 months or so, you know why, right? My power's off. No one killed me. I wasn't assassinated. It's just my country ran out of fucking power. And that's it. I know so many people ask me about this, so that's why I decided to share this with you today. So strap the fuck in. Go
In
for
today's
it,
big
bro.
interview, we talk with KW Miller about Eskom.
That's an American guy, though, I believe.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Miller. Your YouTube videos that you've been compiling about Eskom, quite dramatic. Certainly one of them went pretty viral, and it's very outspoken. Of course, when I told the business community that I would be talking with you,
Domak? I don't know. No. This guy is South African. The guy that's speaking right now is South African. But I think I've seen this guy before, and I'm pretty sure he's American. I might be wrong, but I've seen this guy in the top right corner there before, and I think I saw him speaking on some, like, CNN or Fox News or some bullshit. I don't know. One of the fucking news networks in the US. He was speaking about that shit. Yes, my first language is Afrikaans. I'm English second language. This is about Eskom. So, backstory for those of you that don't know what Eskom is. Eskom is the provider of all electricity in my country. You can't get electricity anywhere if it's not from Eskom. So, this is the company that is basically the reason for all the blackouts and shit.
Not surprisingly, some of them went online, found out stuff about you, threw it back at me and said, why are you talking to this crazy guy? Do you get that much?
Well, we'll call it the cabal.
Yeah, that's
always
American
pushes
as fuck.
back against truth and justice. So that's not to be unexpected, Alec.
And just so that we can put it in perspective, there was a website called rightwingwatch.org. I'm sure you've read all about it. It had a full go at you when you stood for Parliament or for American as an independent candidate in Florida in July 2020. Is there anything in there or that affects the message that we're going to be talking about in a moment?
Nothing. Right Wing Watch is funded by George Soros and that crowd. So. When you do the things I do globally, and you push back against the socialist
All right, Cookie, see you in a bit, bro.
You push back against the green,
bro.
Which is basically what we'll talk about today.
Yeah, he ran for some kind of, I think, Congress, like an independent Congress, in Florida, is at least what this guy said, and he didn't correct him, so I'm assuming that's right.
Which is basically being pushed onto South Africa. And other, what we'll call conservative agendas, you're going to be attacked. So I'm attacked globally for what I do. It's just part of the business.
So what do you do?
I restructure energy companies and sovereign debt. I restructure anything to do with energy industrial assets for governments, for creditors, for all stakeholders. It could be any.
I'm pretty sure he's not restructuring South Africa.
And are there any you can tell us about that you have done?
I think today's date would be too long. I would suggest people, if they want to know more about what I do, go to our portal, CRO Advisors, or go to LinkedIn or others, and you'll see a plethora of data, articles, analysis, prior work, other things. So that I've been doing this 30 years. I've been out there for a long time. So there's nothing, there's no secret per se in what I do. The clientele and how we do it, that's a different story. That is confidential in many cases, but when you deal with something like an Eskom in such a global...
So, Ariana, you wouldn't say that if you lived in South Africa, because in South Africa, Eskom is government owned. It's not owned by the private sector. There is zero private involvement in Eskom. It is the reason you don't want something as necessary as power in the hands of government. Something wrong? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Is corruption. State-owned utilities are ripe for corruption. Anyone that wants to make any money will do so through government. And whenever government owns things like this, it's so easy for corruption to start spreading. And Eskom, here's the fucking... If I can give you guys just like a quick brief history here. In 1998, Eskom won the international award for best run power utility in the world. Like other nations like the UK, European nations, even America, companies in these nations came to South Africa to learn from Eskom how to run a power utility. That is how well that industry was run. Corruption, just 30 years later, it is now it's an absolute fucking shithole of a company. I mean, the company is falling apart, and hopefully they'll talk about some of the shit, but in terms of debt, the company is more than $1 trillion in debt. If you take all of its debt and all the money that it needs over the next, like, say, year or two, it's over $1 trillion. It's a fuck up. That makes a lot of sense with the shit we have with PG&E here. I personally am a huge fan of private companies. The thing where I want the government is to ensure that no private company becomes a monopoly. I believe, what's his name again? He was a comedian. He died. Oh my God, what's his name? He was an older comedian, but like a fucking proper, like, political analyst comedian type. Oh my God, what was his name again? George Carlin. That's the one. Yes. George Carlin said it best. When you look at what government does, all the things that matter, like all of the important corporations, consolidate their power more and more under government. So if you look in the US, for example, if you want a health insurer, there's usually just one or two. If you want insurance, there's usually one or two. If you want internet, there's usually one or two companies. Not much competition. If you want a candy bar, there's 50 of them. So that you can feel like, oh my God, I have all this choice. But really, you don't have any choice. Because with the government's help, these companies consolidate their power so they can basically do whatever the fuck they want, and you can do nothing about it. You just have to be fine with whatever the fuck they give you.
Public problem. You're dealing with a cornucopia of predators from around the world.
Eddie Barbosa, thanks for the deal and sub, dude. 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you.
World. And the easiest way to say that is
Snobby, how you doing, bro?
South Africa and Eskom owe people a lot of money, and that's why I'm here.
Well, we know from the medium-term budget presentation last week that there's 400 billion rands in debt, which South African taxpayers are going to be taking over, something like 130
It's more than
billion
400 billion, I'm pretty sure.
Rand, into the pool that Treasury has to look after.
You mean, what do we do about this? Jake, I don't know. Because the thing is, in my estimation, government should always be viewed as the enemy of the people. This is how I view governments. I believe that government fundamentally is the enemy of the people and should be treated as such. That doesn't mean that the people and the government should be at war with each other. It simply means that people should be incredibly skeptical of government at all times. Because usually what government wants and what the people want isn't aligned. Almost never does those two things align. Because government is filled with people that look out for themselves. Let's take a very simple example here. Every nation in the world has something akin to a poverty department. Every nation in the world, right? A department within government that looks after the poor people. Every government in the world has a different name for this department, but every government has one. Yet, every country in the world struggles with poverty. And what is sort of weird is that the war against poverty doesn't actually lift more people out of poverty in these countries. Now, the obvious thing that most people blame is, oh my God, yeah, capitalism, that's the issue. But no one ever looks at the source. No one ever goes to the reason for a lot of this poor people and a lot of this poverty. If you look at government, so you have a department whose job it is to eradicate poverty. But there's a problem. if the department eradicated poverty, there would be no work for the department left. So all of those people that has a job now, their job is to eradicate poverty. If they actually did their job, they wouldn't have a job. Because why the fuck would you have a department of poverty if you don't have poor people? I mean, that would be the quintessential definition of wasteful spending. You have a department that takes salaries, but they have no job because you have no poor people. So that department has an incentive to help the poor, but not to eradicate poverty. So poverty needs to exist because I want a job, I need to pay my shit, but then also at the same time, I need to help the poor. More often than not, whenever they help the poor, they actually help the poor from bad to worse. Because this just means that they can get even more fucking money, right?
Why do you think it's coming at this point? And we'll talk in more detail about the way that you've analyzed that the debt is far larger than 400 billion. But why would the South African government at this point in time be making these kind of utterances?
Well, look, Alex, I think you have to address it from 2 points. One is, three actually. One is the debt is much higher. Would you like me to talk about the real debt now, or would you like to hold off on that? We can get into it now.
In a minute. Just the timing of because they've kicked the can down the road for must be 15 years now, and suddenly we now see that the ANC government is starting.
Zigzags, no, it can't be applied to doctors and pharmacists and police. Because you live in a society where there's always going to be a need for police. If the police does its job, yes, the police's job then becomes to ensure that poverty or crime remains low. So let's say the police is doing their job perfectly and there's almost no crime. Well, you're not just going to tell the police, well, fuck off now, we don't have crime. It means the police is working. When crime is committed, the police stops it and therefore you have not more crime perpetuating it. So the police is doing its job, but that is an ongoing job. Doctors, for example, does the same kind of thing. Diseases are always going to exist. So even if the doctors solve the issue, right? So cure people of their diseases, people are still going to get sick. So a doctor just doing their job well just means that less people die as a result of the diseases that is already there. Now, if you were to say that I can draw the same conclusions to pharmaceutical companies, I would absolutely agree with you. And I know that is true. I have a friend. I told you guys about this before. My friend is a microbiologist that works for one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the UK. She's one of the leading researchers on Spanish influenza, the flu, right? One of the leading researchers. And so one day, in my ignorance, I ask her, so when are we getting a cure for the flu? And she's like, what cure? We're not working on a cure. I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, no, we're studying treatment. I'm like, wait, so you guys don't want to cure? She's like, no, there's no money in curing it. The money is in treating it. We don't study for a cure. I'm like, okay, but what happens if you accidentally discover a cure? She's like, no, if we accidentally discover a cure, we probably have to publish it and we'll have to make that vaccine or make that medication because, it's done, but we never go there. So as soon as they get onto some kind of research that could lead to a cure, that stops. They don't want to cure jack shit. The pharmaceutical companies just want to treat. Curing, there's no money in curing it. There's money in treating it, which is also a bonkers thing that I don't know how we fix this. I don't know how we fix this. Because on the one hand, you could say, well, it should be in the hands of government, but then you end up with the exact same problem because government is the same thing. It's still filled with people that is going to look out only for themselves. But if you keep it in the private sector, you have fucking individuals that just wants to make as much money as possible. And this means that you're never getting cures for things that should already have been cured. We could probably cure a lot more diseases if more people cared about it. I know for a fact, so my brothers, I'm lucky in this regard that I'm situated in this. My brothers do data analysis for massive corporations, some mines, some international mines, and then also some pharmaceutical companies. One of their pharmaceutical companies is a very large company. I won't say who because I'm not actually, I think, supposed to know any of this, but they were told straight up by this company that one of the guys that they work with, it's a guy that broke off and started his own pharmaceutical company. This guy broke away and to start his own pharmaceutical company because he discovered, I kid you not, he discovered a cure for the flu. And I fucking shit you not. It's 3 injections. It's a vaccine. 3 injections, you'll never get the flu ever again. Just that's it. He looked for funding to ensure, to do trials. They said no. We won't give you funding for trials. It was like, dudes, I mean, this is a vaccine for the flu. Considering the fact that there are about, I think 600,000 human beings that die every year of the flu, this is a good thing. No? And they're like, yeah, but we're not giving you funding for a human trial. He broke off, he started his own company, he found the funding privately to start doing the human trials. They would not give him a license. The medical board would not give him a license for medical trials because his vaccine comes in 3 doses. And at the time, the rule was that a vaccine must be in 1 dose. You can't have multiple doses. Now, since COVID, they've changed that rule. You can have as many doses as you want of a vaccine. But because his vaccine came in 3 doses and not in 1, they wouldn't give him the license. And this is, again, from the horse's mouth, right? This is the people that actually work with this shit. So, yeah, they're not in the business of curing us. They're in the business of keeping us sick, but at least being able to treat us. You're onto something here, Akko? Something wrong? Yeah, well, I don't trust jack shit of anything, bro. Just think of the overpopulation. If we find cures for most illnesses, phrase favorites. So I don't believe in the overpopulation myth. But not at all. I don't think we have a problem with overpopulation. If anything, if you look throughout the world has a massive problem with underpopulation. Almost every country in the world is starting to collapse as a result of its demographics. The US is probably the only country in the world that doesn't have a demographic crisis. China has a massive demographic crisis. Europe is in terminal decline due to its demographics. Because most people don't understand the fundamental concept of economics. Most people don't understand that if most of the people in your country is old and close to retirement, the economy dies. If you have more people that retire than you have people that is working, the economy dies. It's as simple as that. The old people die because you need the young people to, first and foremost, keep shit going, but then also enough young people to keep things growing. Because if economy doesn't grow, an economy dies as well. So we have a severe problem of underpopulation, not overpopulation, despite what the myths would have you believe. If you look at all of the data, the Earth can sustain, currently, as things stand, I think up to 13 billion humans. Like that's what the Earth could, with today's technology, the Earth could sustain up to 13 billion human beings before we would start running into severe fucking shortages. That's with today's technology. If you imagine the technology keeps getting better, by the time we reach 13 billion, technology would probably be at the point where we can sustain far more than that. That's not even to speak about people like Elon Musk that wants to go off-world and shit, right? Which would mean that humanity can probably grow exponentially at that point. So I do think that most of our problems can be solved through technology. But to start saying that, yeah, human beings should have less children, to start saying that there are too many human beings on the planet is a dangerous thing, because if you don't have enough humans, eventually you die. Eventually your species dies out. If every country would use Dutch greenhouse technology, the food amount in the world could sustain an insane amount of people. I recently learned that Dutch farmers is among the best farmers in the world. I didn't even know that. In a perfect world where the technology could be used fair and properly, it's always there's always gonna be downsides to everything, and I understand all sides of this debate. Just to be clear, Shashi, how you doing? It's the other way around. There are negative birth rates throughout the world. Yeah, I mean, we're literally dying as a species. One thing that I really dislike, though, there's this would you guys say that lions are bad for the earth? Like, just in general, would you say that lions are bad for the earth? Would you say gorillas or chimpanzees or monkeys are bad for the earth? Probably the answer is also no, right? They're also not bad for the earth. Then why are humans bad for the earth? We're animals too. And in many ways we exist in the exact same way as every other animal exists within our nature. We were birthed on this planet. We survived because we adapted to it, the same way that every other animal does. We are an exact result of this planet. All of its resources shaped us to be the way that we are now. So the argument that we are some kind of extraterrestrial threat to this earth, I don't quite agree with, because if that is true, then somehow we're different to all of the other animals. But we're not. We're a part of it. We play our role within this ecosystem the same as every other animal does. Now, the thing that separates us from the animals is our ability to change our environments, right? We have the ability to change our environments either for good or bad. And I do think that as you look at human beings, as we start doing better, we do start to care about things like the environment. We do start to care about things like sustainability. But to make the claim that we are just bad for the earth would be similar to making the claim that lions are bad for the earth because they eat young deer. Saying, no. A lion acts exactly the way that it evolved to act. Human beings act exactly the way that they evolved to act. We're no more special than the lion. We perform our function within the society. When you look at beavers fucking screw the environment in so many ways in the short term, only to really help the environment in the long term. If you look at beavers, they build dams. They can kill off entire portions of an ecosystem just by their dams, just changing the direction the rivers flow. And they do this all the fucking time. No one says, well, we need to kill all the beavers because, they're fucking up the flow of rivers. This is just their natural thing. It's what they do. Because thanks to the redirection of rivers, new areas start to develop and start to gain, just blossom into, more diverse areas where life finds a way. So at the end of the day, we're very similar to beavers and to lions. We're just all of those things in once. We can transform areas of our existence and areas of our environment to our liking. Now, I'm with everyone that wants cleaner energy, that wants a cleaner world. And I think even if you ask the most staunch, hardcore anti-green person, look, do you think the air should be clean or do you want the air to be dirty? Even the person that hates the fucking green thing will be like, no, I think the air should be clean, right? Because we all want to breathe clean air. What I don't like about the green movement isn't the fact that they want to go green. I'm all for going green. I don't like the fact that they hate humans so much. Because why? We're an animal, the same as every other animal. We act exactly to our nature. It's what we do. Big and Wrong, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Really enjoyed your reaction to Dragonfly Short. Can't wait for the Deathwing and Ethereum ones. Dude, you and me both. You and me fucking both. Think of it this way, Akko. Animals give and take based on the trophical chain. Humans take more than they give to the Earth. We're out of balance because we don't have any other superior link than the Earth itself through natural calamities. Ace the base, I don't necessarily agree with that take. That humans take more than what they give. I don't agree with that. I don't think that is empirically true. I think because, again, it's true if you look at only one aspect, or if you narrow the scope so much that you can sort of prove that, right? But there are bacterias that exist on this earth that can only exist because of human beings. Bacteria that live in our hair, bacteria that live on our skin, bacteria that live in our stomachs, that can survive in literally no other host. It will not survive in any other host. It only survives because of us. Okay? That's life. That's our contribution to society. There are more... I believe that there are more things that we contribute that is almost not trackable, if that makes sense. Because we exist in a very chaotic system. The idea that you can predict what is going to happen in a chaotic sense, like in a chaotic system, is almost like bonkers to me. Because you have this giant system where anything can change at any time. To predict what would actually happen in that system is nigh impossible, in my opinion, at least.
Appears to be grasping some kind of nettle.
Okay, let's get to the facts. Eskom's real debt, and we'll talk about that in a minute, is over 75% of South Africa's total debt. Eskom is South Africa.
Dude, that's fucking wild.
So when you look at South Africa from a credit point of view, or from a country risk...
Dude, did you guys hear that? One company, one state-owned company in South Africa is 75% of all of our fucking debt. Ah, fuck.
Point of view, Eskom and South Africa are one. That's a fact. Now, number two, putting some portion of Eskom's debt on South Africa's treasury balance sheet is nothing more than a shell game. It's irrelevant to the problems on the ground and the problems financially in the global capital markets. Because at the end of the day, we already look at South Africa and Eskom as one debt bubble, okay? And so whether you move the debt to Eskom, to South Africa Treasury, or to some other, government guaranteed entity, it's all one piece of debt. And the reality of that, Alec, is that South Africa on paper is technically insolvent when you do the math, and we can talk about that.
Fuck!
So are you saying that Eskom and South Africa are one because so much of the Eskom debt is government guaranteed?
It's government guaranteed, and it's a government and parastatal entity. And it's 100% dependent on government handout.
So
it is
shell game.
It is South Africa.
I want to
There
cry.
are no other funding mechanisms for Eskom in the markets. Eskom is, for all practical purposes, dead in the capital markets. They cannot borrow anywhere in the capital markets today. They have to go to the South Africa Treasury. The South Africa Treasury has to come to the global capital markets to borrow its money through South African bonds. And so it's one, for all practical purposes. It's very important for your viewers to understand. There is no Eskom borrowing, and it's all one big credit bubble. We look at it together as one massive credit risk.
So the shell game that you're talking about,
Dude, and there's people in this country that put up ads that go proudly South African, be hyped for the future, be positive about the future. Together we can do this. And then you hear things like this and you're like, how the fuck? How the fuck are we going to do this? Like, what are you guys talking about? What future? As far as I can tell, the future seems fucked.
Heard last week from the finance minister, and in the medium-term budget, was actually just shifting deck chairs in a way, in that this is government debt anyway. With
pretty
Eskom.
much.
There's no way that that debt will not be repaid by the sovereign. So to just shift it from one part to another part it was all going to be taxpayer funded in the end.
That's exactly right. You just hit the nail on the head. The short answer, Alec, is the 8% of South Africans that actually pay tax, they pay 80% of the taxes, are basically being asked to pay.
Did you guys hear that? Because I'm part of that fucking group. 8%. 8%. 8. Not 80, not 18. 8% of the entire population of South Africa pays 80% of the taxes in South Africa. And I'm part of that fucking 8%. I pay so much in tax, you guys have no fucking idea. I hate paying taxes because they tax everything.
100% of the Eskom debt via the South African Treasury for all practical purposes. So remember, South Africa has a very small tax base and it has a massive debt. So when you look at the numbers, it's inverted. South Africa, for all practical purpose, like I said to you, and I'll go through the numbers with you if you'd like.
There's actually something worse about this, and I'm giving all of you guys now a bit of a South African lesson here, but, you know, hopefully you don't mind too much. You hear so often about your country sucking, so I'm happy to report from South Africa. Things are fucked here too. But, so, the South African population is 60 million. There's about 60 million people that live in South Africa. Of that 60 million, 22 million live on government handouts. 22 million people live on checks from the state. They don't have jobs. They don't work. We have an unemployment rate of functionally over 30%. I think it's 34%. If you include people that are no longer looking for work, it's closer to 46% of the population that is unemployed. The government, so in terms of people that work for the government, it's over 2.5 million people that work for the government. So those people should be included in the list of people that get money from the bank or from the government, right? And all of those people, literally every single one of them, is supported by 8% of the population. Just 8. Because in South Africa, you do not pay taxes on anything under 5,560 Rand per month. If you earn under 5,560 Rand, which in dollar terms is about $300 a month, you don't pay taxes. So the vast majority of people in South Africa work for less than $300 a month. Therefore, they don't pay taxes. They get free healthcare. Well, I say free healthcare. They get state-owned healthcare, which is very bad. Like, seriously, you don't want to go to a state-owned hospital unless you want to die. You could do that, right? How do you live off that? So, rough. People that earn that much usually live off of a staple diet of pap, which is a starch source. It's maize meal. I don't know how to... So, you know corn on a cob? If you... Well, what do they call it? If you mull it, if you crush cornmeal. Yeah, it's effectively cornmeal. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So they live off cornmeal. It's their staple food. And that's cheap because that's government subsidized. The government pays like a giant amount of money into that. And in 2009, the government actually forced the cornmeal manufacturers to start adding vitamins and stuff into the maize meal. Because so many people only live off of that they needed to start adding vitamins and minerals into it to ensure that people would at least get some vitamins and minerals out of their pap or out of their maize meal that they eat every day. So if you live just like that and you get free housing because the government provides houses to everyone, you live for free, you get free electricity, you get free water. It's not a good living. You're still very poor, but you can at least survive.
South Africa is viewed in the capital markets as it's a debtor nation for sure, but it's insolvent on paper. Now, does that mean that the South African Treasury won't be able to continue to?
Ace the base, no, they can. Because in 2016, one of the government officials were caught for corruption. There was a massive case against him for corruption. And he basically said the following. He said, I did not struggle all of those years just to be poor. That was his defense for why he's corrupt. Simple as that. I fought against the apartheid government. I struggled against the apartheid government. Now it's my turn to be rich. So fuck everyone, right? Fuck the people. Fuck the poor. I want to be rich. And this is my just desserts. I deserve to be rich. And if those riches come at the expense of other people, fuck them, right? I don't care. So many people around the world have that mental attitude. The problem is, so I don't necessarily, I take a different stance than most people in South Africa, because most people will wash their hands of the whole thing. When you speak to a lot of white people, they'll be like, well, yeah, it's their fault. They keep voting for the ANC, so, fuck them. If they keep voting for the ANC, they can be poor, because technically speaking, they're not wrong. The majority is black in South Africa, and the majority of black people still vote for the ANC. So, they argue, let them get it. I don't agree with these people, because there's a fundamental disconnect in the way that they think about the world. What happens when poor people get so poor that they can no longer see a future? What usually fucking happens then? They start taking from the rich. This has happened all throughout history. When poor people get so poor that they can no longer fucking survive, they start taking from the rich. So the attitude, yeah, fuck them. They vote for the ANC. Let them fucking die. It's like, dude, they're going to take your shit. They are going to take your shit, because when you're hungry and you're destitute and you don't see a future, you no longer give a fuck whether it's this guy's fault or that guy's fault or whose fucking fault it is. Someone else has something and you have nothing. Therefore, you will take from the person that has something. The right way to have done this is, if you have a farm, then maybe go to the locals and say, right, I'm going to give you guys 10% of my farm, and I'm going to teach you how to farm so that you guys can farm as well, sell your goods, and help yourselves out of poverty. Or if you can't do that, maybe put up a school where the children of that community can go to school for free, get a high level of education, and then, they can work it back to you after they finish school so they can have prospects in this life. That is what I believe is the right way to approach things. It's not just about, well, I'm not to blame. I'm making money, but it's not my fault. I'm not the government. That doesn't mean anything when people have reached the end of their fucking rope. Because at that point, you're not going to argue with the mob. When the mob comes to take your farm, it's not going to help that you stand there and go, guys, I'm not the government. I didn't do any of this. They're not going to go, oh yeah, he's right. Let's go to the next farm. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to be like, shut the fuck up, kill you, and then take your shit. Because they're hungry. They're tired. They're destitute. They just want to fucking live. So at the end of the day, you should have looked out for these people, because that is the way that you ensure that those same people don't come and take your shit, because you're helping them out of poverty. The problem in South Africa is that everyone lives in their own little bubble. Every single South African lives just here, right? I'll do what is best for me. Fuck everyone else. It's like, well, that is such a bad choice for you. I'm not asking you to be nice. I'm not asking you to give out of the goodness of your heart. I'm asking you to give from a very selfish place. I don't want to lose my shit, and therefore I will give so that people don't take my fucking shit. It's as simple as that. But most people in South Africa don't have that mindset. We have this bonkers fucking mindset of, not my fucking problem. So, okay, I don't know if that's going to work with the mob, but let's see how it goes for you, right? I'm 100% with you. Schools, education, it's the most urgent and basic need for change. Oh yeah, 100%. If shit hits the fan, you don't public face of the government. That's true though. The French Revolution is a nice example of how mobs react when pushed to the limit. Yeah, exactly. The problem is just that the rich never think of this. You have mines in South Africa, right, that earn billions upon billions of rands every single year. Their CEOs get paid hundreds of thousands of rands every single year, right? These people are dollar millionaires. None of them make any effort to try and better the communities in which they're situated. Their argument is that we're paying taxes, and yes, they're paying a shit ton of taxes. But when you know that the government isn't doing jack shit, then it's almost on you to go, okay, wait, I'm making a lot of money here. I want to kind of be sure that no one takes my shit though. So let me take some of these millions of dollars in profit and put up some schools, help with the local infrastructure, maybe help with the local economy, get people working. Because number one, that's going to lead to higher educated labor for me at the mine. And I could come up with some really cool ways of incentivizing this. So for example, you pay for their schooling. After they finish school, they have a choice. They can go to university on a bursary that you supply. If they finish that, they have to work for you for 5 years for a salary. So you're not enslaving them. They still get their salary, but they have to work back the loan, so to speak, that you gave them. And this gives you labor, and you know that they're educated because you controlled the school in which they were educated. You controlled the university that they went to. So you know that you're getting very highly educated people to work your mines. Why is this a bad thing? Why does no one fucking think of this? Everyone just thinks of themselves. It fucking annoys me to no end, because that to me is the way that you should be. And it's not about being a bleeding heart and, thinking or caring about other people. I don't give a fuck about other people. I give a fuck about me. And because I give a fuck about me, I know that poverty is a threat to me. It's a threat. Because the poor people are not going to be reasoned with when they reach the end of their fucking rope. And I don't want to reach that point. So maybe I should help them now so that I don't get fucked in the future. But everyone just thinks now. I want all the profits now. And fuck them. In many ways, a lot of South Africans deserve what is about to happen to them. It sounds miserable. It sounds horrible what I'm saying. But in many ways, a lot of South Africans deserve what is about to happen.
Borrow? No. There's always a lender for,
Very
for crazy
true.
interest rates and for emerging market debt. But the problem now is South Africa's tax base is so low and is so damaged, and the infrastructure is falling apart, that investors are now understanding that they can't continue. They can't continue with the bottomless pit, and that is the fundamental reality of South Africa today. And it's a sad statement. It pains me to say it. I love South Africa, but the reason I'm also involved is because we need to fix this problem.
Ace the base, absolutely. Can you imagine if you have an entire village that knows what you did for them, that knows that you are the reason that their children are going to school, getting a great fucking education? Can you imagine the amount of effort that those people are going to put in? Like, you're going to get the most motivated workers ever. You're going to get a town that's safe because they don't want to fuck things up, because life is pretty fucking good, right, in that village. You're going to get... I personally believe that that is the way that business should work. And I think that if you run business this way, you'd make a fucking killing. Yes, in the short term, you'll lose money. But in the long term, dude, you're going to reap so many rewards. You can even do it to where if you pay for their education all the way through school, then you pay for them going to university, and it's basically a loan. So if they get a job at another company, you negotiate with them and you say, okay, we're going to do a 5% payback. So 5% of your salary you have to pay to me every month for the next 10 years, for your education. Is that good with you? No. Okay, so maybe 3%, 2.5%. What percentage of your salary do you think is fine for you to pay me back for the education that I gave you for free? I mean, there's so many ways in which you can ensure that you don't lose any money. You gain money, right? You're making money because you're investing in other people's futures. They get a future. The country does better. Everyone does better, but no one fucking thinks this way. And this is not just a problem in South Africa. This is a problem world fucking wide. Everyone in the world only thinks for the now. Everyone just wants to make all the money now. And it's like, dude, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? At some point, the poor is gonna come, the fucking peasants are gonna come claim their pound of flesh. And if you're found wanting, you're fucked. And right now, most rich people will be found wanting, in my opinion. I'm so worried for my grandma with dementia in a retirement home in South Africa. My mother is going to visit to help care, but she's been attacked twice there already. Jeez, yeah, there's some really bad things happening in care homes right now. Like, really bad things. I saw this video, actually, of one of the orderlies literally slapping an old lady that has dementia. Actually, she has full-blown Alzheimer's. And you know how people with Alzheimer's get, they sort of, they can be a bit difficult. And she was slapping this old lady. And you can see this old lady doesn't understand why she's being slapped. Like, she has no idea why this is happening to her. Because she's got fucking Alzheimer's, right? She doesn't know that she's being difficult. Her world, her brain is fucking breaking. So, and this orderly just doesn't give a fuck. She's just slapping her around, throwing her around. It is fucking horrible, dude.
And it's going to take a long time.
How are you going to help to fix the problem if you are being so critical of those who presumably would be appointing the person to fix it?
Well, let's talk about that.
They won't,
the reality
get
of
this
world,
guy
Alex,
to fix it.
Or Alex, excuse me, is we deal in facts and figures, and in the energy and infrastructure business, while politics plays a little role at the top, okay, in theory, at the end of the day, when you run your assets into the ground, okay, and I will tell you this for your viewers. I've been doing this over 30 years. I've seen as ugly of an energy complex problem as you can see. I've seen bad power plants. I've seen bad companies. I've seen over-leveraged companies. I've seen everything you can imagine, from debt problems to operational problems and everything in between. South Africa's Eskom is as bad as I've seen in my entire career, because it has every single problem you could imagine in a restructuring financially.
This guy is just the fountain of good news right now, bro. Jesus.
And operationally. And these are the facts that the South African taxpayers have started to understand. So in 2019, when we put out the first definitive CRO report on Eskom, then we followed up with the definitive debt restructuring and subsequent analysis. We, as you know, got a lot of pushback from, we'll call it the cabal. The cabal is the current government and the criminal syndicates who are milking the system. Now, we sat back and we said to the creditors, your investment's worth zero. There's nothing you can do right now. Sit back and just, because there's nowhere to go. You're stuck. And then 3 years later, what is it, 3 years later now, Alex, since we first talked? Give or take, the wheels have started to really come off, right? I think you're starting to see that on the ground. And what you're seeing...
Bro, we are now at a point where load shedding, we've now been in load shedding for 100 days on one, right? So continuously. The last 100 days, we've had load shedding every single one of those days. That's the longest it's ever been. The previous record before this 100 days started, the previous record was 44 days. We've doubled that. And I think the previous record was last year or the year before last year. So just in 2 years' time, we have now doubled the amount of load shedding that we've had continuously. We're not talking about overall, because we've broken that record too. This year is the year with the most load shedding on record. But if you think about that, that is a scary amount of days that we've just had load shedding the whole fucking time. Okay, I got a hot one for you. Give me a second, and I will give a long one. Let me finish the smoke, and I'll drop it. Jesus, that's the base. All right, bro. I'm sorry, but everything I read there just sounds like you want to take a shit.
Is the South African people who actually are involved in the process have come to us over the last 3 years systematically, and it's growing. And it's now reached what we'll call a crest, meaning the operators, the engineers, the financiers, the average educated South African who got a college degree who's now middle class, even the poorer South Africans who are just watching the news, they're emailing and texting. They want to know why this is happening. And so you add that with the fact that the operations have collapsed, and we can talk more about that. And then the fact that the ANC, the government in power today, and by the way, I'm not a politician, is broke. And you put all those together, and then you look at the massive debt bubble, and you say, okay, the wheels have pretty much come off of South Africa, because when you take out the power generation out of the industry, you can't run your plants, you can't run your smelters, you can't run your mines, you can't run your light industrial manufacturing. And so your economy starts to collapse. So when Eskom goes down, for all practical purposes, Alec, the economy goes down in South Africa. And I want people to understand, this is not something that's going to be solved by renewable energy. Why? Renewable energy is good for intermittent power for little pockets. South Africa has a immediate 30,000 megawatt baseload generation problem. Okay, it's really 35,000 with enough reserve margin. That is not going to be replaced by wind and solar. Number two, wind and solar in South Africa is compromised because it's above market PPAs guaranteed by the South African government, and it's wrought with fraud. It's wrought with fraud. All of the contracts have kickbacks, embezzlements. The machine is getting their kickbacks. So the South African taxpayers are being ripped off again, not only by having load shedding, but all these new renewable contracts, which are not going to be productive to South Africa on a whole,
what the fuck?
are basically, it's a corrupt cabal. So when you look at the big picture, the losers here are the South African citizens, and that's who we're trying to represent. Yep. So yes, will the current government push back? Of course they're going to push back because they've got nowhere to go. Will the corrupt criminal cabal who is involved in fuel fraud, coal fraud, diesel fraud, O&M fraud, equipment fraud, stealing everything that's not nailed down, will they push back? Absolutely. I want to tell you that I talk to the unions almost daily, but we WhatsApp, I talk to the stakeholders. Everybody who's involved, even the ANC and the DA I talk to. It doesn't mean that I expect them to.
I think this might be the first American I've ever met that has WhatsApp, though. Sounds like getting solar for your house here. The grant the government gives just gets priced into the buying and installation. So each grant just ups the cost each time. We don't even have grants in South Africa for that shit. It's quite pricey to go off the grid. In order to go fully off the grid, you need anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 US. That should get you off the grid, like completely off the grid. And even then, I'm not entirely sure, like, under which circumstances or conditions that would work. Because it would depend on where you live and what the weather is like and shit like that. So it would be different for every part of the country, I guess. But yeah, I love renewable energy. I think solar and wind works great for homes. I think if it's like a private home, most people should be on solar and wind. I do want a future where the vast majority of homes are powered through solar and wind. Because homes don't require that much electricity. They need very little in order to actually do the things that they do. The problem comes when you go at scale. So when you scale that up and you include factories and smelters and like large power like consumers, their solar can't do jack shit. 160 at the least. Cookie, yeah. If you have like a small house and you don't have that much need, I think it starts at about 160 and then it goes up and up and up and up and up, depending on like how much you actually need. Like if you run air conditioners and shit, you need a lot in order to fucking run that crap. 1020 won't get us off. Ireland weather won't allow for it. Plus you need to pay for grid disconnection. It can get you credits on the days you generate, more than you use at least. So yeah, in Cape Town we no longer use we no longer get credits. So in Cape Town, if you generate more electricity than what you need and you sell that back to the municipality, they will pay you in cash. They used to do the credit thing. People just didn't really give a fuck, so they now changed it to where they'll give you the actual cash. So they will pay you for all the power that you produce. But again, it's not enough. It's too expensive. Most South Africans can't afford to go off the grid. It's just not going to happen. Most people are not going to be able to do that.
Like what we have to say, Alec. What I do is I tell everybody the same thing. We don't divert our message. We don't tell the ANC one thing, the DA something else, and the union something. We tell them all the same thing: the good, the bad, the ugly.
Cookie, where are you from?
And we tell them this is coming, this is happening, it's here. Now we have to deal with it. How are you going to act?
Allergy,
so yes, there are people who are very unhappy about the message, but there are others who are basically rejoicing, saying, "Amen. Thank God somebody's come in with adult supervision."
No,
who has the
because as the national government have not okayed a buyback system. It's only the Cape Townian government where I live now. I used to live in Pretoria. I moved to Cape Town like a year ago. Well, actually, in 30 days, it will be a year. But yeah, the Cape Town has now changed it to where they'll actually buy it off of you.
Horsepower and is not politically motivated, essentially, to actually start to work on this problem for all South Africans. So I hope that answers that question.
How big is the hole today? How big is the debt?
The whole for South Africa. Well, debt. Let's talk about Eskom first. Okay, Eskom's got 500 billion rand in debt by our analysis on balance sheet. It's got about 130 billion off balance sheet, and it's got a need for about another 1.1 trillion rand. So it needs South Africa, aka Eskom, needs about 1.7 to 1.8 trillion rand to keep the lights on and keep the machine going the next 5 years. That's nursing along the current coal fleet.
Fucking a lot, bro. Okay? That is a lot. Imagine the scenario. Rich people that can't spend their money in their lifetime, even if they try their best to, now they get bored and spend on meaningless shit, still not feeling better. Now comes the solution. Imagine rich people choosing a poor village and challenging other rich people to a race in which the one that evolves his village is the winner. They get their dopamine hit and feel better. The village population is safe from poverty. The government loses people that hang on social support while gaining people, which pay taxes, growing their revenue, as well as the rich participating grow businesses in good faith, growing notoriety and capital. A trifecta win by all accounts. I hope I will achieve something of the sort in this lifetime. If not, maybe in the next one. He's talking about the budget for Eskom. So Ace the Base, I like the idea. I love the idea. I think government can do that so easily through tax breaks, because that's all government needs to do. If you incentivize the rich to actually spend their money in the places where it needs to be spent the most, the rich will fucking do that, because the rich, generally speaking, don't mind spending their money. They don't like spending their money on taxes. So if you told a rich person, look, you'll pay 0% in taxes if you help develop a village, the rich will do that. They'll be like, ooh, all right, yeah, I can do this, right? Because there's ways to make that profitable for yourself as well. There's ways to ensure that you make a profit while helping people, which is kind of what you want to do, because no one is altruistic. True altruism does not exist. Anyone that believes that they are altruistic is a fucking liar, because almost every single human being on this planet does everything for themselves. They might kid themselves or lie to themselves about how I'm only doing this for other people. You're not. You're doing it for you. Everything is almost done for you. So what you want is to work off of people's selfishness. No one likes giving money to the government. So if you allow people to escape giving money to the government by giving that money to someone else, almost everyone's going to fucking go for that. Burning and rioting the shit down? Not yet. Not yet. Well, there is riots all the fucking time and strikes all the time, but it's not reached the level of, like, complete standstill yet, at least.
I think you would agree, and everybody who understands the problem in South Africa understands that if the coal fleet falls down, South Africa is dead. It dies. Forget renewables. That's all bullshit. Pardon my French. If we don't keep the coal fleet up and running and nurse it along and somehow address that asset base, South Africa will literally die economically. That's a fact. And so South Africa has to accept
good
that.
News, man.
And we've got to push back on this. That's why the Soros organization and others hate what we do, because we're pushing back on this green agenda, which is completely fraud. Let me give you some examples, and I want your viewers to hear it. The U.S. in 2009, I put out a big article and a big write-up on the green and renewable effort in the U.S., and it's all public. And we said it's going to fail. It's doomed for failure because it doesn't address system.
Bakara, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. How you doing, Bakara? The main point is that rich people get their edge while doing something good, feeding the people and feeding their egos at the same time. I agree 100% with that. I always say altruism is a fallacy. Every single action is self-serving, from religious, I don't know what that word means, Maria, asceticism to supervillains. I don't know what that word means or how to pronounce it, to be honest. Might auction the country off at this point. Yeah, we may as well just do that. Right, because, okay, Dumak, what you just said there reminds me of that Simpsons episode. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, where Bart Simpson walks into the fucking bidding auction thing, and he's like, plot, I think 375, $1, and Bart walks in and is like, $1, and he's like, sold, cool, what did I buy? And he bought a factory that fell apart the next day. That's sort of what South Africa is, right? We should just put it up for auction. Like, who wants to buy South Africa? $1. You can get the entirety of South Africa, because that's about what it's worth at this point. Absent for job reasons, and last time you were on Final Fantasy, so how was your progress? Dragon, how you doing, brother? I'm good. I haven't been back, so I'm still in Stormblood. I'll probably play it at some point, but I haven't been back in a while. We've been derailed by other things, shall we say.
Reliability, baseload power, all of the critical issues required to run a power grid. California shut down their natural gas power plants and other thermal generation. Now in the state of California, which is the 5th largest economy in the...
Wait. Okay. Again, don't know how to pronounce that fucking word. Wait, let's see. Google will tell me, right? Like, Google should be able to tell me this, right?
Asceticism.
All right. I live pretty much that way. I live an incredibly minimalistic life. I only own things that actually make sense. I don't buy anything that I don't need. I'm too fucking stingy for that.
World, they're having rolling blackouts. The system is unstable, and they're in desperate shape. Texas built massive wind parks in West Texas, kind of like the Western Cape for you. And they basically built these wind parks in constrained, congested areas, just like South Africa. And the wind gets ground into the ground. In other words, the generation that they create doesn't get to the consumer because it cannot get through the transmission grid's congestion. Number two, it's only 25% load factor at best. So it's not solving the problem, and it's creating an unstable grid. Germany, I spent a big part of my career in Europe. I ran EDF's European portfolio, Electricité de France. I told the Germans, do not shut your coal and thermal plants down back in the 90s.
Bakara, I'm very happy to have you here, bro. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Oh, horrifying at night? Are they, though? Like, look, I think the world is at some point going to wake up and realize that there is just, like, yeah, the whole green thing, the best way for us to go green would be to go nuclear. If the world really wants to go full green, they have to go nuclear. That's the answer to the coal issue.
Electricité de France. I told the Germans, do not shut your coal and thermal plants down back in the 90s. But they went forward, as you know, under Angela Merkel with the Green Deal. So they've now Or you know what they're doing, Alec? They're bulldozing wind parks that are sitting on top of coal fields to create more space for the
I
coal
saw
mine
this,
to
actually.
basically refire their coal plant because they cannot keep their lights on in Germany. So Europe has failed, and the same thing in the UK. We went through the process with the coal plants in the 2000s. My point is, all of these green initiatives as a whole have failed in Europe and the US. Now, I'm not saying that wind and solar doesn't provide power. It doesn't provide the stability and the baseload generation necessary. The problem that South Africa has is they don't have access to natural gas, wholesale natural gas. So in Europe and the US, we can always build natural gas.
I just want to say, though, that's not entirely true. South Africa does have a fuck ton of shale. We do. We actually have an entire desert. If I'm not mistaken, shale can be refined into similar, if it's not exactly the same, but we do have a shit ton of shale gas. The issue is that actually fracking for it is just being blocked by everyone. As soon as companies want to start looking for shale gas, or start wanting to frack for shale gas, it is immediately blocked. It's like either by the government or some kind of fucking environmental group that just doesn't want to let it happen. There's no way an RBMK reactor can explode. I wouldn't say there's no way, but yeah, the chances are low for the most part, right? It's due to scaremongering. Most people think nuclear is dangerous. Dude, nuclear is absolutely nowhere. Like, it is the cleanest and safest energy source we have. Time used like 50 to 100 years, or however long it can last, before unable to use and bury the shit in an airtight box of some sort. Fracking runoff is extremely pollutant to waterways. Aragos, true, but this one is in like. At least our fracking will happen in the desert, where there's mostly no towns anywhere near. So it should not be a problem, at least.
Combined cycle plants to fill the gap relatively quickly, 4 or 5 year cycles for combined cycle plants. In South Africa, we don't have that option. Case in point, the peakers that are keeping South Africa's lights on today, the oil-fired or diesel-fired peakers that are primarily in the Western Cape, are the only thing keeping the grid alive, okay, when the coal plants are starting to fall down. Now, that's not going to last forever. We just put out a piece saying that the peakers are in desperate operating shape. So the point of the matter, Alec, is it's broken. And it's broken because it's been subjected to years and years and years of neglect, corruption, fraud. That's a general statement that comes out of it. So when you do the math and you say, why do we need 1.1 trillion rand? Because you've ignored your system for 20 years and you've stolen everything that wasn't nailed down. The system is the worst system I've seen in the world.
Stealing everything that isn't nailed down. Bro, they're stealing that too. Like, it doesn't, in South Africa, nailing something down doesn't stop jack shit. Oh, I don't even know that, Cookie. I know it's safe. I've been saying for years, nuclear is by far the best option for power. Yeah, but it just takes a really long time to build. So the world needs to get fucking building. And Ace the Base, that actually makes me very happy. That actually makes me very happy to read.
It's just been, I mean, you can't make this up. I get up in the morning sometimes when I'm working on this, and I think I'm living a dream, because nobody would have done this to any operating system around the world. You would think, because even the crooks need power. Even the criminal syndicates need power. They're even coming now and saying, through the grapevine, God, we got to fix this. You can't embezzle from companies unless you have electricity. The whole system is absolutely broken.
Yeah, I think it's what you're saying now. Had you said it 2-3 years ago, people would say, no, come on, this guy really is nuts. But we've had the Zondo Commission. We've had an ANC socialist government, which was...
This is not... So I'm not taking a swipe at anyone here, but why do old people always have bad haircuts? Like, I have never seen an old person with, like, a good haircut. They all go for exactly the same thing. It's either fully back, right? So that old school sort of Brill cream look where the hair is just like combed straight back, or it's the side path. I don't know if you guys remember the side path, but it's the side path, or it's the middle path, the one where you part the hair straight down the middle. That's all I ever see from fucking old people. It's those three haircuts, nothing else, just that. It's called make do with what you got left. I mean, this guy probably doesn't have that much left, but this guy has a good head of hair on him. He should be able to do a lot more with his hair, no?
It's defending its monopoly on power for decades, and now it's just thrown in the towel. It said, well, anybody can put any power plant they want to. They've given up on that ghost. So clearly there was a very strong reason for them to give up. We understand, and I don't think anybody can criticize. They might look at the quantum, but they can't really criticize the message. But now it's where to from here. What is your solution for this big, deep pit that the country is in?
Okay, I'm not a politician. Let me say this. The political regime in South Africa is going to have to sort itself out on its own, right? One way or the other.
It's not gonna...
So what I do is I focus on the issues, the money, the operations, the operators, the details of how to fix the problem. We've got to pull, and we're planning to pull, the coal plants out of Eskom's operational control and put it into a special purpose vehicle, Alec. Okay, that special purpose vehicle will be funded by outside money. Maybe creditors, maybe others will figure that out. We're working through the numbers now. The operations team has to come under the control of what we'll call a special purpose vehicle. Okay, all of the fuel contracts have to come over. So we need to isolate the coal plants and the peakers and put them into a special purpose entity that will still provide power to Eskom.
That's not going to
under
work.
Some contractual structure, so that we can nurse that along to keep South Africa alive. But it has to be.
Oh, let me just answer this, guys, because this guy keeps phoning. Hello? Bro. So I've had 4 missed calls from one number, and it's a fucking robot that is trying to sell me something. That is just peak persistence right there. They're fucking hell. They don't stop. Oh my God.
Minimum. Okay, the macro conditions. 1, the government has no involvement, no control. They cannot get involved and linger in the process. Number 2, we control all of the fuel contracts because we have to cut the fraud. The only way we can clean this up, because the coal contracts are wrought with fraud, they've destroyed the boilers by poor quality coal, baiting and switching. They're providing, they're skimming all the diesel. I mean, they're burning 10 billion liters of diesel a day. They're going to spend 20 billion rand in 2023 on diesel alone, minimum. 20 billion. 20 billion rand just on diesel. It's the numbers are ungodly, Alec. Okay,
Too-Bold, how you doing? Wait, is there a mini F?
We've already started the process of basically pulling the operators into the mix. It's I can't say much about it, but let's just say that we already have what we need operationally to run this portfolio, because these people are in South Africa and they're not very far away. If they, it will bring in others, but most of them are already in South Africa. And remember, South Africa has engineers. South Africa has operators. They've been put out to pasture because of fraud, corruption, and other things. And also, many of them are still working inside Eskom. And they talk to us every day. We talk to everybody, Alec. This is not done in a vacuum. We're heavily involved in what's going on operationally every day. But it's just not we don't talk to Eskom.
The reason I think this guy is dreaming if he thinks the South African government is going to get him in, the South African government will do nothing if they're not part of the conversation. It's just not going to happen. He said this earlier. They won't, investors will not touch Eskom as long as the government is involved. Well, good fucking luck with that. The government will not step out of anything. That's just not how it works in South Africa. So you're dreaming if you think the government is going to be like, yeah, all right, you guys can run the fucking company. No. The government's going to go, right, whatever solution you have, we have to be part of that solution. So you run the solution through us. We are the ones that implement it. We are the people that put people in place to make sure that it works. Otherwise, we don't do it. Simple as that. South Africa's biggest move was to join the BRICS. I still don't understand why South Africa was even allowed into the BRICS nations. I'm going to be honest with you. Because most of the other BRICS nations, except for Russia, which has sort of veered off into its own path, but most of the other BRICS nations have been trying to sort themselves out, at least. South Africa is the only one that's just... It joined BRICS purely just so that it could steal more, I think.
Management, and we don't talk to the government about those matters because they're really not in control. The control lies elsewhere. And that's what I think is important from 2019 to today, is that control has shifted, okay? And everybody has realized that they really don't have a choice. One way or the other, they don't have a choice.
Many years ago, must be 12 years ago, Howard Buffett, Warren Buffett's son, and very involved in Berkshire Hathaway and Berkshire Hathaway Energy in the United States, who had at that stage a farm in South Africa, offered to get involved with Eskom. He even sent over interaction with some of the guys at Eskom. I helped them because I knew both sides to put them together. And it seemed eminently sensible, but nothing came of it because Eskom refused to take outside help.
Yep.
What makes you think that all this work that you're doing now is going to actually trigger
it's an interesting question.
An understanding that help needs to be embraced this time around?
You want to know a simple answer? It's money. And the reality is the ANC is broke. And I think you've had some economic guests on in the past who talk about macroeconomic issues and the mindset of the South Africans. But the reality is the current government is broke. Okay, they're broke in their own personal coffers, and they're broke as a treasury. Okay, because this cannot continue. They've hit the wall. I'm not saying they can't nurse it along for a little bit longer, Alec. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they can nurse it along, and it's all about a matter of, are South Africans willing to accept 10, 12 hours of load shedding? And when the grid does collapse, which it will, it's inevitable, because remember, we're dealing with machinery here. Leave the government, leave the political, leave the financial equation out. Just focus on machinery. Operational equipment fails without proper maintenance. And we're talking about heavy, heavy, heavy equipment here, okay? So there's no operating reserves for maintenance. Everything that gets spent gets skimmed. I can tell you for a fact, we know the numbers. We see the details. We get everything that happens at these plants is fed to us in one form or another, Alec. Okay, the operating fleet. We see what's happening on the ground. We see what's happening still at Medupi and Kusile. The fraud is off the charts. It's out of control there still. Those plants will never perform. So when you put all this together, you put it down to a number, right? And I said to you, 1.7 to 1.8 trillion is the number. 1.1 trillion rand is to keep the lights on. And the balance of that is the Eskom debt regime. They owe a lot of people money, okay? And that 1.1 trillion that needs to come in, it's not coming from the treasury. And it's not coming from South Africa.
Yeah, so South Africa doesn't have that money.
It's got to come from somewhere else, okay? Now, that's on the low side, Alec. So when you look at why now will things change? May not change today or tomorrow, but it's moving in that direction, is because the wheels have come completely off financially, operationally, and yes, politics does have a play because you remember, people are emotional. When people don't have water or power or food or raw sewage in their street, even the South African poor understand that that's not right. And I think you're seeing a lot of ground being gained in South Africa with the former members of the party who have become disenchanted on all sides.
I think personally, this guy is banking on someone like the DA winning the next election, which is what so many people are banking on. So many people are banking on the DA being able to form some kind of coalition to secure control of the country in the next election. Here's why that will never happen. In South Africa, The ANC will never relinquish power. And I hate that there are so many South Africans that somehow believe, 2024, that's the year that everything changes because that's the year that the ANC loses. It won't. You have a government that has been corrupt for a really long time. If any other political party comes into power, you have a ton of people, and we are talking about people that currently control the country, losing their jobs, but not only losing their jobs, going to jail for a lot of the corruption that they purported themselves and that they were part of for a very long time. Criminals like that isn't going to allow another government to step in and basically lock them up, because that is what would happen. The second the DA comes in, they're going to spend the first 4 years, completely locking people up. They're not going to be able to do anything else. They're literally just going to be down to finding all the people that's been responsible for the state of South Africa right now. And then you have another problem in South Africa, which very few people actually speak about. We have a government employment number of 2.5 to 2.6 million people that work for the government. Most of those people are ANC members because the ANC has a thing called cadre employment, which means they only employ people that are part of the party. The ANC doesn't employ anyone that doesn't vote ANC. What happens when the next political party comes in and it's not the ANC? Do you think that all of those ANC members are now going to continue doing their jobs like they've always done? And the government can't fire anyone because we have a union system where the unions will basically turn the country into chaos. So it doesn't matter how you slice it. The ANC will not lose. It cannot lose. There is just no way for it to lose. The only people that dream of this are people who don't understand the realities of the situation in South Africa. It's as simple as that. We had the same thing here in Algeria for 20 years, but we did it. Why can't you? As long as there is will of the people and not idiot at the top who will start shooting at their own people. Dude, in South Africa, I don't think there is a will of the people anymore. Most people they've given up on politics in its entirety. Most people don't give a fuck anymore because they know nothing's ever going to change. So what's the point?
And really do want change. Okay, they do want basic water. They want basic electricity. And by the way, for your viewers, I'm going to give you a heads up now. The South African water system is on the verge of collapse up in the Gauteng area. It's a mess. And I think we're going to see. I think you're going to see the next crisis in South Africa be water. But we'll get to that. But water, we focus on it because it's needed for power plants. So with that said, you come to a point where you can only cannibalize your economy so much. There's really nothing else to cannibalize. Everything's been stolen, Alec. There's nothing else they can continue. The only thing keeping the criminal syndicates alive in South Africa, you want to know the truth? The coal contracts that they skim off of, the diesel contracts, the renewable contracts. Those are the real money. All that money gets skimmed off by various actors in South Africa. And it completely wrecks the energy system there. And these are the facts that have been going on for many, many years. And now it's all come home to roost. So yeah, I think the bottom line is
what a happy video to start the week with.
And it's not about power, it's not about control, because a megawatt's a megawatt, right? I mean, we don't, a megawatt's not political. It goes on the grid in an amorphous state. It keeps, it's all about balancing the grid and keeping the industrial capacity alive. Now, give you a case in point. We have record high coal prices. Did you realize that South Africa can't get that coal to port? It's having problems. Anglo and their people are having problems getting that to port. Well, guess what that does to the royalty revenue for South African government?
It's well articulated that because there is Transnet has capacity of 80 million tons on its rail lines. At the moment, it can only deliver 50 million tons. So it's a mess all the way through.
That's
true.
I
think just to close off, the real question that South Africans would have is, okay, all right, I get it. This guy might be a little crazy, but we get it. He knows his energy story. He knows the Eskom story. I can't argue with what he said because the evidence is in front of us with load shedding. But how are you going to get those who can make the decisions to listen, to implement any plan, let alone your plan, but any plan? Or is it something that you are so confident of because the creditors of Eskom, those who hold Eskom stock or Eskom bonds in the international markets, are just going to insist it?
Well, Alec, I mean, let's address your first point. I must be crazy because I'm involved in this mess. That's probably where I might be a little
True.
off, right? Because typically executives like me would walk away from this. But I am one of the best restructuring guys in the energy business, and that's why I'm involved. That's why I was brought in. You know, I deal with the ugliest of the ugly. So yeah. So when you say
Well, it's good to know he's the best.
I probably would agree that I think we're all mad for trying to fix this problem. Now, I'm passionate about helping South Africa because I've been involved personally in the country for so many years. You know, you're asking the magic question, okay? And the answer is we don't know, okay, when the house of cards will completely collapse. Now, there are those out there, including myself in the industry who, you know, I'm talking about in South Africa, who would say the current government is so and the corruption is so severe and the malfeasance and the fraud, and it's so severe that they just going to basically let it whittle down to a nub, meaning load shedding will go to a stage 8, the grid will collapse at some point, they'll keep a few plants operating, they'll nurse it along, and the South African people will have to suck it up, right? Well, that's pretty much, I think, where they are today, right?
Yep,
we want to ask a professional view.
I always like listening to people that are very humble, you know. It really instills a sense of trust, you know, when someone's humble. That's literally the only part so far of this interview that I did not like, is why say I'm one of the best people in the industry to do this? It's like, bro, I mean, fine. I don't know how that adds to the conversation in any way, shape, or form. Hitting rock bottom has its own way of making you laugh at life yourself. Only way is up, though. Things can always go more down if you have the right government. Things can always get worse.
That's where the South African government is today. Just nurse it along, and you know, because look, let's go back to what we're basically saying on the front end. Forensic audit is required. Now, I will tell you for a fact that the current government will never allow a forensic audit of Eskom because they will go to jail. Okay, I could swear out affidavits in The Hague and put about 10 to 15 of the senior ANC officials in jail today if the creditors wanted to do it. Meaning we could basically take them into international courts for all the things they've done with the creditors' money. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
That's international investors. But what good is that? They've already got billions parked offshore in Mauritius and other places. So everybody understands that the money's gone. What I'm dealing with is the facts. And what we're dealing with is the facts. The facts are the system's broken. How do we keep the lights on, and how do we plan for the next 10 years? So I go back to the simple answer, and maybe we just focus on this.
Dude, that is actually scary. If you consider, it's one thing for a government to steal from its own people. Most governments do this, right? The South African government, however, didn't just steal from its own people. It stole from international people. Because it would get companies and individuals to invest in Eskom. It would then take those investments and basically steal it. Take it for themselves. Like, dude, what the fuck? The level of corruption that you have to look at investments from outside investors, people that want to see a return on their money at some point, and you go, I'll have this. I can buy myself a new house with this. Let's go, bro. It's astounding to me.
The money train has run out for all of the bad actors. And at some point, they cannot afford to carry on the way it's carrying on, because we're talking about massive numbers here, Alec. We're talking about 130 to 150 billion US to clean this up. That's a big number.
Those are big numbers.
That's a fucking huge number.
Well, certainly even in US terms, but in South African terms, they're gigantic.
We put out 2 notices. I'm going to leave this with you because I think everybody needs to understand. One is we declared a state of emergency in the South African energy market. We did that last week. Okay, you'll hear more about it. Number 2, we've declared Eskom the biggest energy industrial Ponzi scheme in global history. The numbers are off the charts.
What?
Eskom is a massive Ponzi scheme. When you look at how it's basically been completely undone from within, okay, over the years. And all of the corruption
This isn't good news
in the contracts today, even while the wheels are falling off. The fraud and corruption on all the operating contracts, the maintenance contracts, the fuel contracts. It's astounding. It's something that most people can't even comprehend. So you're right. Yeah, is it a mad situation? It's the worst I've ever seen, and it's the worst people like me, I think, would agree we've ever seen. And it's not a fun statement to make.
True.
It's not, but it's a reality.
True.
And so until people react to the reality, we'll never make that move. So I think it goes down to the current government running out of cash. You know, Eskom doesn't have any money.
Pretty much.
They don't have any cash. They have no reserves. They have no maintenance reserves. They have no financial reserves. They have nothing.
KW Miller is the chairman of CRO Advisors, and I'm Alec Hogg from BizNews.com.
Yep. So, yeah, that's the good news, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice way to start the week, I think. Always nice to see, right? Always nice to see the world going to fucking shit. At least for you guys watching in the rest of the world, this is the one time we're watching something where you guys can go, thank fuck I don't live in South Africa. This is not our problem. Because we usually watch videos of your problems. This time it's our problem. The only fuck up is your problems are also our problems. Our problems are not your problems. That's the only fuck up here. South Africa is so reliant on the rest of the world. The rest of the world is not reliant on South Africa at all. So, yeah, bad news all around for South Africans, I think. Yeah, it's uplifting. You know, it's a good news story. I thought I'd start the day with a feel-good story just to get everyone in the mood, you know? It's brought to you by Lioness. Life tries to kill you and make you stronger for it. If you survive, it's a choice to overcome adversity. And it's your choice until it isn't. So if you have power to change it, then it's the first scenario. If it's the latter, be happy for the time left. Yeah. Sadly, I don't think anyone in South Africa has the power to change it. That's just the sad fact. We don't have the power to change that shit. Have you not seen the state of the UK government at the moment? I've seen like snippets of it, but is it really that bad? Third World Living is set on hard mode. When I know it. Valentine, I would say living in South Africa isn't too bad, you know? The thing is just you have to be able to take care of yourself, because if you can't take care of yourself, you are absolutely screwed. But if you do have the money to ensure that you're not relying on the government, you're good to go. You are perfectly fine. Okay, so guys, I want to watch this because Preach is talking about Blizzard. He's talking about his trip to Blizzard. So I wanted to watch this. I'm not going to watch the whole thing because it's like 5 hours. I just want to watch the bits about his time spent at Blizzard, and I can't find like an actual like video that he's made on this yet. If he's made a video on it, I haven't seen it yet. So we're kind of gonna go through the live stream for this.
Person that ever existed, all right? I had my reasons. Let's put it that way. I had my reasons. I did. I had my reasons to deceive you. Even up until that point, I wasn't sure everything was going to go ahead. Right? Literally, Rianjay. Sometimes I end up in this situation, my friends, where I just need to sort of keep things together, you know? It's the rules of nature. But we're back! And I have no secret plans. At least for now. I have no secret plans. I have no secret plans as of right now to leave you behind or anything like that. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're good. I have no secret plans. Oh, it did feel grim. It did. I'll be look, like, no exaggeration. It felt grim. I had to tease. I was like, oh, we're definitely doing Mouse Boy next week. You know, it's going to be fine. We'll
he does seem excited, doesn't he?
The Yoshi P interview is still a secret.
Oh, shit. Just baiting the fucking chat.
It's a secret even to me. It's a secret even to me. It's a secret even to me, unfortunately. That thing is not... that is so secret that even I don't know about it. That's a bit of a bummer. But we're trying. We're trying. All I can say is we are trying our best to get in and do what we can. We've been literally trying to talk to Japan for months now. Like, the Blizzard thing took 3 months of work. 3 months to get that together. 3 months of back and forth, negotiation, all in good vibes. All in good vibes, but yeah. 3 months. We cancelled the trip once after we fucking booked and paid for everything. But we got there. We got there. Yeah, it was 3 months. About 3 months. Maybe 2.5, something like that. It took 2.5, 3 months to organize this trip to Blizzard. And get it all in the books and make clear what we were trying to achieve and get all those things done. Yeah, this is why you could not color your hair. It's exactly why I couldn't color my hair. Yes, it is exactly why. You have put 2 and 2 together. Yes, it's the exact reason I could not dye my hair is because I was supposed to be going and interviewing at Blizzard and doing all that kind of stuff. Are we going to
see the interviews? Do you think we're going to see the interviews?
I see Dan's in the chat. Did you get one, Dan? Hey? Did you get one, pal? Now, genuinely, I do know what this is. Oh, you got yours, Dan. Oh, okay, you got yours. I haven't opened mine yet, but I received this. This is from Blizzard. This is from
I did
Blizzard,
not get one of those.
From Blizzard EU. I want to be absolutely clear. Our trip to Blizzard was not sponsored. Blizzard did not ask me to go or anything like that. I paid for the trip. So I could ask whatever I wanted. But at the same time, this is just pure coincidence. At the exact same time, and more importantly, Blizzard EU, which is a different team, did not know that I was going to Blizzard US. They didn't know. So it was kind of awkward because we were like, yeah,
I'm looking forward to
do
that
because we're actually at Blizzard, the Blizzard campus in Irvine.
Yeah.
Because I was supposed to like open this a couple of days ago, I think.
I did see it, Domak, but the fact of the matter is I'm never going to get those Twitch drops because they did say that only eligible streamers will be considered for the Twitch drops. I'm not going to be an eligible streamer. There's just no way. Blizzard does not like me. They have not liked me for a really long time. It is 100% my fault, and I'm not sorry about it at all. That's just the nature of doing business. But yeah, so I'm not getting any envelopes. I'm not getting any fucking interviews. I'm not getting any drops. So if you guys watch me playing World of Warcraft, you're watching me play World of Warcraft. You're not watching because you want some fucking drops.
Maybe yesterday or over the weekend. And I was like, well, we can't because I'm not here. I'm actually at the thingy. But I am sponsored for this. So as upfront as I could possibly be, I am sponsored for this. But it's awesome. It's for the Dragonflight launch. I'm going to a castle where I'm going to be teaching the Yogscast how to play World of Warcraft. Pretty sure Lewis knows how to play World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure Lewis does know how to play World of Warcraft, considering he got his start on YouTube via World of Warcraft. But I will teach Lewis how to World of Warcraft. That's what's going to be happening. I'm going to be going to a big castle.
I do want to say something though. The thing that I take away from everything that Blizzard is doing now this is what Blizzard should have been doing for such a long time. I don't know if you guys saw the preparations video, the sort of prepare for the next expansion video. It was done with 3 World of Warcraft content creators who were the ones who sort of gave you the what to do to prepare. That's perfect. Even though I'm not part of that, and even though I'm never going to be part of that, here's the thing. Content creators are not the enemy of the company. They're not the enemy of the gaming company. They are an asset if you choose to use them. Now, you have to manage those assets really well. You have to keep them happy, and you have to keep them informed, and you have to take them into account whenever you make decisions. But if you do that, and if you do it well, they will ensure that your company makes crazy amounts of cash. Frudek, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I like that Blizzard is doing more of this. I want to see Blizzard dive more into it. And not for me. I don't expect Blizzard to ever reach out to me with anything. I don't expect it. It's never going to happen. But I want to see people like Mr. GM, people like Preach, people like Asmongold. There's a bunch of fucking other people. Hazelnutty Gaming, Nagura. All of these people can be reached out to. Rurikon is another good example of someone that they can probably reach out to. Soul So Breezy, Taliesin. They can reach out to these content creators and get them to start communicating with the audience, because content creators are almost always going to be more authentic. It's almost always going to be more fun because that's what they do. They know how to make things fun. And it says something about your willingness to engage with the community, because so often the content creators has a much closer connection to the community than what you as the developers have. You don't have that connection to the community. You establish that connection through content creators. That's how you establish a connection with your community. So I'm really glad to see Blizzard doing things like this. Something wrong, it will never happen for me. I have called Ian Azikostas and Steve Denuser a cunt far too many times, far too publicly, for them to ever work with me. And I do mean ever. They will not speak to me. I'm not sure if we're still friends, but I was friends with one of the very senior members at Blizzard Entertainment. I asked him, look, can we do a conversation where you come onto the podcast and we just shoot the shit for 2.5 hours? And like, yeah, I'd love to. Just send this. He gave me an email and he said, send them an email telling them you want to do this because they have to okay it. And I was like, yeah, all right, cool. I sent him an email. I got blocked. So, yeah, I'm not holding my breath. I've pretty much burnt every bridge there is to burn with World of Warcraft. And I'm okay with that because it gives me the freedom to be honest. If I don't like what they're doing, I'm going to call them out for it. If I like what they're doing, I'm going to praise them for it. I've never been someone. No, I didn't get blocked by him. I'm not blocked by him. I got blocked by whoever runs the email. I can't send any more emails there. So yeah, whatever the fuck it is, right? Thank you, something wrong. I appreciate that. But I'm also a very direct guy. I say what I think, and that's the only thing I give a fuck about. The only people I feel responsible to is you. I don't mean to make that sound soppy, but that's just how it is. As a content creator, the only people that matter are your viewers. As long as they trust what you say and they like you, that's all that matters. I'm not in this to win any favors from Blizzard. I'm not in this to win any favors from EA or any of the other fucking companies. I hate all of them equally. I want them to make good games so that we can win. That's it. That's the only real interest I have with these companies.
So let's open it and see what it says. Break the seal. Oh, it's on parchment. It's on parchment. I'll be streaming from there. It's fine. Dear heroes and future heroes of Azeroth, the Dragon Isles await, but are you truly ready? I'm not ready, actually. I haven't even logged in.
Yeah, I don't even have the game installed, so I'm definitely not ready. But I will be ready And we're gonna have to start talking snacks soon. Because it's about that time. Lunchtime also comes with snacks. Chat, we're gonna have to think about this. We need to get the right amount of snacks to ensure that we get some good fucking stream hours in.
No, I'm not ready. To prepare you for the adventures that lie ahead, you are invited to a small council at Dragonflight Castle.
Easy.
There you will be truly immersed in draconic lore and learn the art of dragon riding. See, I've already done that, so I guess I am prepared. You will work together to prepare for the ultimate dungeon duel. Am I doing a dungeon duel? Nops! 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 Nops!
Yes.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Nops is here, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Nops is here from the Netherlands. He's going to be here to help us organize this video that we filmed. Nops is here. What's the dungeon duel I'm doing? What's that?
I don't know.
Shouldn't you know?
No.
Oh.
I've been kept secret that part.
Easy.
Oh, interesting. I'm doing the ultimate dungeon duel.
There's still some mysteries about what's actually going to be happening at that council.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Surprises. Oh, excellent.
Surprises.
Oh.
To me as well, and to you in that respect as well. Yeah.
Oh.
Who's
Okay,
Knobs?
that's it.
That's
He
it.
seems like someone that has to
That's it.
know.
I was confused.
Does he work for
I'd heard
Blizzard?
of a dungeon duel, but there we go. I'll be doing a dungeon duel. Then and only then will you be ready to harness the power of dragons. Okay. All right. Interesting. A dungeon duel. So I guess I'll be facing off probably against Dan's team. That's a free win.
Ooh.
I guess they're going to pit us against each other, right? Because Taliesin and Co's going, Dan's going. So, I mean...
Like Jari be there.
Jari's going. Oh, we haven't seen Sphere in ages. That'll be nice. Sko's going.
Yeah, it's going to be there.
Yeah.
Basically, the entire UK team.
Yeah, if Lewis fails me,
Yeah. Dude.
he better not be a shitter, Lewis.
Dude.
I'll just carry the whole team on my back. Easy. Easy. But I do have something to show you. I have something unique globally. Check this out. All right, so you probably know what this is. This is
it's the fucking.
Dragonfly
Oh my god, it looks
Collector's
so
Edition.
good.
However, get jelly. Mine is signed by everybody who made Dragonflight.
Everyone.
I've got
That's not a
Hi,
lot of
I've
people
got
that
Ian,
made it.
I've got everybody on here. Mine is like. Am I serious? I'm absolutely serious. Yes, mine is signed by Morgan Day's on here.
That looks
There's a lot of
good
names
though.
on here. Mine is all officially signed.
looks better than the
They
fucking
all put out,
Shadowlands
like,
one.
Put their signatures kind of subtly. Not all 7,000. I do not have all 7,000 employees on here, but I've got some big ones. Tina Wang's on here. Yeah. Got Maria. Got Paul Cubitt. Yeah. See, this is a great. This is something I did not ask for. They went and got it for me because I was really lucky. While I was there, the shipment of the Dragonflight Collector's Editions arrived. So they said, do you want us to grab you one and we'll get everybody to sign it for you? And this is the only one in the world that exists with all these signatures on it.
Wow, that
You know
is
who
a
didn't
collector's
sign it?
edition.
What a scumbag.
Proper collector's edition.
Halinka didn't sign it. And it's not just because we didn't ask him. He should have known.
He's the
He
base,
should have
pretty
known.
much.
Yeah, Halinka, like, totally screwed me over there. What a jerk face. You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't sign it. Halinka was too match. He wasn't match. Lied, not everybody. Yeah, it's missing Halinka. Halinka drove 3 hours to talk to me for an hour and then got back in his car and left. What a gangster. What a gangster. He drove like 3 hours to come and see me and then just pieced out completely and went back home again. Helicolis. I did get this. They
Nice.
thought this was hilarious, okay? Like, the guys at Blizzard thought this was fucking hilarious. They gave me Covenant pins. And I can't even express to you how many times Ian brought up Covenants with a giggle, like laughing at me.
Oh my god, that is.
He was
Hey,
like, well, I'm sure we're just going to talk about Covenants for like 2 hours, right? We're going to talk about... Dude. Dude. Yeah, he was trolling me so hard. He really
I have
was. He was
Covenant
hard
pins
trolling.
as
You're
well,
right.
by the
If anybody will appreciate these,
in
it's
that
you. I'm
fucking
like,
collector's edition back there, you got the Covenant
it's really
pins
cool
with
shit,
it.
though. Water bottle, Dragonflight water bottle. I think it's Dragonflight. It came in a Dragonflight box.
That's also nice.
Coffee thing. Yeah, it's Dragonflight merch. See, I got a Dragonflight coffee cup. I don't drink coffee, but the water bottle for sure.
No, I won't buy the
some of
collector's
stuff we'll
edition.
give away, for sure. Like they get.
Again, King Julian, we go back to my original fucking thing that I said at the beginning of the stream. I only buy things when they're actually worth it. Do I think that the collector's edition for World of Warcraft is worth $200? Fuck no. I didn't buy this collector's edition. It was sent to me by Blizzard. That was back when I still had, like back when Blizzard still liked me. They sent me a collector's edition and a bunch of other goodies. I had some beta keys that I could give away and shit like that. But that's really that's it, right? I'm no longer in there, so I will no longer get collector's editions, which is sad because I kind of like the collector's edition that I have back there, but not enough to buy another one. I will not spend $200 on that shit.
Maybe a whole bunch of swag. I actually got charged a $100 fine for bringing all this stuff back. At least they give you a stack of potions. Yes. Well, I said yesterday. It talked a little bit about the trip last night, but repeatedly it did get brought up that I had been to the campus before. To which I had to correct at least 5 people that no, because on the day I was supposed to come to the campus, I got banned from World of Warcraft, and Blizzard called me and said, "Do not go to the airport," which was, I think they kept bringing it up to tease me and to be just trolling me in general. They were like, "Well, you know the layout of the campus, right?" I'm like, "No, I don't. Actually, no, I don't."
I remember the ban thing,
yes,
actually.
It was. Yes. I had been booked to go and do a summit. I think it was for Shadowlands. Yeah, it would have been, because I got banned during BFA. It was a summit for Shadowlands to talk about our thoughts and suggestions going into the Shadowlands. And
I will say,
I was supposed to go, I got banned.
I will say, Pringles, the amount of people... So, someone like Preach, for example, getting a free collector's edition proves that Blizzard is no longer just looking after their WoW shills. In my case, I fully accept responsibility for the fact that I am out of favor with Blizzard. That was just... There's no excuse. The way I speak about Ian and Denuser, I'm not sorry about it, not at all. But, I understand why they don't want to fucking work with me. And I don't blame them for that. I fully expected that when I said it at the time. And I stand by my words. I take nothing back. But someone like Preach, someone like Asmongold, these people have been hypercritical of World of Warcraft. The fact that Blizzard is once again willing to work with these people suggests that there has definitely been a change within the company. They have definitely adapted, and they've changed the way they view the community, at least insofar as who they're willing to work with. They realize that when people criticize the game, it's not about hatred. It's genuinely because they want the game to be better. That is it. Preach also has tunnel vision about the game. I wouldn't say that, because Preach has always been, in my opinion, very balanced about these things. If anything, they're doing what they can to get their assets back. You got to win the big guns over, or you lose momentum. True. But I mean, they're not just going after the big guns. They're working with people like Mr. GM. Mr. GM isn't small by any measure. Mr. GM is already a very large content creator. But if you think in terms of the overall scope of WoW content creators, they don't have to work with Mr. GM. He's not the biggest of the WoW content creators, and yet they are still working with him. I'm almost certain they're probably working with someone like Solso Breezy as well, who is much smaller than even Mr. GM, and they're working with him as well. So at the end of the day, I think Blizzard is starting to understand the relationship between game developers, content creators, and the community. Gravelord, how you doing, brother?
Which is really unfortunate. The timing was not good. I mean, Sekiro came out that week, so it was swings and roundabouts, but generally speaking, considered to be a bit of a faux pas on my behalf. Of all my regrets that I do have, because obviously we could have done things better, that is one of the bigger ones. That is one of the bigger regrets I have, is that situation ended that way. So because you got banned for XP pots, we got Covenants. To be fair, I fought the good fight on the Covenants. I fought the good fight. I did my due diligence. As an ex-GM, suspended, not banned, pet peeve. I think the world knows it as a ban. I think the world knows it as a band. But yes, what a wonderful trip it was. So yeah, to put context to what we went, because the internet was fully speculating, because we did that awesome tweet with Ian. I'm really glad that went well. I had the picture in my mind of what I wanted to do. I thought it would just be a funny idea. I pitched it to them as like, hey, we're making this a secret that we're going, but the announcement should be something really fun that people get into. So I was like, I have this idea where maybe Ian zings me, and you know, and that's it. We don't need to say anything. We could just put this message out with just a little video, and just let it do its thing. That was my plan. I put a lot of eggs in that basket of like, what if we just put out this video? We don't put any words to it or anything. We just put this little, and we make it an announcement to you guys, our morning crew here, because obviously I was not streaming. And I did tell you we wouldn't stream Monday, but I did not tell you we would not be streaming for the entire week.
Shit.
And let's just hope it works. I think the surprise, it was actually really hard to shoot in a way. Did you guys realize it was the Blizzard statue straight away? Because that was one thing. Mike, who filmed it, Nups
instantly.
filmed it.
I mean,
did you realize it was the
how the fuck do you not know
before
that?
You saw Ian? Yeah, okay. Well, we tried everything to get an angle that wouldn't come out that way. We really did. We genuinely tried. We were like, there's just no way of getting around it. Because the statue's not that huge, right? It's not super huge. It's big. It's hollow, which is it lets some of the magic out. It's hollow, like when you bang on it, it's hollow. But it is brass. I mean, it should make sense. It's hollow. I mean, it is fucking ginormous. But yeah, it was. But
what did you guys
really
talk about?
Like, that was cool. I loved this. I was so happy this paid off. And as some people probably noticed, Ian was very up for this. We actually filmed this in 2 takes, which I'm really chuffed about. This was just 2 takes. All I said to Ian was, all you need to say is, didn't you quit? Look confused while I'm there and just be scrolling through your phone like we're chilling. That's all you need to do. Is like, just do that. And I said, that's enough. We need it to be really short, really concise. I did have to call the crisps chips. Sorry, Europe, but...
King Julian, I rate what you said the first time. It's not worthy of a response, so I'm just gonna leave it.
And then once again, I had to keep eating these things, otherwise it would have looked really fake. And I was like, they're so salty and so dry. I was like,
hey guys, I'm really sorry there's no stream today.
yeah, I mean, there's no way you didn't know this was where we were.
Yeah, I mean, it's
now
obvious.
I look at it on a big screen, there's absolutely no way you didn't immediately know where we were.
I mean, they could have zoomed in on just his face,
There's no
but
way you didn't
yeah.
know. Yeah, of course. Well, the whole the idea on paper is that you wouldn't know, and then it cuts to Ian as a complete shock, and then we panned out to the statue. But I had never seen the statue. I had never been there before, so I wasn't really clear on how this was going to work. I didn't know whether we'd have to sit on the floor. There is a pedestal around it. But yeah, I just didn't know. So like when we got there and because we filmed it on a phone to look a bit more authentic as a phone announcement. So we filmed it on a phone, and I was like, yeah.
I've got some stuff to do. I don't actually think we're going to be back till like Monday. Yep.
Oh, this worked so well. This worked so well. It really did.
yeah.
Ian was such a star. He really was. Ian was such a star. That pan as I moved the chips, this was fucking great. That's down to Nups filming it.
I did enjoy
Yeah,
this.
like all I
actually.
said is get your phone out and just like scroll through your phone like you're chilling. And we're sat next to each other. Yeah, it was really good. The reveal was fucking awesome.
Didn't you quit?
Well pissed off. All I thought is like when he says that I need to look pissed off. Like fuck you, man. Like rubbing it in. I need to look pissed off. Yeah, that's all it says. Like I do. Look at the size of this Pringles can. Look at it. That's like the smallest Pringles can that was in the store. We went to
Yeah,
an
but
entire
Americans,
supermarket
you
to
guys
get these
have the
Pringles. That is
largest
the
shit.
smallest one they had, And
As
it
a
makes my
massive
hands
fucking can.
look like little baby hands. Yeah, that's the smallest they do. America is just insane. Insane. There was 2 aisles of chips, and this is like the smallest can they did.
Never said that.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, it was perfect. Yeah, but that's the size of statues you can see, like up there. Getting there. The country, we couldn't handle the food. We could not handle the food, like, at all. We could not handle the food. These were the guys who looked after us for the entire weeks. This is Linksy, Randy, and Lugia. These guys were just, yeah, these guys just fucking did everything for us. They did all the sound checks. They did the lighting checks. They escorted us. I mean, obviously, we had a chaperone. We had a chaperone everywhere we went. We had a chaperone, which is completely fair. Chris didn't come, no. So our original
Mikey
plan
Randon,
was
how you doing,
to
brother?
be sending the footage back to Chris so he could go through it while we were there, but the files were too big. I think in total, just the chat with Ian was 1.8 terabytes.
But
we got like
just
2 hours with Ian.
Just to be clear, though, that Linksy goal is fucking hot, bro. Like, Jesus.
So it just wasn't possible. Even using Blizzard's internet, it was just too much. And we did 13 interviews or 15 interviews.
All right, so I want to put a couple of things to bed here. Menelris, from what you're saying, I need to put a couple of things to bed here. Are you of the opinion that if you're going to criticize someone, you have to always criticize them, no matter what? Or if you praise someone, you have to always praise them, no matter what? Because if this is where we are as a society, we're pretty fucked. Not gonna lie. We're pretty much screwed. So, in other words, if someone does something really fucked up, yeah, like really fucked up, and I criticize them, I can't change my mind when they stop doing the fucked up thing and they actually start doing the right things. No, they are fucked up and they must always be fucked up. That's not how that works. I criticize when you deserve criticism, and I praise when you deserve praise. It is as simple as that. I do not hold a grudge. What's the fucking point? Because according to most people, no, if you're angry at Blizzard, why do you forgive them so quickly? Who the fuck? What forgiveness? I need to forgive people who trespass against me and who betray me. That is a different story. This is a company that put out a fucking stupid game. They fucked up a game that was actually very good with stupid decisions, and I criticized it at the time. Breach did the same thing. Now it seems like they're learning. They're putting out a different game where they're making the decisions and the changes that we want to see. They're doing the right things. Now we should suddenly be like, no, fuck it. I'm not willing to forgive them. Forgive what? I don't know them. I'm not personally involved with any of them. I didn't date Blizzard in the past and then they cheated on me with someone else. This is a company that fucked up. I called out their fuck-ups. Now they're not fucking up. Now I'm not calling it out because what the fuck would there be to call out? They're in my mind doing the right things. I'm not ready yet to say this is the best expansion ever. No, because I don't know, right? But I am willing to say it looks good. So far, it looks good. That's all I can say. And that's all Preach and everyone else is saying is so far, it looks good. This is what we've wanted to see for a really long time. You can't say that they're just telling us what they think we want to hear. Because we're seeing the beta footage, and it seems like what they're telling us and what they're giving us is kind of the same thing. You can say that it might be that way, and we'll have to wait and see what the end of Dragonflight comes to. Because that's when we'll learn. Sadly, that's all, for now, that's all I can say. It looks good.
And in total, and that was from 3 different camera angles. So each one of them is multiplied by 3. So we had to go out and buy another 4 terabyte hard drive while we were there. I had to go to Best Buy and buy a new hard drive just to accommodate the sheer amount of data that we have. And that's not including B-roll of going through the studios and doing all that kind of stuff. Will you tell us about the lawsuit? It's the reason I said I'll not return to WoW. Absolutely. Yeah, so let's give context as to why I did this. All right, let's be ultra clear on why I did this. So, first things first. I asked, I said I would pay for it. It was not a sponsor deal. It was not a marketing deal.
All right, I can promise everyone in chat right now, if it turns out that Blizzard is getting worse, if it turns out that Blizzard starts monetizing Dragonflight even harder than what they've done in the past 3 years, if it turns out that the game is just as shit as it has been for the last 2 expansions, I will be right back here criticizing Blizzard to no fucking end, because that is my job. But I am not going to sit here and already crucify them for something I don't know about. What you guys are expecting is for us to preeminently start crucifying them for something we don't know jack shit about yet. I can't say anything, right? It is literally just... What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to say, fuck Blizzard, they'll never fucking change? Even though all of the evidence right now suggests that they are interested in changing, they look to be changing, but no, fuck them, they'll never change. Let's wait and see. That's all I'm asking for. Wait and see. I am praising what they're doing right now because it looks to be the right things. It's what I wanted, and they're doing that. And I think that's a good change. We'll see. I can promise you, I'm not going to not criticize them if they do the wrong things. I'll be right back here criticizing if they do the wrong things. But I can't just criticize because I think they might be doing the wrong things. That's not how this works.
It was purely on the basis that I wanted the freedom to ask what I wanted to ask and not be there to fulfill a certain commitment. All right, so like the thing at the castle, which I'll be doing for Blizzard EU, that's obviously the goal there is the launch of Dragonflight and to make that good. So I asked the question after the Max interview. So I did get to spend some time with Max. I got to see where the Team Liquid facility and all that, which was awesome. But I watched the interview with Max and it was kind of the same thing. Dan's done a few and he's been through this process now a few times. Is you kind of, the usual routines, you kind of send the general topics over, but they allow you to ask whatever you want for the most part, but you're under like time constraints, right? So when you're doing it like that and you're trying to meet a certain commitment to your audience, right? If I'm doing a live interview, say on Twitch or something, I kind of have a commitment to you guys to get over certain topics. Make sure we hit certain topics of interest. And you might have like half an hour, and I've been lucky and I've had an hour a few times. But if a topic comes up, you can't really expand on it a lot, right? Mm-hmm. You just don't have time. Otherwise, they're going to cut the interview off. Like, there's only a certain amount of time you can talk to these guys. They're really busy. So
I want to say, though, that is one thing that Blizzard still needs to get better at. Why is it that Blizzard constantly refuses to get on podcasts? Like, why not have a fucking podcast? Why not go on Allcraft, for example? Ian, go on Allcraft and have a conversation for 2.5 hours with Asmongold. Like, don't give me that bullshit of, oh my god, they're so busy. Bollocks. They can find 2.5 hours out of their busy schedules to actually sit down and talk to the community. He went on Asmongold's stream and he spoke for like half an hour because that's all they do. They give you half an hour slots and then sometimes they'll give you an hour, really depending on, right? What I want to see is podcasts. So what I want is if you ask a question. So if I ask Ian, by the way, Ian, covenants. This is what's wrong with covenants. What made you guys feel like this was the right move for you? And Ian answers, but I'm not happy with the answer. I should have the time to go, wait, Ian, but I don't agree with that at all. Here's why, boom, boom, boom. And then Ian needs to be able to say, okay, wait, let's run through this. Let me explain our logic. And then I can listen to the logic from Ian's side and I can be like, okay, Ian, here and here and here, I feel like your logic is flawed. Here's why I think that. And we can have that debate within the community as to why we think certain things aren't great. And I think most WoW viewers, most WoW players would love that level of interaction, because you're hearing their side of things, but you're also then getting your own content creators being able to push back on it, being able to say, wait, no. So if I can give you guys a very good example, if I ever had the opportunity to sit down with Steve Denuser, I would ask him, Steve, the Sylvanas Loyalist campaign, what was the point of that? Considering everything that happened in Shadowlands, it does not feel like there was any point to Sylvanas' Loyalists. Now, of course, Breach will have his thought out response to that, but I can then push back and I can be like, okay, wait. If I examine the story that followed the actual Loyalist campaign, it seems like either you changed the story, or you dropped things, or you just completely forgot about these things. Can you explain to us, can you explain to me how this happened? I need to know how all of this happened. That is what I consider to be a fruitful conversation, because through that, one of two things will happen. Number one, you will expose inadequacy. So if the writers are just completely and utterly inadequate, it will get exposed in such a conversation. The more likely one, however, is that the community starts to understand. Because through the back and forth, you understand, that was your plan. Okay, that did not translate. But I at least understand that you had a plan. You did have a plan. It just didn't translate into what you ultimately wanted to do. But so often in World of Warcraft, it feels like Blizzard does things. The community doesn't understand why they're doing it. They put out a blue post. The community still doesn't quite understand why the fuck they're doing it. And no one ever really gets to the actual meat of the matter and can actually discuss things and actually get answers for things. So we just end up in this really weird world where everyone chooses their side based on what they want to believe, but no one actually knows what the truth is. So that's one of the things I wish Blizzard would start doing, is engage with people in a more open forum.
My problem with it was I really wanted to dig into various things and talk about it with a back and forth in a more podcast style. And so that was what I approached them with. I was like, look, if I pay for it and I fly my team over there, I flew me and Nups over, can we just have time? That's all. That's what I was essentially paying for, was time. So we're not constrained. We're not doing this during some sort of marketing media blitz where they're doing like, when you followed a game, when they're doing the media blitz, there'll be like 9 or 10 different sources that are getting interviews, and they do that all pretty much in a day. So they're like, well, I can't spend time with you because I've still got to do like 8 other interviews. Like the other people are waiting for us. So it's like, if I come over to literally where you are, all you need to do is come downstairs and give us some time. That's it. So oddly enough, they said yes, which I was shocked by. They were like,
yeah, it is a bit shocking, actually.
Cool. And then the question became, is who is it you want to talk to? But more importantly, what did we want to talk about? The lawsuits, the sexual harassment cases, the period of time from Shadowlands all the way to now. Why has Dragonflight, and 2 major topics. One was the lawsuits. What's happened? What have they changed internally? Because it really upset me whenever we would boot up World of Warcraft because we wanted to check out Dragonflight. And there'd be people here who are probably here now who are like, I can't watch sexual harassment game, because that's how they feel about it, right? It's like this, but there's 7,000 people who work at Blizzard.
I just want to be honest. I think most of the people that say that, they're just trying to make a fucking statement. Because Blizzard have done, at least in terms of the developers. I mean, I think most of the people that were involved in the sexual harassment have already been let go. Now, you can look at Bobby Kotick and be like, yeah, fuck that guy. But, the developers, the individual developers at Blizzard, I don't think the ones that's still there is necessarily involved in anything anymore.
And the amount of people who caused all these issues is obviously minuscule, and they're gone now. Can confirm they are just fucking out the door. So it was like, that sucks. But who knows what's happened? Who knows? Because all we hear is like media articles, news posts, you know, things like that. But we haven't really heard from Blizzard. So I was like, let's go and find out. Let's go and ask. Nobody's asking these questions. Let's go and find out. Let's get in there and go and see what's going on. Let us be the people that are asking those questions. So I went in. That's one of the reasons I wanted to go. And the other reason for my own personal thing is that Dragonflight is completely changing the core gameplay loop of World of Warcraft. Like, entirely. There's no mandatory content. They're going for a totally different approach. And whether or not this is the internal descriptor or whether it was just something said in an interview, but it's being called the third era, the start of the third era of World of Warcraft, is how it was mentioned.
I would say that it's a return to the first era of World of Warcraft. That's what I would say. Because functionally, from a principle perspective, so if we're looking at the philosophical elements behind the expansion, there is almost no difference between Dragonflight and things like Classic, things like TBC, things like Wrath, things like Cataclysm, things like Mists of Pandaria, even to some extent things like Warlords of Draenor, even though in Warlords of Draenor mandatory systems already became a thing with the Garrison. That obviously didn't work. And then it goes from Warlords of Draenor, that was a major turning point where we just saw the game become very mandatory in terms of what it provides. So I would say that this is more... The only thing I could see as a third era is we now have a lot more sort of story footage, if that makes sense. A lot more story things, which the previous ones didn't always rely that heavily on story. It relied on macro story, but not so much on micro individual narrative driven stories.
First era would be kind of up to like Wrath of the Lich King and Kata, and then the second era would be kind of WoD-ish onwards. Like, it's a very vague guide when mandatory content came in. And borrowed power was a much bigger factor. You know, all those kind of things. That's like the second era. So the second era is like coming to a close. They're changing a lot of stuff. And if you've played Dragonflight or you've looked at the beta, you'll realize there's a lot different. And it's going to be a weird transition for a lot of people.
Yes, that's actually something I've said. I expect the outrage, at least in the beginning, to be phenomenal. Because there's a lot of people in World of Warcraft that basically have been trained to do whatever Blizzard tells them to do. They look at the lists of things that they have to complete, and they complete them. That's it. That's the job. The job is you look at what you have on your list, and you go do that list. Now, people are going to log in and be like, well, what am I supposed to do? It's like, well, whatever you want to do. Yeah, but I don't... What? Where? And it's like, well, there's the world. Go run around until you find something fun. I don't understand. Fun? You don't understand what fun is? Welcome to the new World of Warcraft. That really does... It's gonna... At the beginning, I guarantee you... In the beginning, there's going to be people complaining there's nothing to do. Because most people have gotten so used to Blizzard tells me what to do. They keep me busy. And I complete their things and I get a nice little dopamine spike at the end of the thing. And then I do the next thing and I get a nice little dopamine spike from there. And then, of course, at the end of the thing, I get a nice little serotonin spike because I've just completed a list of things to do. And serotonin is released whenever we complete lists. That's a quick hack for those of you that struggle with procrastination and shit like that. Make a list. Your brain loves that shit. Coincidentally, that's also why they have lists in games. But a lot of people are going to be like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? It's going to take some time. Kola, how you doing, brother? YouTube in the last weeks, but I'm still continuing my membership of the Beard on YouTube. Dude, I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Can I make a list of things I've already done? Of course you can.
It's the core gameplay has changed a lot. There is no Torghast. There is no required dailies. All that stuff is kind of going away. It has gone away. So I want to know why that happened. Was that just like financially? The sub numbers dropped too much? Or is there what's changed internally with the direction of the team? So I wanted to ask all about that stuff. And then, of course, I had some selfish reasons to go. I got to talk to... I said this yesterday, but it's worth bearing in mind. I think it's this conversation. Like, Tina here is the head of all the... When I say they, it's teams of people, right? So this is Morgan and Tina. Tina is in charge of all the artwork in World of Warcraft. Like, Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad. Like, talking about why does the raid look like it does, because it's basically they've done a molten core theme, right? Why have they done that? Like, so it was Dragonflight. I've done videos where they considered flying to be the bastard child of World of Warcraft, right? So why now you have flight in the name and you get flying like pretty much immediately in Dragonflight. That's another big change. Like, flying seems to have been this fucking horrible thing that they've had to latch onto, and you've had Pathfinder and all this nonsense, and Dragonflight is just giving you flying. Like, this is just another change that's coming in. It's like, there's no mandatory shit. We're giving you flying straight away. And the new flying system is really fucking good. Like, there's a lot of core things that have been embedded in World of Warcraft for, say, the last 6 expansions that is now just gone in Dragonflight. It's not there anymore. So why is that? Why is that the case? So we got to talk to, like, Maria. Maria is in charge of all the questing in World of Warcraft. Why is the questing the way it is? How do the stories get told? What changes are going to make in the wake of, like, FF14 being so story-driven and people latching onto it? What's her team doing? And Maria is in charge of all of that, and she's fucking old school cool. This is Paul Cubitt. This is the guy who designed Withered Training, Brawlers Guild, the first version of Torghast I fell in love with. That's the guy that made that. This dude is the guy who's like, oh, okay.
Man, they should have just kept the first version of Torghast. What the fuck?
Guild. You know what I mean? Like,
Ian, trust this man when he makes things. Because all the things Ian just mentioned there were things that I actually enjoyed. Withered Training. Do you guys remember Withered Training back in Legion? That was fun as fuck. I really enjoyed Withered Training. Takes me like a day or two and I'm in Shadowlands, which I don't want. Isn't that if you find rares and chests? Are you guys talking about how fast it takes to level?
Nope. They were telling us all sorts of fun things. Like in Dragonflight at one point, they'd set up a quest line that happened in certain conditions to unlock
training. Yeah, pretty much broccoli.
It unlocked enough quests around you when you turned it in that you couldn't take them all because it would instantly fill your quest log. I think they said you like turned this quest in and suddenly like 27 quests became available or something. It was something ridiculous. And they're like, oops, that doesn't work. This is a bummer. But so, we played through Dragonflight. There's some really, really good stories in there. And it was actually some of the really surprising things I found out. Which won't be really relevant to the main video, so I can talk about them here. It's like all the side stories that you get in the zones, they're just autonomous in coming up with them. Like, her team just comes up with stories. They have a general story arc for the main story. But if I think about the dog quest, which we got emotionally invested in Dragonflight, I was just somebody just came up with that and was like, yeah, we're just going to throw this in. It kind of fits this zone, and I think it's a cool story. Like, finding out how much autonomy the questing team had and their drives and ambitions for what's coming is really good, especially with how people treat questing in WoW and they want to make it better. It was really cool. One of the most surprising discoveries that I don't think has ever been talked about, and it was Ian who explained this to me.
Jesus.
It's something called modular. I need.
I'm sorry. Look at the picture that was taken there. Like, Ian looks like he's planning the end of the world, bro. Ian's about to own this bitch.
A lot of things just started making sense because I did not. I almost couldn't believe this is how it's done in WoW. I was shocked, and I don't think it's ever been in the public eye. I think my PC just crashed. Help! Oh no! Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. It's catching up. Yay! Nope. Oh no! Did I just crash the PC? Let me close all these photos. Oh, I have... Okay, yeah, I've put 2 gigs of photos into my memory. Hold. That's too many. Okay, there we go. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Okay, yeah, I put too much shit in. All right, this is going to be horrible, but you'll get the idea. Okay, so... This will... like, when it's in this context, this will make so much more sense. All right, let's do a little... timeline. Yeah, we don't want that, actually. We want a timeline. Right, we need years. That's what we need. We need years. So let's do some years. Okay. So we got some years. So we're at, where are we now? We're at 2022. 2022. Yeah, it's bright, isn't it? That's okay. But you'll get the idea anyway. So 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018. Okay. So, this is how a World of Warcraft expansion is designed. Okay. So, we're getting Dragonflight. We'll make Dragonflight red. So, Dragonflight started its life in 2020. Right? Dragonflight's life is like there. Right now, they're already working on the next expansion as well. Okay? So, whatever the next expansion is, I could swear to you, although I did go in a room, they gave us unfettered access. They gave us more access than anything else. Okay, I should make it a random color because I genuinely don't know. I can promise you, I did walk into a room where they were discussing something that I was absolutely not supposed to see, but I'm a smart boy. I kept my eyes down, and they very quickly ran over and turned around the board where they were discussing what it was. It could have been something to do with Dragonflight. It might have been the next expansion. Whatever. But they quickly ran over and they turned it around, so I couldn't.
Arkiel Hido, bro.
I couldn't see what was going on.
Shit.
So yeah, GG's to that team. They went, oh shit, it's Preach, and then turned it around really quickly because we had a camera on as well. So yeah, it was yeah, cool moment. But
it's confirmed.
Right, so Dragonflight started like 2020. So then you've got BFA, right? Or Shadowlands. So Shadowlands started like way back here, right? Shadowlands starts all this time ago, pretty much. That might be a bit too long. So let's say like 2019. And BFA, compared to the release dates, starts like back here. Okay? We'll make BFA blue. So what this means is they are already like putting what's going to be in Dragonflight like very, very early on, like really early on, like 2 years or so before you'd see the game coming out, which is really interesting because then they do something called modular design. I know Dan's probably like, huh? Yeah, then they do something called modular design is what it's called inside. One of the things that's always bothered me about WoW is systems that just seem to get dropped. Garrisons, Warfronts, Island Expeditions, Mage Tower, all these things just go away. And we always, class halls would be in here as well.
Yep.
All these things that just go away. Now, I think...
Now, can I just point out here, all of those systems are systems that if Blizzard stuck with them, would have by today already been amazing. If Garrisons stayed and Blizzard kept updating Garrisons, it would now be a full-blown housing system in World of Warcraft. Just by constantly adding new ways of customizing it and giving people more control, allowing people to eventually make it an undead garrison or a blood elf garrison or whatever the fucking case might be, right? You would have had a housing system in World of Warcraft. Yes, it's all the way back in Draenor, but it doesn't matter. It is a housing system. If class order halls were kept updated, you would have had so much more story and so much more build out of those class order systems. Like all of those systems, the fact that they were abandoned is actually my biggest issue, because those systems would have given people so many reasons to play the game if they just kept updating them.
The general impression of why that happens in terms of the public eye is because they consider them failures for the most part. Like, people hate garrisons, so we're not going to continue making garrisons, right?
Yeah.
People didn't like Warfronts, so we're not going to continue working on Warfronts. Torghast, people don't like Torghast, so we're not going to work on Torghast, and so on and so forth, right? That's the thing. So, but that's not even remotely true. They are designed to never exist past that expansion at all. I was like, really? Because that's like millions of dollars of research and development and man hours that goes into creating these things. And they have no intention from the start of ever carrying that thing forward. Now, that sounds mad, right? I didn't even consider it. I was like, that sounds insane. Why would you pour all these resources into these systems or features? These aren't systems, these are features.
It's not even abandoned, Aragos, because abandoned would be, we made this system, it didn't quite work, let's abandon it and move on. This is not abandoned. This is knowing that you're not making the system forever. That's literally what it is. You know from the minute you start this system will die at the end of this expansion. I have said this before. If you go from a cost analysis and you look at the amount of time, effort, and money that's spent on these systems, it is so fucking wasteful. Because you have all of those man hours, all of those dollars that's spent on this. And we're talking massive amounts of man hours because we're not just talking about the guy that physically designed the system. We're talking about the coders that actually have to code it so that it actually works. We're talking about the asset team that has to create assets for these systems so that they can actually work. You're talking about the combat team and something like Torghast that has to be involved in this. The story team that has to be involved in this. So much effort and money goes into these systems, and those systems are designed from day one. They know that these systems are dying. These systems will not survive. It is such a silly way of designing something, of working on something, because how are you ever going to allow that system to become good if you know it's going to die? Why are you going to put a lot of effort into it in the first place if you know that it's not going to survive past the 2-year mark?
No intention of carrying forward at all. And it actually makes sense from their perspective. It's because while we're making them...
So how are you doing?
They don't fit the next expansion, right? So this is BFA, so while we're making islands and warfronts and things like that, we already know we're going to be making Shadowlands.
Yeah.
We know like 2 years before the game comes out. This line should be way longer. So like Shadowlands is actually starting here, and the same with like Dragonflight is like coming back here, etc. So we already know we're going to be making Shadowlands, and Island Expeditions and Warfronts don't fit into what we're going to be doing for Shadowlands. They just don't fit.
Yeah.
What it's not a complete waste from their side of things, right? It's not a complete waste because they're like their perspective is we're still going to use the tech. So we were talking about Island Expeditions where they were selling like Sneaky Pete and this advanced AI they were going to do, all that kind of stuff, roguelike generation in some forms. They're still going to use all that tech from their point of view. It's not a waste because all the stuff we learn when making those things, we're going to implement into something in the future. Like for their perspective, the actual technology that's going into it is useful.
That is true. So in terms of technology, it is not a waste because obviously Island Expeditions was the first, and you can probably look at Island Expeditions. You can probably look at Torghast as sort of made possible because of the work that was done with Island Expeditions. Because functionally speaking, that AI was applied to Torghast, and that's sort of what you got there. The problem is that technology is only ever as good as its implementation. It doesn't help that you can do something if you don't actually do it. So that's the issue. If all you constantly do is create systems so that you can replace them eventually, well, what good is the technology then? Why not just then not make it in the first place? Because you're ultimately just constantly chasing technology. You're doing the upfront investment just over and over and over again. You see, that's the issue. We're talking about R&D, right? Research and discovery. So you're talking about R&D. Great. The thing with R&D is R&D almost always leads to implementation. The issue, up until now at least, I hope Blizzard changed their minds on this, but if they haven't, that's a fuck up. But the issue is Blizzard just continuously does R&D. Every single expansion is another R&D for potential future tech. It's okay, but at what point do we now implement this research? You have the technology. Can we now get it implemented into the game so that it actually forms part of the overall game?
Going forward, it's just that the style of content of you going to like islands to collect Azerite or whatever just doesn't fit into Shadowlands. Shadowlands doesn't have Azerite. So why would we continue that going forward? Now, that was I don't think anybody's ever really found that out. And I was like, but from our perspective as players, it literally looks like it's just failure after failure over and over again. It just looks like failure after failure over and over again.
Yeah.
Because we keep getting these big features that you announce, so you sell the expansion on, and then they go away. And they're not iterated on. They're not like, okay, so the things you didn't like about Warfronts, they were too easy, but the premise is good. I liked the premise anyway. The premise is good.
Yeah, the premise is amazing.
Then it just goes away. So it's like, oh, well, nobody likes them, so we just gave up on them and we're going to start something new. And it comes across to us as like reinventing the wheel. When in reality, that's not the case. It's just part of their modular design philosophy. It's like, this is a BFA feature. We're going to put it in for BFA, but it's not going to be in Shadowlands. It's not going to be in Dragonflight. So then I brought up the obvious question, which is like, but all you're doing is cannibalizing your own content, right? You've got 15 years worth of content that just dies all the time. And I can tell you that is going to change in the third era of WoW. That is going to change. That is going to be way less of the case going forward. And it's something they've come to recognize is a big problem. Is that, we've got like 15 years worth of content that just sits dead, unless you're Dan and you're testing Island Expeditions 2 expansions later. They're going to change that. This was a really exciting revelation. So this was good why we got into this conversation, right? You can see why we did that. Is now learning about this stuff and like its effect on players is really important. So it's like, honestly, if you were to ask me as somebody who's lived here, like it just comes across as you just abandon this shit every single time and you keep trying to find some sort of niche, and they're like, no, it's not our approach at all. It's just that while you're getting all the Dragonflight stuff now, internally we're already working on the next expansion and what the features are there. Like, does dragonflying make sense there? Well, probably, yeah, because you learned to fly a fucking dragon. I'm not saying the dragonflying is going to be in the next expansion because they obviously didn't share that with me, but that's kind of the premise going forward. It's like, well, you learned how to fly a dragon. Why wouldn't you be able to fly a dragon wherever we're going? That doesn't make sense. It's just not logical. It doesn't fit.
It has to be. It has to continue.
So there's that's something else that's changing.
It has to continue.
The next thing that's changing that I could talk about here, I have to be careful because there's a lot of. Obviously, I know a lot more than I'm telling you now, but story-wise, I had a really good conversation with Ian and John Height on this.
Yeah, I'm listening. Stories, bro. You're saying my things.
Previously, the stories, which have been kind of hard to get into for many of us, everyone laughs at the jailer, including me. I was like, lol, 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 lol. I did bring up the name Emmett Selk. How could I not? How could I not? I did bring up the name Emmett Selk. So we had that. Of course I did, right? I like I say, there's no holding back here. Honesty is too important when you have these moments. But now they're kind of going to look to make a multiple expansion story arc that people can get into and be excited for the next thing. And I was like, thank.
Bro, I have been saying this since fucking Legion. The problem with World of Warcraft's story is rush. Every single story either gets completely forgotten because they don't have time to get to it, or they rush it. If you want evidence of this, look at the final patch for Battle for Azeroth. We finally get N'Zoth. N'Zoth is free. And then N'Zoth gets ended in the exact patch that he comes out in what can only be described as one of the worst, worst endings for a massive planetary threat that is N'Zoth. And I've said this for so long. What Blizzard needs is a continuous thread. So it's such good news to hear that they're finally latching onto this. You need a story, or stories, really, that you already start in Dragonflight. And those stories are going to have moments that they sort of reach climaxes throughout the course of Dragonflight, but they're not going to have conclusions in Dragonflight. Their conclusions are going to take place in the next expansion. And the next expansion, by the time we get these major conclusions that was already, or stories that was already started in Dragonflight, by the time their conclusions happen, you already have a bunch of new stories that is now building towards the next expansion. So you sort of have this rolling, progressive, or a rolling ball of story that just keeps building, keeps building, keeps building. So now what this allows you to do, and this is why this is such good news if Blizzard actually implements it correctly, it allows you to take seemingly unimportant stories and carry them to massive moments. So stories that in previous expansions, like for example, the Loyalist campaign from Sylvanas, the Loyalist campaign should have started in BFA and then continued all the way into Shadowlands. Because here's where things would have been actually very interesting with the Loyalist campaign. Imagine if in Shadowlands, the Loyalists of Sylvanas actually still work with Sylvanas. The Loyalists are actually working with Sylvanas and Zuvul. There's a bunch of quest chains for the Loyalists where they work against the other covenants and they sort of help Zuvul. And then in patch 9.2, the Loyalists find out that Zuvul's been lying to them. Zuvul's been lying to Sylvanas, Zuvul's been lying to them. They have actually been the bad guys in all of this. Suddenly, all of it changes. You know, let's not talk about how, like, that story is bad in and of itself, but at least there, the Loyalists now feel a sense of, oh shit, are we the bad guys? You know, the story carries weight. It doesn't feel like a forgotten story that just never really started, nor did it actually end. There's an actual ending that you can now work at because you carried it through. It continued into the next expansion. So this is like probably the best news I've ever gotten for World of Warcraft. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Preach could have said nothing else. He could have just said this, and I would have been happy. This is what I want. I'm sick and tired of World of Warcraft treating every single one of their expansions as an individual book that has nothing to do with the rest of the game. The expansion should be treated as chapters in a book. You have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, but all of them form part of the same book. It's working towards a story, a magnificent end to a story. And there's nothing stopping Blizzard from doing this now. Blizzard could start. Here's where things get so fucking big-brained, people. Blizzard could so easily start with a story in Dragonflight that will see its penultimate end 6 expansions from now. Can you imagine that? Imagine we get a bunch of stories in Dragonflight and we all think, oh, this is really cool. Let's just watch this. It's not, who cares? This is a great story. We're having fun, right? Then next expansion comes out. We're like, whoa. Okay, this story continues. Okay, there's more things here. The plot thickens a little. Third expansion comes out. Okay, plot thickens a lot. There's now so many more elements to the story. This story is really branching out into just a number of avenues. By expansion 6, everyone is at the edge of their fucking seat, just wondering, wait, when, like, what the hell is going to happen? We've had this story now for 6 expansions. We've built upon this story. It's finally coming to a head now. What is actually going to happen here? That is what I want to see for World of Warcraft. I said this way back in Legion. This is what Blizzard needs to do. We need multiple expansion stories that sort of carry over and build. Fuck, I'm glad I'm watching this because this makes me happy. This makes me happy.
So there's Deathwing and all that kind of stuff. Garrosh is back and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's like, did you ask about the plans this Warcraft 3? No, I wasn't there to troll. I was very serious, right? I was very serious about this stuff because I care about this stuff. The reason I even gave it a chance is we're no longer, like, financially tied to World of Warcraft, which is very freeing, and I thank you all for that.
Andy, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the people that got the original plot would have quit, because the people that started the game most likely because of that story, because that's exactly what Final Fantasy does. It is quite literally what Final Fantasy does. Final Fantasy started their original story all the way back in 2.0. And it has been carrying on all the way up until Endwalker. And there are people that started playing Final Fantasy in Shadowbringers because so many people are saying, dude, the story is insane. You have to check it out. You have to see the story. So people came for the story and they stayed for the gameplay and for all other reasons. You know, some people stayed, some people didn't. Really doesn't matter. But stories are important, and you have to give stories time to breathe, because sometimes a slowly told story that builds gradually into something big will be far more impactful than a story that starts like 2 years ago and then ends, because you get rushed storylines, you get storylines that doesn't make a lot of sense because the developers had to rush. It's all sorts of crap, and no one cares about it. So I love this. This is exactly what I want to see from Blizzard moving forward. Exactly what I want to see from Blizzard moving forward.
So I had the freedom to like ask these questions without worrying about what would happen going forward. So we could all be very honest. Like, you have to be honest in these conversations. And I think that's one of the reasons I would hope that we got in there is, like I said, me and Ian have definitely not seen eye to eye on very specific niche stuff in the game. As is well known, but we both treat each other with respect and fairness and the opportunities coming through. And we've never been that abusive content creator. You know, we're not a shill and we're not rage clicky. We've never been that. We've always been fair. So I think that's one of the reasons we got to do this, is doing that. So it's pretty good. So we get a novel per patch then. It's more about, and in fact, another person who completely spontaneously had this same idea was this wonderful man here. It's Mr. Jesse Cox. One of the things that I love about FF14 is I cannot wait for what happens next.
I spoke to JC as well. Fuck.
I really can't wait. Like, I've been infuriated with like the Hildebrand cliffhangers, let alone the MSQ. I cannot physically wait to find out what happens next. I'm like frothing at the bit to find out what happens next. But I don't feel that about WoW. I don't feel that at all. Like, once I've done the story or whatever, I'm like, let's go. Whatever. We'll find out next. Let's wait for the next cool cutscene and stuff. So the idea that they'll be actually trying to engross us and get us into it again. GG's. Insane.
Story investment is, as the word suggests, it's about investment. Okay? I can give you the greatest story in the history of the world, unless I can get you to buy into the story, it's going to fall flat. I need to find a hook. I need to find a way for you to care about the story. Now, in movies, they do this through the character arcs. They do this through action and combat and all the rest of it. In video games, more often than not, it's a time thing. The Witcher is amazing because it requires a lot of time. It's a slow burning game. And as you build through it, the story builds and the intrigue and the mystery builds. But it allows breathing room for those things to take hold, for you to start thinking about them, for you to start worrying about them, and then new things get introduced and you start thinking about those, and it shapes you and it grabs you. That's the whole point. Why is it that speculation channels are so successful in World of Warcraft? Why do I have a channel? Because it allows for investment. The game's story isn't always that good when it comes to investing players into it, but the speculation is. Because it's what it could be. It's that moment. Now, can you imagine what speculation in World of Warcraft will be once the story gets people to invest as well? Dude, it's going to be off the charts. The amount of new people that's going to get into the story because they're invested into it. Because the story is running at a in drama, you learn about a thing called tempo. Now, tempo, for most people, just means speed. Right, or at least the speed of repetition would be tempo. In acting, tempo is everything. It's the moment that you deliver a line. It's the timing with which you deliver a line. If your timing is off by even a couple of seconds, you can take a very funny line and not make it funny at all. If your tempo is too fast, it can come across as sarcastic where it maybe should have been endearing. If your tempo is too slow, it can come off as fake. Tempo is everything. It's the speed with which you introduce the audience to information, to happenings within a story. Tempo. If you have the wrong tempo, a story falls flat. If you're trying to, and this really is something that harkens back to a fundamental change that happened in World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft never adapted to the change in any way, shape, or form. So Blizzard themselves refer to this as the third era of World of Warcraft, right? Now, the first era of World of Warcraft dealt with what I consider to be very two-dimensional story designs. Not two-dimensional stories. The characters were really three-dimensional. The stories were very three-dimensional. But in terms of the type of stories that they implemented was very two-dimensional. You know, you go back to TBC, the threat was singular in nature. It was the Burning Legion. It was Illidan. That was the threat. And yes, there were like side threats, but they weren't really big threats. It didn't really matter. You were there to take care of Illidan. Right? That was the story. In Wrath of the Lich King, again, same thing. It's the Lich King. Sorry, you were there to take care of Illidan. In Wrath of the Lich King, you were there to take care of the Lich King, and everything was just about the Lich King and the Undead and the Scourge, and that's it. And then Blizzard sort of, around the time, I would say, of Mist of Pandaria, Blizzard starts introducing this new element of World of Warcraft storytelling, where it's no longer just about one thing. Mist of Pandaria is about the Horde v Alliance. That's the major storyline. That's the major story arc. But thrown into that, there's a little bit of old god fuckery. There's also a little bit of political intrigue with the pandas. Now the pandas are responding to us. There's also a lot of sort of infighting within the Horde. So for Horde players, we got a lot of infighting and intrigue within the Horde itself. So now you're starting to deal with very complicated story arcs, because there are multiple story arcs playing out at the exact same time. In World of Draenor, this kicks up a gear. In Legion, this kicks up a massive gear, because in Legion you're dealing with the fight between the Horde and the Alliance. You're dealing, and this is a major story arc, you're also dealing at the very same time with the Burning Legion that has just attacked. And of course there's a whole bunch of sub-stories within the Legion attacking us. And then you're also dealing with the Old God, the Old God threat, the Nightmare and all that, and the sub-stories that it created. So now you're dealing with a very convoluted story. However, your method of storytelling, your tempo, is still based on the one-dimensional design that you used to have. All of these arcs need to finish within the same expansion. And this is where Blizzard starts running into their first issues. Because how? Well, the way we'll do it is we'll introduce the Nightmare in the first patch, then we won't touch it again until the next expansion, where we'll go for the Old Gods. Okay, that at least gives us some crossover. It's not enough, but it is at least something. Although, we get the Old Gods in the first patch. There's literally zero development throughout throughout Legion of this Old God threat. And then the Old God threat really gets kicked up a notch in BFA. But that's just the nature of it, because we have so many other story arcs. Like, we need to finish the Burning Legion story arc in this expansion, because this is Legion. This is what we're here for. So we can't spend time and effort and resources on these other smaller story arcs, because this is the big story arc and this needs to be finished. So everything else needs to be put on the back burner. This allows Blizzard to say, okay, let's get our tempo and our pacing right. We don't have to have every single patch deal with a fundamental story. We can have patches deal with elements of every single one of these stories. Get the player base involved in the story. Give the story to them in a way that keeps them interested in the story. Not too fast, not too slow, just right. If Blizzard nails this, boys, if Blizzard nails this, WoW is in for a treat, because the WoW story is good. The WoW universe is good. It just requires room to breathe. So if they can nail this, if they can get it right, we're in for a treat.
Statue. I can tell you a funny secret about this statue. You'll see that it actually has a head on it. It's holding a head, and it actually contains a full copy of a video game that the only way to beat the game, which contains Satan, was to delete the game. So instead of doing that, he downloaded the whole game. This is a USB drive, this Diablo head. He downloaded the whole game onto that head, and now the statue contains literal Satan. Pony Island. Yes, it's Pony Island.
The fuck?
It contains the entire game of Pony Island so that Satan is contained, and Jesse Cox is guarding the walls of humanity.
But, okay, so
from Satan.
Some of you may have joined a little bit late, so just a quick overview. Blizzard is basically changing their entire view of everything in World of Warcraft. I'll talk about this after, right? I'll give you guys after this, I'll give you guys a bit of a breakdown on this. But there's a lot that you need to know when it comes to Blizzard's new approach to World of Warcraft.
In itself. Jesse Cox is protecting all of us, and we can be thankful that Jesse is protecting us from the wrath of hell and Hell's Gate himself. That game is fucked. Yeah, he was like, you've got to play it. It's so fun. It's so fun. You've got to do that. No, Flame, but you hated Blizzard, quitted WoW, and didn't support them anymore. Now, you're back and loving it again? No, I mean, that's the opinion of people who didn't listen to what I said. I'm not shitting all over you, Sotorino, but that is very much the thought process of people who didn't pay any attention whatsoever to what I said. It's a very easy thing to conclude, but it is entirely wrong. And everything you want confirmation on is completely still on the internet from the day it came out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The problem with the fucking internet, you say one thing, the internet hears another thing, and they think the thing that they heard is the right thing. It is super annoying.
I understand why people think that because of word of mouth and shit. But yes, no Flame. I just asked. It's not a flame. No, I hear from a lot of people. It's literally the same thought process that a lot of people who kind of jump to a conclusion about what happened is. Yeah, I stopped covering WoW because I didn't enjoy it anymore. That's it. I stopped covering it, and it was awful. In fact, you can kind of see, I don't like seeing that video again because I'm clearly like mentally
MMO,
crushed.
yes, pretty much.
I feel much better about it now because I took myself away from it. You know? I took myself away from it. But I also understand...
I'll be honest, it's not even about taking myself away from it. The reason I'm feeling good about World of Warcraft is I'm looking at Dragonflight, okay? And I'm looking at everything that Blizzard is doing with Dragonflight. And I'm looking at Shadowlands and BFA that I absolutely despised for everything that it was. I hate everything about Shadowlands and Battle for Azeroth. And I'm saying, wait, for all the reasons I hate Shadowlands and BFA, I like Dragonflight because it changed all of those things that I hated. I hated the fact that I was forced to do shit that I didn't want to do. I hated the fact that I was kept busy with what can only be described as busy work. Even when I didn't want to do it, I had to do it because the game decided I had to do it. I hated the fact that the game wanted me to play in their way, and I couldn't play the way that I wanted to play it. And I look at Dragonflight and go, okay, there's no mandatory systems that's forcing me to do anything. There's no lists of things that I absolutely must do. Otherwise, I'm just going to be so far behind that I'm not going to be able to play the game. Everything that I can do in the game is completely optional because it doesn't actually provide me with power. I can play in Shadowlands. I couldn't make an alt and just play that alt. No, because if I made an alt, I would also have to do Torghast on that alt. I would have to do all of my dailies on that alt. I would have to level my Covenant on that fucking alt so that I can unlock the conduits so that I can actually play on that fucking alt. I don't want to do all of those things. I just want to level my alt and then start doing dungeons and then start doing raids, because that is actually the thing that I like doing in World of Warcraft. Outside of the story, which I can get even without playing the game, what I like doing in World of Warcraft is dungeons and raids. Well, actually not dungeons. I hate dungeons, but I like doing dungeons so that I can raid. That's what I used to do on all of my characters. I couldn't do that with BFA. I couldn't do that with Shadowlands. And now in Dragonflight, I'm looking at this and I'm going, dude, I'm going to have so many alts that I can do things on because I'm not forced to do anything other than get my alt to max level. And then I can do stuff. That's why I'm excited, because Blizzard is finally doing the things that I think is the right thing to do. Other people might disagree, but that for me is why I'm excited. It's not that I stepped away from the game. Because I can tell you now, I wasn't excited for World of Warcraft before I learned anything about Dragonflight. When Dragonflight was still just a concept, I wasn't excited at all. Because in my mind, this was just going to be another mess of an expansion where Blizzard tries forcing more and more of their fucking systems on us that I don't want to partake in. But everything that they've released so far, all of the information that's come out, it just seems continuously as if Blizzard is saying, here is your world. Go have fun. That's it. We made the world. We're not telling you what to do. It's up to you. This is your world. Go and do stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, let's go, bro. Let's go.
Logging in made me physically angry. Like, because it was just such wasted potential everywhere I looked. Everything was a frustration. Everything was just totally against everything we'd fought for years and years. I remember, like, I'd fought that fight a lot of times. Azerite armor, fucking Azerite in general, essences. I had been fighting the fight for years.
To be fair, I've been fighting the
years,
fight even against artifact weapons.
To features and systems that the general player base hated, as we predicted they would. Like, it just made no sense.
Okay, Liv, are you asking who's the best waifu in World of Warcraft? Sylvanas Windrunner. Yeah, or Alexstrasza, but Sylvanas Windrunner probably best. Yeah,
sense. It made no sense. So I fought that fight for many years, and by the time it got to Shadowlands, I was done. Let alone making content on it. Like, logging in pissed me off. I never even fully quit. I continued to play the raids, which I said in that video.
Yep.
If you watch it, if you watch that video, I completely said I'm still gonna raid with my friends. And then I'm probably going to put it down
they're both hot.
And that's exactly what happened. I have never been to Zereth Mortis, which Ian said was a shame because, like, a lot of stuff you kind of wanted, we started to put in there. And I was like, yeah, well, I was fueled by hatred by that point. I was not hatred for the devs, but just like my anger towards World of Warcraft at that point, my anger was that you drove me away. I wasn't angry at the devs, but like that game was no longer for me. This game of logging in and having chore after chore after chore is fine if you can no life all the time and just continuously churn and churn without really thinking about it and just grind it out and get it done. But I'm a multi-classer. I've always been a multi.
I would say the thing... World of Warcraft in its current state is fine for people that play nothing else. It's fine for people that literally they have Battle.net installed and they don't play any other games. They play WoW. That's it. I think WoW is fine because it takes a lot of fucking time to play WoW. But for someone like me that play a lot of games and I like playing games, I don't want one game to keep me busy the whole time. I want to play WoW as my filler game. When I have nothing else to play, I play WoW. And I've not been able to do that for a really long time. No, I won't play Overwatch 2. I'm not really a big fan of first-person shooters. So, and I'm the only first-person shooters I play is Battle Royales. I love Battle Royale. But that's only because I get to play with my friends. And we usually come up with some seriously fucked up things to do in Battle Royales. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of arena shooters in general. So yeah, wouldn't be playing that.
Anymore, like, bye. That was the loss of jobs for people who who worked for me. You know, that whole thing was horrible. It was a really bad. That's how angry I was. I was like, you're putting me in this position.
Yep.
You're putting me in this position where I either force myself to jump through these hoops and produce videos in an environment I don't like, or I have to go away, because I'm not going to sit in front of this camera and be miserable. Like, fuck that. That's not why I got into this. So, yeah, it was all those things. Yeah, we're still here, bitch. Yeah, in fact, it got bigger than ever. That's the way it goes. It got bigger than ever, which is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. But yeah, at the time, it was a whole bad. Yeah, it was an awful time. It was a culmination of everything. It was an absolute culmination of frustration.
I get that, Reminisce.
Fatigue, tiredness. Everything came together at that point. And then obviously the lawsuit started coming out, and it was just too much. Like, I genuinely felt as a human being that I had an elephant on my back.
Yeah,
Like,
I can agree with that.
In order to maintain what we've built here, like the studio, the 2 people that are working in there, Beck's working at home, my wife working here. In order to maintain that, I'm going to have to fucking do Torghast like 12 times a week.
Yeah, I would say for me it was also just I don't know if the lawsuits alone would have cracked it for me. I mean, I would have still gone off with the lawsuits, right? But at that point, I was so frustrated with World of Warcraft in general. I mean, I stopped playing World of Warcraft about 6 months before the lawsuits even came out. I wasn't logging in. At all. Like, why the fuck would I log in? I have nothing to do. I don't want to do anything. So then, when the lawsuits came out, that was sort of it for me. That was the moment that I went, all right, unsub, fuck this game. I'm done. I went through my anger phase, obviously, as most people do. You know, during my anger phase, I was like, fuck this game. I'll never fucking touch it again. Screw it. And then I cooled down. And I sort of found myself, because here's the funny thing. Even though I was angry with WoW, I would still come up with theories. Like, with my mods, I'd still be talking about, like, theories and like, World of Warcraft things and possible story stuff that we could do. Like, where the game could go. And I like that stuff. It's always fun for me. I love stories, and WoW story, I'm so invested in it. I know the story so well that it's just sort of part of me. So I can't help but think about it. And I decided, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll come back to WoW, but I'm going to cover only what I care about. That's it. If you go on my channel right now and you look at the videos that I make, it is only shit that I care about. I don't cover all the latest and greatest, like Dragonflight stuff. My video about the leaks on the books, the Titan books, was like a week late. Because I didn't actually want to do it. It wasn't until every single person in my chat started going, dude, what about the books? What about the books? What about the books? What about the books? I was like, okay, fucking fine. Link the books. Let's see what this shit is about. I don't want to make a video about it because I don't want to spoil the story for myself. I'm sort of doing a new thing now where I want to go into Dragonflight unspoiled and see what that's like for someone that knows nothing about the game, doesn't have a clue about the story of Dragonflight. What does it feel like to play the game for the first time? This is going to be the first time ever that I play WoW in that way. So I'm really looking forward to that, to see what WoW can be like when you have no spoilers. So I haven't covered any of the spoilers. I haven't covered any of the like big moments in the game. Outside of like a few that reached me that I felt like I had to talk about because people kept asking me about it. But yeah, overall, I do what I like, and that's story stuff. And if someone else likes it, hey, welcome to the channel. If you don't like it, that's your fucking problem. You can leave and go watch someone else. The lawsuit crap didn't affect me at all. Plus, I have no respect for people who become victims and stay like that for a long time. Dogvaz, I would say there's a lot more to that, but, you know, it is what it is. It's your choice. I don't really judge what other people do with their fucking lives.
And make it entertaining. and make it entertaining for you guys, right? And make it entertaining. I'm going to do Torghast 12 times a week. And what I started to do, which made it even worse, is I was doing it off stream. I was going home and grinding Torghast out 12 times. Like, that's what I was doing. I was going home. It's like, I can't stream this because it's too fucking miserable. So I'm going home to do it. And I talked to Ian about this. Because I was like, at the time, you know, now I'm away. I've been away for a while. And just enjoying the things I enjoy, like the Race to World First and things like that. Like, it's been a great time. I get away quit, fuck that 12 times. Well, it wasn't even just that. It was like, okay, so I had to start relaxing my own scruples about how I like to play World of Warcraft. I like to min-max in World of Warcraft. But I couldn't. It was like, well, how do I reduce this on myself? I have to get like a general legendary that works for like all 3 specs, but it's not the good one. I had to start bending my own enjoyment of the game to reduce the amount of shit I had to do to enjoy it like I had enjoyed it for years. It wasn't like I changed what I enjoyed. Is the game changed how I could enjoy it? So there we go. But saying that, I still love World of Warcraft, and World of Warcraft has provided I've taken my kids around the world because of World of Warcraft. I built this on the back of World of Warcraft. Obviously, down to, a big part of that is my own efforts, but it was built on WoW. So yeah, and a really good conversation I had with Holly, and she was really nice. It's like, we really appreciate you giving us another chance. And I said to her, like, me being sat here is because of World of Warcraft, right? I wouldn't be here if I didn't give a shit and I was a hater. I would not have spent I mean, you can imagine how much it costs us out of our pockets to go and do this trip. I would not have sat here and just thrown this money away on one YouTube video because it's never going to earn itself back. I did it because I fucking want the game to do well. I absolutely want the game to do well. I want that more than anything. I would love to be able to log into WoW and we all have a good time. Like, we're going to be doing MMO December. We're going to be jumping into Guild Wars and Destiny 2 and clearing the raids and stuff. I would love to be able to be like, oh, we're going to play some WoW today and just have a really good time with everybody. But we couldn't do
MMO
that for
December,
a really long time.
Jesus.
So, yeah, there you go. Like, here. Yeah. Holly and John are the people in charge. Play Annika like Ultima Online came up way more than I thought. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. I've got notifications off while we're talking. Losing thousands of subs because of the trip. Yeah, I mean, the untold cost is probably north of $30,000 that this trip cost us.
Jesus.
But I think that's a worthwhile investment, not only to get the message out to you guys who are concerned about the lawsuits and the entire environment that's at Blizzard. For the people who left,
to be fair though,
like me,
he'll recoup that with all of the videos that he recorded, because he recorded every single one of these conversations. How many people do you think are going to watch these interviews? Probably hundreds of millions. So there's a good chance he'll probably recoup most, if not all, of the money that he lost on this trip. So I'm not feeling too bad about that.
Want to love World of Warcraft and have fun in World of Warcraft, and to see what's changed for our own knowledge, right? To find out what's going on. So it was like, I think it's worth it. I think it was worth it for my own peace of mind.
Dogvas, no. You're completely misunderstanding the Dragonflight genre, or what World of Warcraft used to be. It's for people that only... So here's what a perfect game should be. For people that only play that one game, there should be enough things to do in that game. For people that play other games as well, there should be things to do in the game, but they should also have the time to play other games. And it seems like that is what Blizzard is nailing down with Dragonflight. If you only play World of Warcraft, there's going to be more than enough things for you to do in Dragonflight to keep you more than busy to only play that fucking game. But for someone like me, that I want to level a couple of characters, then I'm going to do some dungeons, then I'm going to do some raids, then I want to go play another game. I can do that. I don't have to waste my time with all the other bullshit. I can do the things that I care about, and you can do the things that you care about. The problem with Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands is it came and it said, Crackers, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The problem with Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands is it came in and it said, wait, you must do all of these things. So it's not that we have a bunch of activities for you. It's not that we've got world quests and we've got covenants and we've got conduits and we've got mission tables and we've got Torghast and we've got this and we've got that and we've got this and we've got that. It's that you must do all of these things. Now suddenly for a player like you, you're going, oh my God, look at all these things I have to do. Man, this is so amazing because I don't play anything else. This is all I play. But for someone like me, I'm going, what the fuck? I have to spend hours just getting one character ready. Just my Warlock. I have to spend 3-4 hours a day just doing my Warlock. And then what the fuck am I supposed to do with all my other characters? And when I want to play another game, I'm either going to be behind on my Warlock in Shadowlands, or I'm not going to play the other game so that I can keep my Warlock up to date. And so players like myself eventually ended up saying, I'm out. Sorry, I don't want to make WoW my only game. This is not my life. This is just a game that I play. I'll go play other games and you guys can fucking sort that shit out. All Blizzard is now saying is they're dropping the mandatory bit. They're dropping the must bit. They're saying, here's all the things, do it if you want, but you don't have to do them. They're just there for fun. They're there if you really want to do them. So I don't expect anyone to quit. I expect a lot of people to be confused. There's definitely going to be some people that's confused by this because there's definitely going to be some players that have gotten used to all the mandatory lists and all the mandatory things that they have to do that now suddenly finds themselves going, what am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do. And Blizzard going, whatever. But what am I supposed to do? GoVops, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. It's going to take them some time to get used to the, let's call it, changes to World of Warcraft. But I am still excited for it. There will be a lot of people complaining about not having anything to do because there's no list. Exactly. Valak, how you doing, brother? I play only WoW and BFA and Shadowlands were exhausting because all of the BS that were required just to enjoy the game, and it made it awful to play. But I'm sure there are people like that. I'm very sure that there's more people like you out there as well.
Let alone anything else. Where's the video due to come out? I can tell you the team is working on it in that room, but it'll be ready when it's ready. It's a tough thing to do. It's basically a documentary, right? It's basically a documentary at this point, which is how we.
Dude, I can't wait for these interviews. Man, we're gonna react so much.
FF was like, we're going for this kind of style. Because I want this to be podcast. And I think that came across. Like, a huge effort I put into this while we were there is to make it cozy. I cannot tell you how much I hated how wide this table was. I was so angry.
Jake,
you're welcome, deciding to actually do this discussion here with John and Holly took us, me and Nups, probably 2 hours of walking around all the buildings into every room. Because I didn't like the width of the table. I was too disconnected from whoever was going to be sat on the other side. I was like, I want it to be comfier. I want it to feel cozy. But, I mean, it actually worked out super fine. Well, it's one of those extendable Dungeons & Dragons tables. I think the guys... boys?
Blizzard actually have a Dungeons & Dragons table? Right? Nice.
I think they're working on that. So they're going to send us a couple of videos that I can show you, like the layout of the offices and stuff like that behind the scenes.
That's very true.
There's nothing on there you guys aren't allowed to see.
Thanks for the first time, chat, bro. Really appreciate it.
They did give me... I can't express to you, I think this is important, how welcoming and awesome Blizzard were. They literally let me go anywhere I want. There was only one room on the entire campus I was not, or one corridor I wasn't allowed in, and that was because it was the financial department. It was where they were sorting all the money out. They let me go everywhere. Everywhere. I got absolutely
can't see how much money we're making.
Nobody's had that access
Fuck
before.
you.
Like, the level of access I had while we were there is unprecedented. It really is. And we made the point. It's like, this is important because if we just do the basic tour that you can see on YouTube, there's no legitimacy to it. So, I was peeking at Mike Ibarra over his frosted glass. I kept peeking up, so try and get some time with Mike Ibarra. He was way too busy, unfortunately. While I was there, they actually were having the meeting, planning the next 10 years of Warcraft. Did you see the cave of the main cinematic, guys? I saw everything. I went in every single corridor, every single room. Yeah, the only places I didn't go out of choice was the Hearthstone room, because I have no relevance there, and the Overwatch and StarCraft areas. Like, if it's Warcraft related, I did not go in the classic WoW building, because it's quite a ways. It's quite a ways from the main campus. They're in, like, Building 6, the classic WoW team. I would also say, if you are a fan of classic World of Warcraft, if any of you are playing classic and are kind of interested, respond to what Blizzard's going to be asking you. They're going to be sending you out some stuff in the I'm not sure when, sometime in the future they're going to send you some stuff, but I would respond because they're really like,
that's not fucking ominous at all. Like, that's not ominous in the fucking least. You guys will have to respond. There's some big things coming, and you're gonna have to respond. Jesus, that gets me hyped. I don't even give a fuck about classic.
like very open and flexible as to where classic goes from here. So they're going to be asking you about it. So I'm just saying, if you receive stuff, you should respond. You should really respond.
I don't think so. Dogface, I've already had this conversation a million times, so I'll recap it here. Blizzard cannot do Kata Classic or Miss Classic. It would be such a mistake. The issue is, there is a natural end to Classic. Classic will have to go its own way. And the only place it can go is twofold. Blizzard can either go with a Classic Plus system that is a true Plus system, sort of like RuneScape, where Blizzard continuously releases new content, housing, and all the rest of it, give people all the RP tools that they need, and you just sort of keep updating the game with like activities for people to partake in, right? That's the one avenue that Classic can go in. The other is to take Classic in a completely different direction. New story, new game, kind of WoW 2, but not WoW 2. So you have World of Warcraft basically split in two. You have the story after Wrath of the Lich King going in this fucking direction, and you have retail going in its own direction, and the two never actually touch. That's really the only future that Classic have, in my opinion. Because you could get away with doing Classic Kata, or Kata Classic, and you could probably get away with doing Mist Classic. After that, who the fuck cares? Who's going to play WoD Classic? No one. Who's actually going to play Legion Classic? Some, not many, because it's not that far back. It's not really Classic. So not many people are going to buy into it again. No one's going to play BFA Classic. No one's going to play Shadowlands Classic. And if you're going to release Dragonflight Classic, well, that's the fucking current expansion. So Classic is sort of at the end. They have to find a sustainable option that takes it into the future. That's the only thing that will help with Classic right now. I think Classic is already different than Wrath of the Lich King. So if they nail WoD Classic, will be decent. Basically, what you're saying is take all of the expansions the same, but fix all of their problems. Yeah, I don't see Blizzard doing all of that in it. I don't think so.
Because, yeah. Do you want Kata Classic? Do you want something? I'm not sure. What I can tell you is that the Classic team, I met Brian Birmingham, who's in charge of... We met a lot of people who aren't on camera, who's in charge of WoW Classic. What an absolute superstar. He was just getting out of his car, and Randy was like, oh, you should come and talk to this guy. He went, this is the guy in charge of Classic. I just talked to him in the car park for like 10 minutes, just shooting the shit, and it was pretty awesome. Classic Plus, they're very, very flexible and open as to what they can do with this. Yeah, so I'd be really interested. I mean, I love Cataclysm, but I think that's probably one of the things they want to find out is Cataclysm is considered.
Yeah,
Cataclysm
people. Was a fun expansion for me.
I had a great time in Cataclysm.
I just don't think it's going to be fun for everyone.
They seem to be very flexible about the direction Classic goes. So I would just say they're going to be one of the biggest themes I got back, and I know it's going to be like you've heard this before, but I can tell you from my impression, it felt very genuine. Is they kind of this third era of Warcraft is kind of going to be taking a lot of player input as to where to go, along with their own choices. But I think they feel internally like ignoring the general sentiment of the player base in terms of what they think is a good idea has been a failure.
Thank you. Thank you. Man, I feel so vindicated listening to this fucking interview. I have said this so many times. Game development is a partnership between the players and the developers. You can't go into it thinking that the players don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're ultimately the people that pay for the game. If they don't like what you're doing, they're not paying, you're not making money. So the whole point is you want to sort of find a way to navigate it. You want to find a way to keep the good ideas from the community and filter out the bad ideas from the community. But in order to do that, you have to actually speak to your community. There has to be some level of conversation that takes place between you and the community. So I really hope that as time goes on, Blizzard do start speaking to us more, and Blizzard starts listening to us more. It seems like they're doing it. Let's hope they continue doing it, because it is a lot more work. It's a lot more effort, because you actually need the community managers to pay attention to what the community is actually up to and what the community doesn't like. You need the game developers to actually play the game with the community to find out why they dislike certain things. Ultimately, I think this is a very good idea, and I think Blizzard is on the right track. We'll have to see if they can continue doing it, because it is a monstrous task. Yes, but 99% of player feedback is give me this thing. I want easier because I'm a lazy cunt. This is why I said it's about finding the... So oftentimes you'll find that players are very bad at expressing or communicating their problems in an optimal way. So for example, let's say that a player says, you have to make gearing easier because this is fucking annoying. I hate that I can't get the right gear. All right. The knee-jerk response is to just give players more gear. That solves the issue. But is that actually the issue? Fundamentally, is that actually the issue? So you have to start thinking about this. You have to say, okay, wait. What if the issue isn't the gear? What if the issue is the process through which people get the gear? So maybe people are so annoyed that they're not getting their gear because they hate the processes they have to go through in order to get the gear. It's boring to them. And that's why they just want the gear quickly so they can stop doing this thing. And that really is, I think, that's what separates a content creator from a game developer. There's more than that separates us, but fundamentally that's what separates us. My job is to talk about the problems. Blizzard's job is to figure out why those problems actually exist. So if players are complaining that they're not getting their gear quick enough, why is that a complaint? Maybe the journey needs to be fixed. So we have to make dungeons more interesting, or we have to make raids more interesting, or maybe we have to fix the way in which players are forced to do certain dungeons in certain ways. That's how you're supposed to figure it out. It can be troublesome, it can be fucking tedious, but if you nail it well. Preach is relevant to me anymore. I watched him as a resource. It's not like he has particularly witty repartee. So he's perfectly fine. Personality didn't grab me, but his understanding of WoW did. I can see that. I can respect that. Everyone has people they watch for their own reasons, Saban.
So that's something they've really changed as a core value inside. That's what they're telling me is like as a core, and Dragonflight's a demonstration of that. It's like, you know, we should be listening more to the direction the players are giving us, because clearly it's not worked. Hope they realize that, but I mean, the proof's in the pudding. I cannot promise. Obviously, I cannot promise what's coming. I wouldn't even pretend to do that. Like, I purposely kept...
Dogvaz, you know for a fact that's not what I'm saying. But I'm also saying that. Okay, so as a content creator, I could ask you the same thing. So my job is to respond to every single one of my viewers whenever they say something? Technically, yes. Is it possible for me to respond to every single viewer whenever they say something? No. That's obviously not possible. but I have to respond as often as possible, right? As often as possible. So that will be the same thing for Blizzard. There are always going to be people that complain just for the sake of complaining, because it's the nature of human beings. If someone got a blowjob every single day of his life whenever he woke up and whenever he went to bed, he would complain that he's getting too many blowjobs. If he got no blowjobs, he would complain that he's not getting enough blowjobs. There's always going to be something to fucking complain about. There's always going to be someone that complains about something. But at the end of the day, it's your job to figure out, why are they complaining about it? And is it something that you can change? So if your boyfriend, for example, complains that you're giving him a blowjob, but the reason he's complaining actually is because you're a girl and he's actually more into guys, that's not something you can change. There's nothing you can do. You're not a guy. Therefore, it's not your blowjobs that's the issue. It's the fact that you don't have a penis that's the issue. So your boyfriend has to figure that out on his own. But if your boyfriend is complaining that you're using too much teeth while giving a blowjob, that is a you problem. That is a problem that you need to be able to solve, and the same would go either way, right? That's sort of the nature of being a game developer, I think.
Myself away from any specifics. I wanted to know what's changed internally. It's not 50 years of failure, right? World of Warcraft has been an absolutely dominant brand and still has a very, very massive player base. It was just a case of the direction's been a downward trend in a lot of areas. So what's the difference? What's happened? They've said that every expansion.
Snobby, how you doing?
Yeah, this isn't an expansion thing though. That's not. I wasn't talking about Dragonflight. I probably should make that clear. I wasn't there to talk about Dragonflight. I barely brought up Dragonflight like, at all. Like I used the Dragonflight as a couple of examples. I was there to talk about Warcraft. Right? World of Warcraft. I was there to talk about World of Warcraft. I was not there to talk about Dragonflight. In fact, the reason this trip got cancelled originally, I was supposed to be there like a month or so ago, was because Blizzard was still figuring out what it is we wanted to do. And they were like, well, maybe we're going to announce the release date of Dragonflight on this date. So they told me when that was coming out. It's like, maybe we could tie that into the video. And I was like, nah, not really. Because one, we won't have the video done in time, just based on how it's going to be. And two, then it's kind of like a marketing thing. It comes across as like and they were like, well, we need something out of it. I was like, what you're going to get out of it is
okay, so Saven Raven, you just said the one thing that I was hoping someone would bring up. This is why I said, as a game developer, you have to filter the information that you're getting. I literally just spoke about this. So, yes, did players complain that they couldn't get dungeons? Absolutely. Blizzard then went and said, okay, the fix is going to be LFG. As soon as LFG got introduced, LFG created a number of other problems. So this suggests that the original solution, LFG, was probably not the right solution. There could have been a better solution to the problem of players not finding groups. And the solution that Blizzard ultimately applied didn't actually solve the underlying problem. The problem is now just so much worse because now you still have the underlying problems, just with another group of problems on top of that. So that's sort of that's the tricky bit of being a developer. You have to figure out what players are complaining about. Then you have to figure out what are players actually complaining about. Because those are not always the same. Many people don't know how to express themselves. The amount of times that I've had people tell me the story in WoW was shit. And then I go, why? And they go, well, it's just shit. And I go, but why? Like, give me a fucking example. And it's not because I'm trying to catch them, it's actually a good story, asshole. Right? That's not why. I want to get like genuine feedback because in my videos I want to be able to discuss that. And it's just, no, it's just a shit story. I don't care about it. So wow, that's great feedback. I can really do nothing with that feedback other than the story didn't work for you. But then you start asking the right questions and you start finding out the story isn't relatable. They're not finding any characters that they like. The story goes too fast, or the story goes too slow, or the story is too rushed, or the story doesn't finish properly, whatever the case might be. So through asking questions, you start realizing, actually, it's not that the story is shit. It's that the player doesn't understand the story, or it's that the story doesn't respect itself, or whatever the case may be. But that's your job as a developer, is to try and figure that out. What is my job? What is the actual problem that we're dealing with here?
I feel going in. And it's good marketing all round that way. Instead of it being like, and a Dragonflight announcement. Yeah, I don't think that'll be good.
Varuna, you bastard, with the 10 community subs. 10 new people for the meat grinder. I really appreciate that, Varuna. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat? 10 of you have now joined the DJ Nation. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Are you able to talk WoW devs about how good the storytelling in FF is? Now they're inspired by it. A lot of them play Final Fantasy. Big shocker. Yeah, a lot of them play Final Fantasy. They're fully
Nemesis
aware.
T, you bastard. Thanks for the follow.
Aware.
Really appreciate that.
We talked
Thank you,
about,
thank
we
you,
talked
thank you.
quite a bit about Final Fantasy.
Blood
with
for the
various
blood
people.
god.
Yeah.
Skulls
They're
for the
clear.
skull
Like, of course they
throne.
do. They're not fucking stupid. They don't live in a Blizzard world.
Save it.
Yeah, they totally play FF. They know exactly what's going on in FF.
Poor
But, like, we
Grofile.
all agree.
Like, poor fucking Grofile. Savin Raven has a Prime sub ready, wants to use the Prime sub on the channel. Grofile doesn't have a Prime sub. And Grofile gets missed. Like, he dodges every single gifted sub like a boss. Can we get some Fs in chat for Grofile? Like, he's a Sag boy. Grofile, I'm sorry, I got that is just the funniest shit ever to me.
Like, FF storytelling in WoW wouldn't work at all.
Oh,
Like, you
shit.
can't compare the two directly. They wouldn't fucking work. Yeah, they're gamers. Yes, we talked about so many games, not just like FF.
Oh,
and stuff. We talked
Faruna,
about tons
thank
of
you
games.
so much for
I
the
was
gifted
pointing
sub
out
for
yesterday, this is John
Grofile.
Haidt. He's the
Hearts
manager
in
of all of
chat,
Warcraft,
ladies
right?
and
The
gentlemen.
franchise manager of all of
Hearts in
Warcraft, not
chat.
just World of Warcraft. This
I
guy's a mega
appreciate that,
cheese.
Faruna.
But his work background is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Red Alert 2, Neverwinter Nights, God of War. Where's the list? The list of stuff this guy has done is criminal.
Who are we talking about now?
This guy's a professor. He also wrote the book on game management.
Oh, John
Literally,
Haidt.
He wrote the book. That's where the book that you would study comes from him. Like, he wrote it. His history is absolutely ludicrous. It really is. Yeah,
I don't
he's
know that.
absolute Giga Chad. He literally wrote the book. He taught it at in California for years.
I did not know that.
I only wish you could have interviewed would be Chris Metzen. Yeah, well, he's not there anymore. I can tell you wholeheartedly, Activision, like, they exist, but they are not close. You know, when you read on the forums, it's like, oh, well, since Activision came in, blah, 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 this has changed stuff. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not in any way. Like, Activision is a thing, but it's not a thing.
Faruna, I can promise you, I will be playing it during the pre-patch. My current plan is to get back into Dragonflight either this week or next week. So we'll probably play some Dragonflight either this week or next week. It really depends. But I will definitely not be one of the eligible streamers to... Because Blizzard did say that if you watch eligible streamers, they'll give you drops and the chance for drops. That's not me. Blizzard will never work with me. Ever. Like, I won't get invited to jack shit when it comes to Blizzard. So I'm fairly certain that you guys are gonna have to go find your drop somewhere else. I wasn't approved for the last drops that Blizzard did. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be approved for these ones either. When was this? It was during... Yeah, it was for 9.1, I think. In 9.1, Blizzard did something with, like, Twitch streamers. And I wasn't approved for that. I wasn't allowed to be part of that. So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be allowed to be part of this one either. Look, I've made a lot of people at Blizzard very angry at me. And that's fine. I told you guys earlier. That's just life, you know. I'm a little bit too honest. And when I say too honest, I mean I'm a little bit too much of a cunt. And that lady spills over. I feel like it might have something. I'm just spitballing here, but it may have something to do with the fact that I called Ian a cunt, and then also Steve Denuser multiple times. That's just me sort of guessing. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that may have something to do with it. But you know, who knows? It might be something completely different. Thing is, you can gift pre-expansions now. Never could before. Wait, can you?
Blizzard. He was saying it for years. Yeah, I can tell you wholeheartedly, like, the closest communication seemingly they had, and I had this confirmed by multiple sources.
Taka, I appreciate that, bro.
Occasionally they send something to be on the launcher for the Battle.net launcher. Like, that was it.
But no, I've told you guys this before. I have one group of people that I feel responsible to. Not responsible for. You're not my fucking kids. I don't give a fuck what you guys do, and it's not up to me. But I feel responsible to you. And that's chat. That's it. It's just my community. I'm responsible to be... I'm required to be honest. I'm required to be authentic. And I'm required to entertain you. That's it. I have no allegiances to Blizzard or Activision or EA or any of these other people. I'm not in this for them. I didn't start my YouTube channel or my Twitch channel way back then thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be best friends with Blizzard. I'm going to be best friends with Ian. I'm going to get all these interviews. That's not why I started my content, and that's not why I do it now. I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I care about is just making you guys happy. So when I see a YouTube comment from someone, I literally got one yesterday. It was so fucking cool. Because it's been a while since I've got one of those. But someone just said, thank you so much for these uploads. I really love these videos. I usually listen to them while I'm at work. It makes me feel good. I'm not going to lie. That made me smile. I was like, oh my God, it feels good knowing that someone enjoys the content that I put out there. That's why I do this. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, the whole, like, working with Blizzard, getting drops and all that. Yeah, it's great for growth. But I'm not willing to sacrifice who I am for growth. That's just never going to fucking happen for me. Calling someone a cunt isn't a challenge. It's an act of stupidity. Yeah, well, you're a cunt. I mean, what are you going to do about it?
Kind of it. It was like...
Brandor, you can go fuck yourself with that one.
It was over there. Like, it was interesting talk. It's like, not over there. Yeah, you shill? Yeah, no, nothing. Nothing at all. They were like, not interested.
He did.
No.
He did.
Like, sometimes they send us stuff to be on the launcher. That's kind of it. But yeah, other than that. You have to be able to ground up now to engage UFF. It wouldn't appeal to the WoW crowd.
If anyone's watched this, are we done with like the WoW stuff?
Strength is its combat, right? Every step of the way. Which is why I wanted to talk to... I'll find it. I promise. Oh, look. I don't know what's happened to my face there. That is horrible. I can't see the thumbnails on his pictures, but we went to the beach with Max. Little beachy beach.
That is a big beach. Fuck.
Little beach. Oh, yeah, these two. So, Halinka and Graham here are the team behind WoW's combat.
Halinka's pretty cool.
And talk about give a fuck. Talk about give a fuck. Chad squad. Absolute Chad squad. These are two people who could not have given more of a fuck. Like, baller. And it was so good to talk to Brian about not PvP. Because he's always the PvP guy. But he's in charge of WoW's combat. And WoW's strength has been its combat. So you couldn't put in, like, FF style, where you have 40 minutes of cutscenes, kill a bear, and then another hour of cutscenes. Like, that wouldn't work for World of Warcraft. No. So, yeah, Graham is one to watch. He's the Evoker designer and his team. Again, I'm talking about, like, their teams, but very cool. Because I don't even know if someone was like, add a class to WoW and then consider how its approach and stuff works in PvE, PvP, outside world, and all that. That's a monumental undertaking, is how that works here. It was pretty awesome how they crowdsourced the Evoker ideas. Because they obviously, like I showed you on that little shitty timeline, like how long ago they were working on Dragonflight, is they literally got all the devs together in a big room and they were like, tell us the first thing you think of when you think about dragons so we can put it into the class. And they just had this fucking bowl of ideas, and then they just kind of tallied up like what was the most regular things, like deep breath, time magic, red magic, blue magic.
Black magic? Where's the fucking black magic?
And they just basically were like, oh, okay, well, that's the where we're going. That charge up mechanic is definitely outside of Blizz. That's him. That's him. And me and Brian both laughed because we both immediately turned off the charge up mechanic. And he was laughing his head off. He's like, well, it was like, he's him. Yeah, Graham's the one who came up with the hold the button down and release it. I was like, we immediately turned it off. And Brian was the same. It's like, my hands for World of Warcraft do not accommodate charging a spell up. Like, every muscle memory in these fingers does not work for charging spells up. So I immediately turned it off. And he was like, yeah, I thought people would do that. So, you know, we gave him the option to turn it off as well. Well, yeah, that's Graham. And it's like, some people
it is
like
going to be
some
weird.
Really like it. Some
charging
don't.
shit.
You have the choice for both. It's easy. It's a mobile thing. It's more. We wanted different. Again, I don't think this will be in the main video, but we will release these entire interviews for our Twitch subs and stuff like that. It was more the case of how hard. This is what I wanted to talk to you about these two more than anything is homogenization. And how much they fucking detest homogenization, like internally. Like, so a big point was if we're going to bring a new class in, it can't work on a resource that already works because that just leads to homogenization. We need it to be something different. So they've got the orb system with Evoker and charge up.
I haven't tried.
Like that.
I'll be honest, I haven't tried the new classes at all. I haven't tried the new talents. But it's interesting that they hate homogenization as much as they do. And yet, I don't think there's ever been a time in the history of World of Warcraft where classes have been more homogenized than in Shadowlands and BFA. In Shadowlands and BFA, there was you could play 60% of all the classes with the exact same keybinds and nothing would change. It would be the exact same amount of buttons that you press in the exact same order the whole fucking time. It was all builder spender shit. Like, yeah, okay, it had other resources, but the resource still ultimately translated to a builder spender. Right? That's all you did. Rockamus, thank you very much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Maybe learn from their mistakes, Clueless. No, I do think that's exactly it, right? It is that sort of, and to be fair to Blizzard, and also, you know, to be fair to you, you do make mistakes, right? You go down this road, you think, okay, this is a great idea, and then you look back and you go, ooh, all right, we basically just made a whole bunch of the exact same fucking classes here, right? So maybe it is just something that they sort of figured it out as they went along. They realized, okay, wait, this is not working. This is definitely not how we want to design things. I do think the talents is just going to do a world of solving that, because you do have some level of control over how you want your class to play. And I realize people are going to come at me with the whole cookie cutter thing. It's fine. It's going to happen in every game. There's nothing we can do about that. But at least you get to decide this, and hopefully there's enough tools there to change things so that every class does have a unique playstyle and a unique feel. Because that's ultimately, you know, I don't want to log onto my warrior and then have the exact same playstyle as when I log on to my shaman and I'm playing my enhancement shaman. I don't want that. When I'm playing my warrior, I want to feel like I'm playing my warrior. When I play my shaman, I want to feel like I'm playing my shaman. And if everything is builder spender, then everything is functionally the exact same thing. And that gets really fucking boring. Jake, no. Well, my main has always been Affliction Warlock, not Demo. I've always been an Affliction Warlock first. That's the spec that got me into Warlock in the first place, was Affliction. And yes, I will still be maining a Warlock because it's the best class in the game. We've discovered this, or we discussed this years ago during a Legion video that I made. I don't even know what the video was called back then, but I basically explained why alpha males play Warlock and everyone else is beta. and I gave the evidence. It's all there, right? It's literally scientific. It wasn't like me just thinking things, like sucking things out of my thumb. It's scientific. If you're a beta cuck, you're not going to play Warlock. It's way too alpha. If like Paladins, for example, are probably the biggest cocks out there. Warriors are kind of Giga Chad, but not quite as Giga Chad as an Affliction or obviously Warlock. So, I have a whole scientific exploration there on the different classes and type of players to play them. But yeah, I'm obviously an alpha, so I will obviously be playing Warlock. Unstoppable, thanks for the person chat. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. Scots wear skirts and they're Giga Chad as they come. It's true. Well, I'll accept that comment of Paladins. My first WoW char ever was a Warlock. Fucking Giga Chad, bro. Based. Ferorius, how you doing, bro?
Focus for hunters. Yeah, exactly. Like more combo points and stuff. It's like they do not want homogenization. And do you remember my old school viewers will know this?
There you go.
We used to talk about moments of glory with the classes. The moments of glory that like really let your class let loose. That's just a real thing that they have internally. They call them hero moments internally. And they're like, yeah, we want to create hero moments for everybody. I was like, I talked about that years ago. And he was like, I know. And that isn't by design that we do that. By design, we want everybody to have their hero moment. And you can't do that with homogenization. It just doesn't work. Otherwise, we end up in a scenario where everybody could do the same fucking thing. Charging buttons isn't a mobile thing. I mean, I don't care where it comes from. I'm just saying, like, from Graham's POV, it gave people the choice and it gave people different gameplay on the Evoker to enjoy. And he's like, well, what should we make it do? Do we want it to just do a shit more damage? That's boring. Let's make it do different things to make that work. So it was very cool. Everyone gets lay on hands. Yeah. Homogenization. What's the word? Homogenization. Homogenization.
I don't know, I enjoy it. Yeah. Monkstein.
Everyone gets it all. Yeah, exactly.
I can only apologize.
Various moments where people could do really crazy things within certain limits, which is, for me, it's like let loose.
I do think
it means everything's kind of the same. Yeah, homogenized.
Grandorius, I do think that's changing now. We used to only be foot soldiers, but clearly we're no longer. We are heroes. And if Blizzard can start pulling that off, and it's not hard. It's not as if that is impossible to do. The problem that World of Warcraft has is that we're the heroes, but more often than not, we're not part of the story. And that's really the only thing Blizzard needs to change, is if I'm going to be the hero, I also need to be the driver of the story. I can't just be the fucking pack mule. I can't just be the guy that does the dirty work. That's not what makes me a hero. If I'm a hero, you have to treat me as such. In other words, I should be part of the actual solutions that we come up with. And I do think, hopefully, Blizzard will start doing that a little bit more, especially in Dragonflight. We might see that play out. Let's wait and see. But yeah, I'm really hoping that Blizzard can start nailing that, because there's nothing wrong with being a hero. You see that very often, especially in Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy, you are the hero. You are the savior of the world. That's literally what you are. And most of what you do in Final Fantasy reflect that. You're not just the hero in name. You are the hero, and they treat you as such. WoW needs to do that too. And if it does, there's no limit to how successful WoW can be.
Means that everybody kind of works very, very similarly. So FF leans more to homogenization. It still has obviously very differences, but in gameplay terms, it's like you've generally got like AoE, bigger AoE, proc AoE, single target, combo.
There's very no, I have not.
Styles that you can pick up. It's not all.
Ferorius, yeah, pretty much that. Give me 20 bear pelts and 7 bear asses, please. That shit's annoying. That shit needs to go. But no, for everyone that is wondering about my Final Fantasy journey, let me say that again. I haven't played Final Fantasy in months. I'm still in Stormblood. It's not because I dislike the game. It's just because I got busy with other things. And chat's been distracting me. For example, I am now almost considered a grandmaster at Warhammer lore. I'm lying, though. I know barely anything, but I know a lot more than what I knew 3 months ago. But we've basically been going ham on the Warhammer lore. That's all we've been doing, just watching Warhammer videos every fucking stream. So I kind of got distracted. I will be back, though. But right now, me and that Warhammer thing is just like, fuck yeah. I am in love with Warhammer 40k.
All the way there. I mean, FF still has very distinct differences between the classes, but generally speaking, you can work them that they have similar buttons that achieve similar things.
Oh,
Grandorius. They try to, they're very
it's
anti.
Not fair,
These guys
fuck
are
you.
actually massive
Fuck
customization fans.
Boys,
yes,
yeah, you do,
really.
bro.
Yeah, you can see that in the gameplay. Absolutely, really. But visually different, yes. So these guys are very focused on player choice
Not
and
yet,
customization.
Ace.
Like
Not
their
yet.
entire team loves customization as much as humanly possible. It's one of their main driving forces with the combat is as much customization as possible. Mop had the best combat design. Did you talk about Mop at all? I don't think specifically. Did we talk about Mr. Pandaria? We talked about it as a whole instead of like an again. Try not to think of it as like an expansion by expansion basis. It was like, what is the core idea going forward? Especially next expansion.
I mean, I want to hear this next bit, so let me just show you. Right now, I'm playing. I can show you to give you an idea of just how fucked my gameplay is. So right now, I am playing Chaos Gate a few minutes here and there. I'll do maybe one mission, and then I'll play a bit of Company of Heroes. Then I'll play a bit of Space Marine. I tried a little bit of fucking New World. Did not like it. I couldn't play Darktide. I played a little bit of Witcher. I played a little bit of Factorio. These are the games that I've played just in the last 2 weeks. This is what I played, right? And then over on Microsoft, I play a little bit of Stellaris. That's when I get bored of the games on Steam. I'll play a little bit of Stellaris. Whenever this thing wants to fucking load in. I literally just finished Dragon Age Inquisition. That took almost 2 years. 2 years ago, I started my journey in Dragon Age Inquisition. I literally just finished it. I just started another playthrough of the Riftbreaker, because that game's sick as fuck. I haven't played Plague Tale Requiem yet, but I do want to. And then I'll probably restart Dragon Age at some point, but I think first I'm going to restart another one of Mass Effect. So that's how I play. Oh, and then in between, I also play Cyberpunk every once in a while. The issue for me is I get very bored very quickly with almost everything. So I have to jump between video games the whole time in order to keep myself interested in it. I tried 40k Mechanicus. I did not enjoy it. Women Must Love You, as you never finish, gives them time. Grandorius, I always win when it comes to goals. I always come first, because that way I can move on and do my own thing. It's not from someone who is... King Julian, what the fuck did you just type?
Like what we talked about, turned out to be an absolute real thing, I guess, was that the new talent trees are going to be a bit of a shocker to a lot of people. So the talent trees for most classes are very similar to what you have in Shadowlands. So that if you're a non-elite player, like you're Mr. Casual, in fact, one of the big things they talked about,
which I thought
was really interesting, is how much in a good portion of players, combat is a pain in the ass. Like a massive pain in the ass. And it was a bit of an eye-opening experience. If your gameplay in World of Warcraft, and this will apply to any MMO whatsoever, right? This is across FF and everything else. Is if your core gameplay is you are like a mount collector, you like doing your dailies, you're not interested in very high-end gameplay. Like, let's just summarize it that way. You're more of to the collector style. You're not interested in high-end Mythic Plus. You're not interested in Savage raiding. You're not interested in really organized, where your combat effectiveness is an issue, right? Let's say it that way. If you're not interested in that,
Yeah.
That literally any change they do to the way your class plays is just a fucking pain in the ass. I just want to be able to play and get on with what I want to do. So when there's a new talent update, hot fixes, new stuff coming in, it's actually a hindrance, like a genuine turnoff. It's just annoying to those players. They just want to set up their character and go and do what they want to do and not have to worry or bother with like what's best or anything like that. And it's not because they're being egotistical in group content. They're like, well, I pay my sub, so I'm going to play that way. They just want to get on with what they want to do, and they're not remotely interested in what the next buff or hotfix is, or what got 5% more damage, or that certain talents are dead anymore. And every time that they do something dramatic,
That's wild.
like the talent tree update or a class overhaul, something like that, those players are just pissed off. Like, really pissed off. Like, I don't want to be asked fucking messing around with the talent tree, which is exactly why they've done the pre-done loadouts for the talent trees. I would like to see the metrics on that, but obviously the pre-patch launched while I was at a campus, so I don't have they don't have the metrics for that, of how many people just chose the predetermined loadout and just got on with their day. Yeah, I would be really curious as to how many people just went with the pre-done and just went with it, because...
Dude, this is
like,
wild.
One of the
Like, there's actually people like this. Oh my god, making my character for the first time. I usually do it offline because it would be super boring to watch me do it online. If I did that in a live stream, you guys would get super bored. It takes me... The last time I set up my Warlock, it took me... all things considered, all of the bars and everything, you know, getting my UI perfect the way that I want it for raiding, 10, 12 hours, you know, and that includes, so the UI was probably about 2.5, 3 hours to get my UI right, because I kind of know what I'm doing there quick, but then it comes to the min-maxing stuff. So now I'm starting to run different fucking sims. I'm testing things out on the dummy. I'm going into a dungeon, seeing how that fucking takes. Does this work? Does that work? What do I like? What don't I like? What kind of fucking movement abilities do I enjoy? What don't I enjoy? It takes a good 10 and 12 hours to get my character set up to the point where now I'll play. Because during that time, I'll also move things like spells around on my bars. Because I'll learn, oh wait, no, I don't, this spell can't be on like 1. I press it far too often. It can't be on 4 because it's not the most often. I'm going to put this on 7 because I do press it often enough that 7 is easier than 1, but I don't press it often enough that it needs to take 5, 6 or 3, 2. So, you know, I'm constantly just fucking moving things around and putting things in new positions. It takes a fucking age, and I love doing that shit. Because I know by the time I'm finished, my character's perfect. This is how I can play. And then whenever I learn that things are changing, I'm like, here we go. Oh, fuck. Are we dropping frames? The internet is dropping. Or the internet was dropping. Let's just say that. But okay.
Biggest challenges World of Warcraft has got right now is the spectrum of skill is so ridiculous. So ridiculous. And it's getting wider and wider and wider. And Max had a good point on this. It's like, if it wasn't for like the Liquid Echo War, how much that has pushed them both, and guarantee that both teams would be considerably worse players. The skill spectrum is massive because obviously the low end never changes, but the top end is constantly moving further and further away from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And there's huge amounts of players. Because one of the questions I was really adamant about is like, what do players do? Because we see it on the forums all the time, right? Which is, what's the phrase that's used all the time on forums? Vast majority.
Yeah.
The vast majority. The vast majority of players do X. And everybody who says that believes they're a reasonable person, right? They believe they're a reasonable person. So I, as a reasonable person, believe that the vast majority does X, right? The vast majority doesn't care about Mythic Plus. The vast majority doesn't care about pet battles. The vast majority doesn't care about X, Y, and Z. The vast majority are super casual players. So when I was talking with Ian, I was like, what does a fucking player in World of Warcraft do? It's kind of how I put it. I was like, so what do players do? I need to know, like, because we don't know, and we try and guess, and we try and figure it out, but obviously they've got the metrics and all this kind of stuff for what these players do. And he was like, bro, everybody does everything. Like, there's a guy who does high-end Mythic Plus and collects every pet battle in the game. There's a guy who's never seen a raid and does all that stuff. There's a guy who's never seen daily content but does raiding and dungeons all day, every day.
No, that is bullshit. A guy that's never seen daily content but does high-end raiding in BFA and Shadowlands? How though? Like, how in the fuck are you doing your conduits but you're not doing dailies? That's just bullshit. That's not happening. In Old WoW, yes, I can believe that. In Old WoW, I'll never forget this, guys. I will never forget this. Do you guys remember the launch of Mist of Pandaria when it basically became World of Dailycraft? I don't know if you guys remember that. But I made this goal. She was a PvPer. And we were sort of talking. I was nearing my point of no return. I was nearing my point of just wanting to quit the game. Because just too many dailies and I had work and, you know, it's a whole bad time for me. But I made this goal and we got to chatting and she's like, oh, why do you want to quit? I'm like, oh, I can't do all the dailies. There's just so many fucking dailies. And she's like, what dailies? I'm like, the dailies. The dailies that you have to do every day in order to get your gear. And she's like, I haven't done any dailies. I'm like, wait, you've never done a daily? And she's like, no, I just PvP. I was like, what the fuck, bro? What? Like, you can just PvP? Like, I can't. If I want to raid, I have to do all these fucking dailies. Like, that was wild to me. To just meet someone that's just never. They have no idea what all this fucking daily nonsense is. Felt so fucking good. Yeah, the classes in MoP was actually very good.
Literally, this idea of the vast majority is nonsensical. It's just the person does different bits of everything all the time, depending on what they're interested in. They're just
Somebody they hear me both.
know anything but PvP. Some guy, but they will do something else, whatever they do. The other no daily guy, right? Exactly. It was like this idea of the vast majority leans one way or the other is just not fucking true. Everybody does a little piece of everything. So,
but that's the trick. That is absolutely the trick, and this is where I think Dragonflight is getting it right. It is that everyone is doing a little bit of everything, so you have to design the game in such a way that everyone can do what they like. And Dragonflight is going to do exactly that, which, you know, is the things that we complain about with Shadowlands and BFA. Because they built these things that you have to do rather than just building the things that you can do. So I really think Dragonflight is just going to be such an eye-opener for so many players. I think so many players are going to be so happy with Dragonflight because they're finally going to be able to play the game the way that they want to play it without having to worry about nonsense or bullshit or, you know, this going on or that going on or, you know, all sorts of weird shit. I genuinely think a lot of players are going to be very happy with how Dragonflight plays out. And I really hope that, especially for all of you super casuals. And do we have any super casuals in chat? Alpin, how you doing? Do we have any, like, super casual? Like, you do your, like, you don't even do dungeons. You just hunt stuff and collect stuff and all the rest of it. You don't give a fuck about raiding or like Mythic Plus or anything like that. Pringles, I do think a lot of WoW quitters will resub. Yes, if of course things stay as true as they are. I'm so casual. I don't play. I'm super casual now. At least I'm super casual. I collect stuff, even in raiding. So. For the ultra casual, I really hope that Blizzard provides you with enough activity to at least give you new things to look forward to. That you don't have to spend all of your time hunting the old things in the game, but that there are actually a lot of new things that you can experience and do. And, because a lot of these super casual collectors in World of Warcraft are oftentimes punished by, the only real game that exists for you is the past. Because that's where you go. You have all these old dungeons where maybe you have mounts there, maybe you have pets there, maybe there's still a transmog or two that you need from there, and you're just running the same old dungeon every single day hoping for it to drop. So I really hope that, Blizzard truly give you just a crap ton of stuff that you can do in this expansion. As a non-WoW player, DF looks enticing because I think dragons are badass. I think DF is gonna be insane. That's my thought at the moment, based on what I see, not based on playing it, just based on what I see. I think DF is exactly what I wanted for this game.
It's about making sure that each of these areas is catered to, and it's really hard because the game's so big and the skill spectrum's so big. There are some players who barely ever press buttons. And we talked specifically about alter time. I talked to this with the combat team. Is how do they balance this? So if you don't know what I'm talking about here, like alter time is one of my favorite spells ever. The original alter time in World of Warcraft. And if you could min-max alter time, kata period, WOD maybe, around that area. The snapshotting version. Yes, the snapshotting version of alter time. Now, I remember in an interview is that it turned out, and it really upset me this, is like 2% of mages ever pressed alter time. And so they got rid of it. And because nobody was fucking pressing it. Like, it was something like 2% of mages ever pressed alter time. And from my perspective, I was like, that is madness, because alter time is one of the most fun and useful spells ever. But like, statistically, none of the mages pressed it. They just ignored it. And now they had this thing that was lying around. And so we got into the discussion with these two. It's like, where do you draw that line when there's this very powerful ability? And it came down to, it's an education problem. That's what it is. It's an education problem. Like the players, most players probably looked at alter time as some sort of mana regen ability, and they never run out of mana. So it's kind of stupid. Or it's a movement ability, but they have 2 blinks. So, like, when
I will say it's not really about that. So the reason I don't like that, really appreciate you coming out, Valak. Take care of yourself, brother. The reason I don't like that response, so the reason they removed it is because only 2% of all mages ever used it. That's not a reason to remove something. I'll tell you why. There are, in my opinion, the perfect class design in World of Warcraft goes as follows. It is easy enough to get into. It is kind of challenging to learn how to play competently. It is fucking very difficult to master. That is the perfect class design. What do I mean when I say competent play? Competent play means that you can play, you can do heroic fairly easily. You shouldn't spend too much time on heroic. And mythic you're going to be able to complete, but it might take you the full patch cycle. So the 6 months that it takes for a new raid to come out, it's going to take you all of that to actually complete the mythic. And then when you master your class, this is where you're talking about the guys that's in the top 1,000 in the world in guild status, even down to the top 200, maybe even top 100. This is where you learn how to master it. So something like alter time becomes incredibly important to that group because they're the ones that care about min-maxing. And I do think that there should be abilities like that in the game. I'll give you another example of an ability that was barely ever used by Warlocks. I know this because I saw the logs. I looked at so many Warlock logs because, if you guys don't know, I started my channel originally making Warlock guides. And from Warlock guides I went into, all the other shit that I do. But I used to look at Warlock guides Warlock logs all the time. Soul Swap. Soul Swap was probably one of the most broken abilities as an Affliction Warlock. The ability to apply all of your dots with one click. Because if you had the macro, it was literally one click. It would take the abilities off of your main target and it would swap it instantly to your focus target, and you would instantly get both targets just ticking down with damage. It was insane how much damage you could do because you lost literally 1 global cooldown in order to apply 6 dots to targets. That was insane. Almost no one used it because no one saw the point. It's like, oh, yeah, I just throw a couple of dots on there. It's instant. Who gives a shit? Well, you take... Let's add the 0.5 global cooldown, or let's add the 1 second global cooldown. It takes you probably 12 seconds to apply all of your dots. It takes me 7, if we include the soul swap global cooldown. It takes me 7 seconds. So I have spent 5 to 6 more seconds than you draining soul. So I've already drained soul for 6 seconds. That's 2 full drained souls that I've gotten off before you even start your first drain soul, and you're going to end your drain soul cycle long before me because you're going to have to reapply your dots much sooner than what I will have to reapply my dots. So that was just sort of like broken. It broke my brain when I saw Warlocks just completely negating it. But it was fine because that was the difference between the high-level Warlocks and the mediocre Warlock. That was the difference. If you just wanted to play the game, you just wanted to fun, who gives a shit? Don't use soul swap. It's not important. You'll do enough damage, even if you don't soul swap. But it should be allowed for the high-level player to set themselves apart from the riffraff, as it were.
It comes down to education on that matter, as to how do we make players aware of some of the abilities they've got. So that's a big piece of work they're working on right now, is to not lose fun abilities in the future.
I agree with that, Saban.
As much. But try and find better ways of educating players on these abilities and how so they know. Because they can come to guides, but if you're going to Twitch, if you're here right now, you're part of the hardcore, whether you like it or not, or you say you're super casual. The fact that you're listening to me talk about this stuff puts you in the hardcore loop. Compared to a lot of players who don't want anything to do with that kind of stuff. Sorry, you're in the hardcore because you know all this stuff. You might not.
I should probably point out that Preach has a point. When I asked most of you, how many of you are casuals, you all lied to me. Because technically speaking, did you guys know that there are a group of gamers that has never watched a single World of Warcraft content creator on YouTube or Twitch? Never. They don't see the point. They just play the game. They log in, they have no idea about all the drama bullshit. They don't look at the news of World of Warcraft stuff. They don't care. They simply log in, they play their game, they log out, and that's it. They just have fun, The game isn't that for them. They have maybe full-time jobs. So when they get home at the end of a long day, they don't have time to go look at a guide of how to play their class. What they want is to just play their game for a little. So the fact of the matter is, all of you liars need to apologize. You guys are fucking hardcore, 100%. And here I am, with Red. I appreciate the fuck out of you. I never did until I got sick and needed something to do. Fairly, there you go. Are you better now, though, Freddy? Leveling is very good for people like that. I mean, everyone plays the game the way that they play it, right? And I don't want to take anything away from them, but I could not play the game the way. I need to know what happens in the game. I need to know what all the hardcore people are doing, and I need to know that I'm doing it better or at least the same.
Play it, but if you're in a Twitch chat or you're watching guides on YouTube,
Philly,
or
fuck
you're going to Icy Veins, Wowhead, and
nice. I'm glad to hear that you're better. Can we get some hearts in chat? Philly kicking cancer's ass. I'm really happy to hear you're better. I'm working and watching this at the same time. Myth busted. Mythhammer, your boss is going to have your balls, bro.
reading stuff. You're in the hardcore. You're not in the general populace who may have struggled to do Proving Grounds. Back in Mr. Pandaria, which was, we talked about Proving Grounds because we got into the topic of education and how to make that better. Because I was forward on the idea that I would have liked to see, and we were going to make an add-on for this. We were going to make an add-on that you could turn on privately, so nobody knows you're doing it, which I think is a big deal. There's a lot of like perceived shame in World of Warcraft that would give you voice tutorials of things that were going on in LFR, in early Mythic Plus, so you could kind of understand what was going on. Because often, and they're trying to fix that with the new Mythic Plus changes, is they're going to cycle them through, because the level of education the regulars have is so much higher than an actual casual player who's jumping into the game, and they have to accommodate everybody. Third party, well, I was okay with third party. I was okay with third party. Make the game bad for people that care, so it's easy to barely...
I do think that Final Fantasy has this problem mainly sorted out. Because in Final Fantasy, as you unlock more abilities, those abilities just sort of naturally slot into your rotation. You get your abilities kind of to unlock in the order that you will use them in anyway. With the exception of a few, right? There are some abilities that doesn't make a whole lot of sense until you, like, someone tells you, or until you kind of read the tooltips, because the tooltips are very good there. So, for example, you have these abilities that will cost super slow, but then if you read the tooltip, you find, no, actually this ability is supposed to be instant, but it's only instant if these things happen. So you need to do these things in order to get that thing to be instant so that you can use it. So the tooltips sort of guide you on how to play it. WoW can definitely do something like that, where they maybe put a lot more effort into allowing their tooltips to ensure that people know how to play it well, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, a lot of the time there are abilities that don't make a lot of sense on the face of it. If you've ever read the Soul Swap the Soul Swap tooltip makes it sound like you store because that's what it said effectively. You you make a copy of the dots on a target, and then you can store it for later use. That's what the tooltip effectively said. Now, if you're a nub that knows nothing, what does that tooltip tell you about this ability? Not much, right? It doesn't really inform you on how you should be using this ability. Because for a lot of fucking, like, proper casual players, they read that and they go, well, I've got my dots right here. Why do I need to store them? Screw it. You know, I don't need to store them at all. I even saw people using, and I fucking kid you not, I saw people using Soul Swap. This was in the first, the first iterations of Soul Swap. They would pull their dots off the target, right? Because it would stay on you, so you'd get a debuff as soon as you pulled the dots, so you could use it in a window. So they would wait until the boss was, or the target was almost dead, pull their dots, and then, until their dots are almost fallen off, they would pull the dots and then throw the dots right back onto the same target. So they basically used it as an insta apply of the dots. The problem is the dots go up at the exact time that you pulled them off. So you're winning maybe 10 extra seconds. And also you're wasting an ability that could be used for other things. Because that's how the tooltips read. The tooltips don't tell you what this is actually supposed to do. So Blizz could definitely do more work in that.
Okay, that's the wrong approach. It's more a case of you're creating a delta. As the way I saw it, you're creating a delta between the best players and the average player that's almost unimaginably large. And how are you educating the players on what the problem is? Like, if you've ever looked at what a log or something, right? You're in the ridiculous top end of people researching their class. If you've ever looked at a log and started going through stuff. So education's a big part of it. It's like, one, we talked about like old combustion.
It's like needing add-ons to make the best use of a DPS cooldown, like Old Combustion, where you had to track all the ignite procs and stuff, is just ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't have to do that. Like, if you're using add-ons to min-max things, that's one thing, but requiring an add-on to make your DPS cooldown is just dumb.
Yeah, but Old
Like,
Combustion
it's
was
just not the way
super
it should
fun.
be. So it's pretty good. Actually, use the actual CPU. That's from Patchwork Sims. Yeah. I've asked Tom to put add-ons to the game after Radio.io and Bartender. No, we didn't talk about UI stuff. No, that wasn't part of my goal while I was there. I did not talk to the UI team. I don't think the UI team was on site at all. So yeah, we didn't do that. I see a lot of crits. I know it's good time to combust. I crit a lot of time. What about big drawbacks from WoW? The add-ons. I can't be asked to install 100 add-ons for raiding, and he talks about that. No, and I don't think that's relevant now either with the UI changes. I think if you're a serious raider, you're going to want probably weak auras. You don't need them, but you probably want weak auras and a boss timer, but that's 2 add-ons. I do feel that the add-on thing is exaggerated more than it's...
No, I don't... It's exaggerated, but also not exaggerated. But at the end of the day, World of Warcraft is currently in a really bad spot because most players have gotten so used to their add-ons, like DBM, like Big Wigs, like Weak Auras, that if you remove them now, the player base feels like they lost something. And that's usually a feeling that you want to avoid. You don't want to make people feel... This is why it's almost always better to buff classes than what it is to nerf classes. Because if you buff classes, everyone feels good. They just got a buff. They feel so much better. If you nerf a class, what the fuck? Right? And even if you were overpowered, usually the community feeling is they just broke it. I'm the worst fucking class now in the game, right? So people don't like being nerfed. People don't like things being taken away from them. And I feel like we're at that point with World of Warcraft where a lot of these add-ons have become such a staple part of people's playstyles or people's playstyle that if you remove them now, a lot of people are going to be super angry that you removed something that they have gotten so used to. I do think that there's some level of changes that have to be made to those add-ons functionality, but at the end of the day, I don't think removing it is the right way. Paramonster and Tree of Savior. How can you miss when the big fucking boss is waving his arms and yelling something? How can you not know he's trying to kill you? Like, just look at the screen. Each instance is a dance. If you pay attention, it's a song you learn. Are you talking about World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy?
Actually realistic. Well, you could argue that Weak Auras is essentially installing 1,000 add-ons. I mean, it could do so much shit. So you could look at it from that perspective, but most of the time you're probably just copying and pasting a Weak Aura. And like, here's the Weak Aura for this boss. Go. In fact, I remember Deep Shades told me he had a 5...
Caleb, not really, no. Because those add-ons are made special due to their ability to be modified. Their modification comes from the fact that there are communities that inform their development. If Blizzard took over those add-ons would almost definitely have to be standardized to the point where a lot of their functionality might be lost either way. So it's almost better to leave that in the hands of the community because they know what they want and they know what they want to track and they know how they want to attract it or how they want to track it. So I wouldn't give that shit to Blizzard, no.
Add-on cap, which is why his UI looked the way it did. He had a very limited amount of add-ons in there. How do you deal with the criticism of people about you and WoW? I don't care. I mean, I really could not give a fuck. I really don't care. I will do whatever I think's best and be as honest as I can about it. I really...
All right, just for anyone that's saying Elon Musk should buy YouTube. Even if we said that would be a good idea, which I'm not sure if it would be, I don't really care either way. He wouldn't be able to afford YouTube. Just straight up wouldn't be able to. Of all the social media companies, Twitter is the smallest by a mile. YouTube is the largest by a mile. Yeah. ABC or Alphabet, I like to call them ABC, but Alphabet, the company that owns the parent company of Google, Google being the parent company of YouTube, they would first and foremost never let YouTube go because YouTube is how they advertise, and advertising is their entire industry. But more importantly, Elon, I don't think Elon has enough money to even begin to buy it. I don't think Elon could even buy 50% of it. YouTube would be far too expensive because YouTube is actually making money. It's not like Twitter that was basically not really making a lot of money. YouTube actually makes a lot of money. So I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Not asked about toxic people or anybody shitting all over me. I really couldn't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. I've never lied to you guys. Everything I've ever said has been out there, is still out there. It's not like I've ever taken down anything I've said because it's like, oh, I lied, or I'm gonna get that twisted in the future. Everything I've ever said is still out there. I really don't give a shit. And as far as I know, I've never gone back on my word, so that's good. And you guys are free to call me out on that shit as well, because it's all up there. What will they do with talents in the future? Oh yeah, that's where I was going with it. So, okay, so the talents coming into Dragonflight, we went on that roundabout houses about how casual the casual player is. So coming into Dragonflight, the talent system is like pretty simple. If you've played Shadowlands, you could probably, even if you're like a pretty average player, you could pick your way through the new talent trees and kind of know what you're getting at the end of it, right? You should be, if you're a Death Knight, you know what Death Coil is. You know what Bone Shield is. You know what's going on here. You can sort of figure it out yourself, and that's the idea. If you're completely uninterested, you can use the pre-made loadout. But for anybody who's higher end, mid to higher end, you should be able to go through the new Dragonflight talent tree and figure out where you're going. Next expansion, though, and I asked these two, it's like, are we going to get silly with it? And he had a little grin on his face. Mr. Brian had a little grin, and so did Graham. It's like, because they're already working on the next expansion, right? There's the ideas are being put together, some preliminary work's being done on whatever the next expansion is. We could probably get a little silly with it. Because now you'll be used to it. Now you know what the talent tree is like. Now you will look forward to getting extra talents.
No, that's when we're getting the good talents, boys. Not now.
You've got some video. Where am I looking, pal?
It's on the C drive.
What am I looking at?
Blizz. We would just suggest playing it with no sound. Just
Play it with no sound.
Yeah, we haven't gone through it and checked, so we don't know if there's anything sus.
There's nothing super secret on here, I assume?
We don't think, not visually.
Okay, I'll know if we go anywhere super secret.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just some background B-roll. Hold on, I need to mute this. One play. Go.
Add-ons is and isn't needed, Queen. So if you're just playing very sort of normally, and say if the highest you ever do is heroic, you absolutely do not need add-ons. I think Shadowlands, the final raid, was the first time ever that I saw a heroic boss that required add-ons. It was the fourth boss. I can't remember its name now, but that was that's the only time I can even remember. But if you're going to like mythic raiding, that's where requiring add-ons becomes a little bit more important, because a lot of mythic raiding is about pre-planning. It's about knowing what is coming so that you can position yourself ahead of time, because a lot of the time you'll have abilities that require opposite things to happen. So you need to know that in about 30 seconds from now, there's going to be an ability that requires you to spread. But then literally after that ability, there's going to be an ability that requires you to stack. So you and your group have to figure out where you're going to spread and then where you're going to stack in such a way that everyone can be there in order to stack. Because otherwise everyone dies. So it's kind of like it depends on the difficulty of what you're doing. But even then, you could probably do it, but it's going to be super fucking hard to do. It's more than just markers. It's also the tracking of the ability, right? So in World of Warcraft, if you have something like DBM or Bigwigs installed, it will give you an actual timer that tells you when abilities are happening when, right? Which abilities are happening when. And there are abilities, there's been bosses in the past where literally in 30 seconds, you're going to have to spread 8 yards apart. Now, for that, you need an add-on that tells you what 8 yards is. Because literally, let's say at 33 seconds, there comes an ability that requires you to stack. Because all damage will be shared amongst all players. All right. Now, you then need a range meter from DBM that gives you a little sonar range, and it tells you whenever someone is in your range, so that everyone can stack around a certain point when that ability comes up, and or so that everyone can stack but also spread on a certain around a certain point, and then immediately run to that point in order to be stacked, so that everyone survives all of the damage. If you try and do that without an add-on, you're talking about incredible coordination. And also, you know, there are some classes that will just not be able to do anything either way. If you're a mage, you could probably stack wherever and you can blink to the place where you have to stack with your group. But if you're a warlock, for example, you're going to find that difficult because most of your movement speed abilities require planning. So if you don't have your portal up at the time, you won't get in. So, you know, things like that, where add-ons just make the game a hell of a lot easier.
Go. Oh, cool. So we got some visual.
Yeah, if you're a Mythic Raider,
so
you
I can tell
need
on this little tour.
add-ons.
All right, so
Heroic,
this
not
is
so
the
much.
cafeteria.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pause. There we go. This is the cafeteria where everything is free. I had for breakfast on the Blizz campus chicken and apple sausages, scrambled eggs with peppers, blueberry pancakes with maple syrup. It was really good. And then the next day we had turkey tacos. Yeah, it was well good. So most people, this is not lunchtime, but most times this area is completely filled with people and they're playing music.
It's
they play music
free.
outside.
Everything is free there.
We'll see
Jesus.
if we go there, but you see this tree line here? That's the volleyball court. It's like a volleyball sandpit, which I thought was clearly for show. Nope. On lunchtime, they like 20 of them were out there playing volleyball at lunchtime. It was like the environment they create for the staff is amazing. They're setting up for Halloween over here. They're doing a big Halloween thing. Yeah, like in terms of a work environment, it's pretty good. Oh, we're going in the side entrance. Oh, I see where we're going. Yeah. We're going in the sideways. I think someone's going to let us in here. Because they didn't give me a key card. Yeah, locked. Lockers. Oh, Big Randy's going to let us in. Oh, it's a look at Trace, the Tracer statue. Yeah, this is for B-roll. So Tracer's over here. Oh, there's so many dogs.
It must be cool, though, to work there.
I'm so jealous. There's so many dogs. They have a little dog park. Everybody's bringing their dogs in. I was playing with a lot of corgis outside of Mike Ibarra's office. Like, there was a corgi dispenser. Oh, there were dogs everywhere. It was so good. Yeah, everybody's allowed to bring their dog in. I assume if they're not a shedder, I don't think I'd be allowed to take Ben in because he leaves hair everywhere. But yeah, this is the cafeteria. Never seen one of these before. This was a knife, fork, and spoon dispenser machine. So this is pre-lunch, I guess. But yeah, this is all free.
Yeah, it's
All
fucking
free
nice,
food
isn't
all
it?
day. It's nice. It's very nice. Although I don't dig this. This is a very American thing, I think. Maybe not. That is the water dispenser, but they fill it with fruit all day, so it's called fruit water. Not a fan. Not a fan. I like a nice clean water. You know, I don't need a fruit water. Sometimes it was citrusy. Sometimes, yeah.
Why would you drink
you
fruit
either loved
water?
it or you weren't a fan. But yeah, I was not a fan. And they have their own Starbucks in house that makes Blizzard customized coffees that you can only get here. You do have to pay for Starbucks, but they do have their own in-house Starbucks.
Oh, for the love of fuck,
that you can
dude.
have there. What the fuck need? Yeah, they totally have an in-house Starbucks.
Jesus.
But you do have to pay. Thankfully, I don't drink coffee, so I was never tempted by this.
Listen here, you fucking assholes. When are you guys gonna sub enough that I can get my own Starbucks? Like, fuck. Why do I have to live the hard life? Like, I'm out here busting my balls, sitting in front of the fucking PC the whole day. watching videos and shit, being entertained by videos, other people's videos, and entertaining you guys in the process, and I still don't have my own fucking Starbucks? What the fuck? Disappoint, Akko. True. You guys are just a fucking disappointment to me. You're not gonna have all the Starbucks, Akko? Just gonna have drugs and whores? Well, that's another question. Where's my fucking hookers? Don't drink instant? No, I don't drink coffee at all anymore. I've basically, last week, I had a headache for the entire week. It took me 7 days to come off of caffeine. It was rough as fuck last week. I was basically living on painkillers last week. But I'm off the caffeine. I haven't had a drop of coffee in more than a week, actually. So yeah, I'm not drinking coffee anymore, which sucks because the tea options or non-caffeine options at the Starbucks is non-existent. You go there and you go, so what do you have for people that don't want caffeine? And they're like, rooibos tea? Ah, fuck, I can make my own rooibos tea. Like, God damn it. No decaf, because decaf still has caffeine in it. It just has less of it. I don't want any fucking caffeine whatsoever. Caffeine is such a good drug because it fucks up your sleep schedule. It really destroys your sleep schedule. Like, caffeine is so bad for sleep because the half-life for caffeine is, I think, 14 hours. It takes 14 hours for the amount of caffeine that you take to reduce by half. That means that if you had coffee in the morning, when you go to bed, that caffeine is still in your system. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. It's still fucking wrecking your sleep. Still sleep 8 hours per day. Mythhammer, so the common misconception from people when it comes to coffee fucking up your sleep is that, oh yeah, I sleep fine. I used to sleep fine too. Just to be fair, I have this giant mug, this one, right? That I would have, let's say, I probably have like 6 of these in a day, right? While I'm working. And I slept fine. The issue isn't in sleeping. It's in how much of that sleep is actually spent in REM. Because that's where the real question comes in. It's not the amount of sleep, it's the quality of the sleep that you're getting. Are you actually going into REM or aren't you? For example, I can't remember a single dream that I've had for years now. It's been years since I've last dreamed. If you don't remember your dreams, if you don't dream, it's a good indication that you're not going into REM. So your brain isn't actually getting to shut down. Or at least not shut down, but recover. You need to dream. And you need to go into REM in order to dream. And caffeine can block you from going into REM.
Starbucks, but yeah, it was. They have their own in-house Starbucks that does Blizzard-only stuff. They wouldn't let me use the gym. So at the hotel I stayed at,
I was watching this. Sorry, I'm pausing the whole time. I want to watch this, but I also want to say this. I was watching this video from a neuroscientist that spoke about this, and he called caffeine a silent killer, but not so much caffeine. He called sleep a silent killer. Because you're not going to notice the harm done by a lack of sleep in a year or 2 or 3, in your 20s, in your 30s, in your 40s. You're going to notice it in your 50s. And in your 60s. This is where you'll start to notice that things have seriously gone wrong. Because if you don't sleep enough, they're starting to track or trace things like Alzheimer's, things like dementia, to a lack of sleep. Because your brain never has time to recover. And this leads to deterioration over time. And no, I don't smoke weed at all.
So, Nups, right, is a cheapskate. So he books all our flights because if I did, I'd probably like be slightly comfier than I was. So he got us this hotel nearby that was a 2-star hotel. Now, I'm not an elitist, but it's been a long time since I stayed in a 2-star hotel. All I asked for was a gym. That's all I asked for, is that we had a gym. Yeah, the Riot Campus. We went past the Riot Campus while we were there. But it turned out it was a hospital hotel next to a hospital, an orthopedic hospital. So because I woke up every day at 4 because of jet lag, I generally woke up at 4 a.m. I made friends with Bessie and Barry. I'm not making...
You know why that is, Rakamus? Do you know why you dream so heavily if you if you quit smoking weed? They actually found that your brain catches up. So your brain has the ability to catch up. Because weed, by the way, also inhibits your ability to go into REM. Weed is not a good thing to do before bed because you won't go into REM if you smoke weed before bed. And what they find is whenever you quit smoking weed, you then start going into REM, but your brain catches up because your brain keeps track of the amount of times that it didn't go into REM, and now it's trying to make up for it. So it goes into overdrive. And that's why you have wild fucking dreams whenever you, basically defragments. That's a good way to put it.
Picking up their names. Old Bessie and her shell suit.
Queen, take care of yourself.
Was rocking
Thanks
it,
so much
and
for
me
hanging
and
out.
Barry got rocking on. Average age 65. We were kicking ass. Bessie was amazing. Bessie was from Dakota, and she was there to get her hip sorted or something. That's pretty good. This is the we went in here for a while. This was the on-site vaccination thing and medical center. So that was pretty cool. The artwork in every building. There's some artwork you'll see in here which is just disgusting. You would love to have it. Like they have everything in here. We have to be some of it is so good.
Dude,
really
Blizzard
loved,
needs to have an official art space online where I can download art for my fucking videos.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I think we have to be careful here because on the right is the financial area where we're not allowed to go. Yeah, I think it's just on the right. Mute. Yeah. I can't remember what we were talking about. Yeah, I should mute that. On the right is the financial area. We weren't allowed in the financial area. But yeah, like every single corridor, every single square inch of the place.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
Fully arted up.
So if you look at Warhammer art, there's like an actual gallery where people can just like fucking upload as much Warhammer art as they can dream of. And people can just upload it there. And everyone can see it. It's got thousands of fucking pictures of all sorts of stuff. But then you go to World of Warcraft art, and you usually have to go to DeviantArt in order to get that, Deviant or Etsy or something like that. The problem with those is you don't always know if you're allowed to use that because the artists don't tell you this is free to use, anyone can use it, or no, you can't use my shit, right? And I don't want to just use someone's art unless I'm allowed to, and I'm not going to fucking email every single artist and be like, hey, am I allowed to use your art? Because in one video, I'll use 50 pieces of art. If you take that over all of my videos, that's 200 pieces of art, 200 emails that I have to send every single fucking month just to find out if I'm allowed to use their artwork. That gets annoying fast. So, yeah, I wish there was a place where you could get, like, proper art and know that you're allowed to use it. A lot more of Rule 34 than official art. Oh, yeah. I mean, but Rule 34 makes sense that it's going to blow up, right? The Beastathon, how you doing, bro? Don't know if we're doing the Q&A today because we kind of got stuck in with the Preach video. So, yeah, we're probably not doing Q&A today. We'll most likely do it tomorrow. I do apologize, but I didn't know that Preach's video was this long. I thought that he had already made a video on it. So, yeah.
Everybody's desk. So you're allowed to do whatever you want at your desk, which is pretty weird. It'll get weird in a second. It'll get pretty weird in a mo when we actually start seeing the offices. So I should there was only 15% of the staff actually work on campus. Literally 15%. Like the amount of, they have like 6 big buildings here, and there's only, you see the car parks are empty. 15%. So that's from COVID. Obviously, they all had to work from home since COVID. But there's been no reason to come back. And in fact, most of the game companies, I think Riot's kind of the exception. Riot does want people on site. We did speak to somebody who worked at Riot, but most of the tech companies in California are actually not having the staff come back. So most people do 2 days on site, 3 days at home.
Kind of
Some
makes you
people are all
wonder,
at
though.
home. Yeah,
What's the point of having
when necessary or skip forward because
this massive campus if you're not going to require
I
people
think this is where the
to
Lilith statue is. Yeah, I think this is Lilith.
be
Yeah,
at
Diggle.
work anymore, right?
Sorry, car park, PogChamp. This is, I think Lilith is behind me, behind Mike. This is Nups filming this. Yeah, there's some way better statues later on. These are the old ones. Like, this
Still
one,
pretty
I've seen this
fucking
one
cool.
at BlizzCon. I've seen most of these at BlizzCon. But Illidan without the lighting doesn't quite work. His face looks a little goofy.
Yeah, they'll have to
yeah,
eventually
yeah,
start
Lilith
just
too.
cutting it, right?
Which is one of the newest ones they've had made. Yeah, the little statue is very, very cool.
It's a fucking awesome statue.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's very awesome.
Dude, I would love statues like
Yeah,
that.
so that's one of
Fuck.
the newest ones they've had made. There's a Frostmourne around here. That's the end of that one. There's a Frostmourne around here somewhere that's so heavy. I'm not sure what's in these videos, so I'll be a little careful. A touch careful as we go through here.
Oh,
But it's so
shit.
heavy, like,
Monksdane with the 10 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 new members for the fucking meat grinder. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Can I get some hearts in chat for Monksdane? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that, brother.
you can't lift it. It's like 140 pounds or something. Where are we? We're going back through the cafeteria. We are. Yeah, so that's building 1, obviously. The boardroom's up here. The statue. Overwatch. The Overwatch building is to our right, where they're doing Overwatch stuff.
Sweet Ducky, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that.
That's where we did the Twitter post.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
And
thank
I
you,
shot a
thank
lot
you.
of B-roll outros and stuff like that of what was going on here. But yeah, there's the statue. I actually didn't know this. So these arrows actually have words on them. These are the core principles of Blizzard. The 8 principles. And apparently at the beginning, like Mike Morhaime and Metzen and a bunch of the other starters, you see there's like phrases on these pillars. They went to some cabin somewhere to decide what the principles of the company were. And one of the big notes they said is they're not solid. You can unscrew and swap them should the core principles change, is the idea behind that. The dark portal's in here. I'm not sure if we go in here. That's where the dark portal is. It's through there. Are we going in? I guess so. This place is a maze. Yeah, it's an absolute maze.
Dude, it actually
is
get
the
lost
artwork
so
in here?
fucking
I
easily
think,
here,
I think
bro.
the dark portal's in here.
Oh, look at those canvases, bro.
Yeah, there it is. Which I think was just for the TBC launch. Like, it needs some repair. 'Cause obviously, it's like a polystyrene thing, so there's some scuff marks on it. Yeah, you can see there's some scuffs on it. Oh, Randy was forever.
Really is
Randy
sick.
was such a nice dude. Such an awesome dude. Yeah, he was with us from day 1 all the way through. Like, some other people came later to be with us. Not Real Stone. No, not Real Stone. We all look probably uninterested here, but it's purely because we had done this before and we were just shooting it for B-roll, so we just had Mike walking around. We just had Mike walking around with the camera to film the B-roll.
Imagine being a janitor on that fucking place.
Finance, turn it off. Turn it off. Stare.
Oh, Alderson, yes. That should have been a door.
Where are we going now? Oh, there's the clock tower. So they were going to make this into the actual map from Overwatch, was the plan. But considering none of the staff are here anymore, that plan got put on hold. So this was supposed to be... This whole parking garage was supposed to turn into the Overwatch map. Is that woman the tour guide? No, that is Linksy, who is community manager and has been around. She was part of the transition from FF 1.0 to Realm Reborn. She worked for Squeenix. She is extremely good at her job.
I know Linksy.
Extremely good at her job.
Well, I know
she knows
of
what's
her.
up. Okay. All right. This is my favorite statue. Is the Tyrael statue. I think this is awesome. It's also plugged in. Like a lot of the statues weren't plugged in, but it has lights going through it. You can see the glow that's happening.
That is cool as shit,
the statue
bro.
I disliked the most. And you'll see it in a second. But
anyways,
I
want to keep watching Preacher's video. You guys can go watch his stream if you want to watch that. I don't want to steal that content from him. I just want to get some of the WoW stuff off of him. Because, yeah, if we keep watching this, Preacher's going to be fucking mad, I'm assuming. Because, well, he went through all this shit, and now we're just fucking copying it off him. I don't want to do that. But, yeah, this shit is wild. I'm probably going to watch this off the stream, just because it's really cool. At least I think so. Reminds me of Drake Dog. Used to watch his Warlock PvP vids. Let's quickly see something here. I want to check something. Sorry, chat. I'm just quickly trying to see what load shedding looks like. Alright, if all goes well, we shouldn't have load shedding tomorrow either. So we should be able to do Q&A tomorrow. I don't know when the load shedding is gonna be back. I'm assuming soon. At least that would be my assumption. But I can't really say for certain, at least not now. But yeah, I'm gonna go because I have a couple of videos that I have to make and I have a couple of things that I have to do. Alright, Akko, I see you around, but it's been so long. Alpin, it has been an age. But I'll be back tomorrow, although we're probably gonna start tomorrow's stream a little bit later because we do the Q&A tomorrow, we have podcast tomorrow, we have a bunch of shit that we have to do tomorrow, right? So we'll probably start, say, at around 10, 12, probably 12 o'clock my time. And then, yeah, we'll go till probably 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, which should work, right? I really hope that you guys had fun. I had a ton of fun today. Yeah, tomorrow will be Q&A, so remember to ask your questions in the Discord if you haven't already. If you join the Discord, you'll find that there is a Q&A section. You can just ask your question there. Tomorrow we'll go through all of the questions, answer as many as humanly possible. If you want to actually join the voice chat, you can do that too. I'm always up for a good conversation, a bit of a chat about whatever you guys want to get up to. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. I really appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow, right? So be safe, be good, and I'll see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.